Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Super Old Game Saturday. I am Crochet Nerd 64 here with Captain D-Trag.
And
SarandreaAntonio.
Yeah, surprise. It is so good to have you back. And also, before we start on next part of Shadow Hearts, we realized you were in the chat on part 1 of this game, just like with Majora's Mask. Then you're on part 4 for the show. So welcome to you. It is so good to have you tonight.
Glad to be back. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, we are back to Shadow Hearts. But yeah, I'm stealing your thunder. Go on.
No, you're good. Last part we left off, we had an epic battle in Asia. There was a giant demon that was summoned by, Dehwai was trying to complete the reverse Demon's Gate invocation, and we ended up killing him before he was able to complete it, but dumbass Roger Bacon decided to come in and be like, oh, well, we'll just give it one last little push. And there was a demon that kind of leveled all of Shanghai.
Yeah, and my jaw was on the floor the entire time because, my God, the intermission, as you called it, my mind has been going on since we did that show, in a sense of where are we going to go next? We're in Prague now, as you're going to say, and where is Alice and Zhuzhen going to go? What became of Yuri? He's gone, specifically, but like, what's happening? And tonight, we're going to get some answers to that. Look forward to it. So
when we were in Prague, we met a man named Terry who said, oh, there's some demons terrorizing my village of Bistritz. So I, my own morbid curiosity when I was playing this game, I was like, is this a real location? I don't believe that it is anymore. When I looked it up, it's pretty much located in current-day Romania. When we get into it, we're going to see some characters and kind of some styles from Europe that will kind of speak to that.
Sure.
Also, if you look on the map, kind of, because this took place in 1913, you can kind of get an idea of where it's located based on the map.
I was going to say that does look like an older take as far as like Bern down there, which is around a little around Berlin, not exactly Berlin.
Yeah. So, let's head into Bistritz.
Yeah, all right. So take us in, and SarandreaAntonio, so good to have you. Remember, anything you see on screen, anything you got, go in. We're all about it. And it is actual Shadow Hearts time. Chasm22 says, welcome to you tonight.
Yay!
So good to see you tonight. SarandreaAntonio and Crochet Nerd 64 and Captain D-Trag here are for Shadow Hearts Part 4. Feel free to jump in on anything you got, any thoughts you have, as we are going into a bit of a miasma, or a bit of a foggy area.
Yeah, and Shizhen's getting excited. He's like, oh, ghostly presence? It's been a while.
That is his bread and butter, as we've seen so far with the other parts, which are linked below, by the way, when we edit this in a few days. But yeah, be careful. We got to go to Terry's shop.
Yep. So we are, as spooky as it looks, we're actually safe right now. There's not going to be any monsters or anything. Before we go look for Terry's shop, there are some items to collect, which I need to figure out. One of which is actually... Come on.
Outside of the gate?
Kinda, yeah. You gotta be careful because it's so close to the exit that you can actually leave Bistritz.
Okay. It's a lottery ticket. Yeah, we've been running cases, and we said last time, I guess Alice got that information from Yuri. He's like, yeah, I can do lottery stuff now instead. Yeah, she's your party lead for the time being. I'm loving the atmosphere already of this abandoned village, as far as even like the weather vane over there.
Yeah, the squeaky weather vane. It's great.
Yeah.
Next screen, there's a Talisman of Wisdom somewhere around here.
It's giving me kind of like a Resident Evil vibe.
Yeah, Resident Evil, Silent Hill. Yeah, it's definitely in that same vein.
Because as you were saying, when we played this so far, is that there's definitely a horror element, and it's sort of static background, sort of, but not completely. Yeah. Which I do like that element too. And Resident Evil was kind of going to that a little bit with like Code Veronica a little at the time, which came out about a year before this, and like a couple months before this on the PS2. So that's interesting. All right, what's it? Who is that? So
it's a girl. Yeah, there's a girl. If you remember, Terry, when he introduced himself to us, he said, my wife and daughter. So this is actually Terry's daughter, and she was like, is it you? So you have an option. You can say, no, it's a monster, or I'm a friend of your father.
What's the difference?
Well, if you say it's a monster, that's it.
Oh, you can't go in?
Nope.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So you have to say I'm a friend of your father.
I thought it locked you out.
Nope.
Yeah, but you said the right thing. So I was like, yeah, I'll ignore the fact you're a monster. So, yeah, go on.
Yeah, right.
Ooh, okay.
So you have this beautiful track playing, which I believe is actually just called Alice. one of my favorite tracks in the game.
Have we heard this before? I thought we sort of heard this during the intermission cutscene.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep. This was the big track that they played, but it is one of my favorites in the entire game.
I think this game has an amazing soundtrack, as we've indicated so far, and we'll indicate more as we go along, from Mr. Yasunori Mitsuda, as we mentioned earlier, as well as Yoshitaka Hirota,
who is also working on the soundtrack for Penny Blood.
Yes, he is, and as we mentioned before, Hirota did the music for Final Fantasy VI. No, he did sound design for Final Fantasy VI, as well as music on Sonic Shuffle and Klonoa on the Wii, and Yasunori Mitsuda did the music for Xenoblade 1 and 2, and the first 2 Mario Party games.
Nice. So we're pretty much just explaining ourselves, who we are, where we're coming from. Where's my husband?
Good question.
Time for bad news.
Oh, right. He died, didn't he?
He was murdered.
Oh, right. He was murdered at the end. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, he was murdered by that old witch.
Oh, boy. And now I guess you're saying, like, yeah, Nina, go away.
Yeah.
Her daughter, right? But, okay. I like the design of Nina, just looking at that. It was interesting, like, the profile picture of her, the idea of, like, she looks kind of very wide-eyed, almost like a demon. I don't know if that's an indication, maybe, but, like, yeah, we'll break it to her specifically.
I mean, I feel like some of the character portraits, some of them are a little bit generic, but...
But even this, like, I kind of like the idea of how it said, and even when you said, I think it was part 2.
I think she just has light-colored eyes.
Well, but also, as you said in part 2, like, the look of young Yuri, that almost, because you get this idea, like, the fox mask on the back from the portrait on top of the character model.
Yeah. So, she's telling her daughter, no, he's dead.
Oh, boy. The music goes very well with it. Especially with the loss that we saw that Alice went through last time. We all did, as far as it, but especially her. She took it the hardest.
Yeah.
That we saw in that intermission cutscene. That's what it's called, as far as your element. I'm calling it that way too.
So pretty much now it's just a matter of solving, what's causing all the monsters to come out and what Enter Kevin.
Kevin, okay.
Don't know. I don't know if Kevin's a common name in Europe, but
Mayor Kevin. So they said yes. He's the mayor of this town.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he voiced by somebody? I'm trying to remember from my notes if I indicated.
He has no spoken dialogue.
Okay. Because remember, well, I have to figure out myself. It was not you. You're right as far as the voice performances. At some point, we'll get that indication, especially of certain things. Like, yeah, you're saying, you just boil over, go into that too much. But, like, we'll get there. Don't worry. And I'm looking forward to that as much as everybody out there in Chatland might be.
Yeah, so pretty much, again, we're explaining ourselves, who we are, and what we're doing here. I don't know. Would you trust him? Would you trust him as your mayor?
Kevin?
Yeah.
I mean, on look, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, he looks a little shady.
What is it? The purple outfit and the blonde hair, perhaps? Or just the idea of, like, he came in? You made arrangements to move to America. They're going to go, yeah?
Maybe.
I'm almost wondering if this is going to tie into 2 games from now.
Maybe.
Well, we'll see. We're going to eventually play the other ones.
Yeah.
Because just on what I've seen of this game so far, this is too interesting to just completely leave this be.
I got you now.
That's the beauty of this game. And SarandreaAntonio, hopefully we can get you on this board as well. Because, like, I've never played this game. It's a game that unfortunately goes for a lot of money. It's like $150. But something I'm looking at this and saying, like, I'll drop $150 on this if they don't re-release it. But if they do re-release it,
You're in.
I'll support that. I'll support that too. I'd vote both ways. I would buy this for $150 just because of what I'm seeing.
Just definitely how it looks, like I said. I keep on talking about it for how old it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said you were, because he was in the channel part 1 for this game, specific as far as your look at this. And I remember you said something very astute this way, saying, for when this game came out, when this come out, this looks incredible. And I said, yeah, this is late 2001 on the PS2. And with the PS2, we said this before, the idea that sometimes with like jagged elements for it, with how some of the models tend to work with the way the architecture was, but you don't get that out of this game. Even to the point where the way they get this game going, we're running it in 16:9, even though the game does not have native 16:9 support, but it looks natural. This does not look stretched, which you sometimes have if you do something like that. But with this game, like, no, it doesn't, and it looks outstanding. Especially, not even just because we're upscaling it, it just looks awesome anyway.
Yeah. So they're talking about a friend that Terry had in America, who's a famous professor at a New York university who grows flowers.
Okay.
I haven't noticed a tie-in in any of the games with it, but, you know.
Well, that's the other beauty, I guess, of us doing this, and this being a discussion program as it is. When we get to those other ones, we'll probably get a sense of, maybe this time, because I didn't ask you, it's like, we're gonna get ties to Kudelka in here at this juncture of the game. We would have to, based on what I saw.
We're getting
so we'll
there,
get there,
sure.
yes.
Yeah. So there is a castle up on the hill that overlooks Bistritz. I guess it's technically still part of the village.
The nobleman's castle?
Yeah, there was a nobleman who ruled over this land, and they call it Blue Castle.
Past the forest east of the village, deserted 300 years ago, which, okay, I was going to say maybe that's tying to Kudelka, but Kudelka didn't take place that far before this. It was like 2 decades about?
1899.
1899, so, yeah, not too far away.
Yeah.
This is like way before that. And no one goes to it because, yeah, it's potentially dangerous.
Wow. That's rumors.
Well, Nina seems
Nina
to be
knows
sure.
better. Yeah.
She's like, no, there aren't.
You'll find out. Yeah.
What, the story that they're not there?
Nina's got a secret.
Well, she does. Even as far as the character portrait, I thought that too. It was like, still, I'm intrigued. Seeing what if I'm in your village, I'm tired. We have to rest. He's like, you're tired. Like, no, the girl doesn't have to do that. I always think of you ever play Heavy Rain?
A little bit of it.
The part where you have to you have Sean. You have to tell him to go to sleep. He says, I'm not tired yet.
No, I didn't get too far after the part where you literally just go, Jason!
That's the beginning of the game. That's the beginning of the game.
Jason!
No, it says like 3 lines of it of Jason, Jason, Jason. So I was like,
and then there's like one last one that goes, Jason!
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, hey, but he went running away.
Just the fact there's a Jason button just makes me like laugh.
Press X to Jason.
Yes.
At some point I have to play that game, and the only thing is that one thing I will say when we get to that game is that there are going to be parts that I'm going to avoid because there is visible nudity in that. But we can still show the game. I'll just have to get. I will. Yeah, we'll run that on PS3 because that's what I have for the purpose of it.
The fog is turning red.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know if you caught it. Kevin said that the monsters only come out when the fog turns red.
I was also thinking one other thing, because going back to very early in the game, part 1, we went to that village where it's like there was sort of a little bit of red fog, but I don't know if that's necessarily like a return to what we saw before, the evil energy that's still permeating, even though Dehwai is gone, which I think I was wrong when I did my advertising on the social saying like, oh, he's still around. I was like, I guess he's dead, so fine.
Oh yeah, no, he's dead. We killed him.
Yeah, he dead.
We killed him. Okay, so there is, if we go west, I don't know if it's in this screen. I believe it is. Yeah, there's a weapon shop here.
Yeah, she knows that, yeah, we're here for good reason, so yeah, take a look. What do we want to get here?
So, I love how the shop is called Chicken Heart.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's a nod to Resident Evil, to Brad Vickers.
From which, the first one?
Brad Vickers, I don't know if you remember, he was the helicopter pilot in Resident Evil 1, and his nickname was Chicken Heart.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know if it's a reference, or if it's just the fact that it's a weapon shop owner who's like staying behind closed doors.
I'll just say that, or I'll have a picture feasibly of that here as I'm saying, no, don't go! Oh, God.
Oh, that voice acting. Love it.
It is terrific voice acting. I agree with you. I mean, and we'll have to start with Resident Evil. I guess we'll start with that one, probably, unless you have suggestions on another one.
One's a pretty solid place to start, because I feel like there's stuff in Zero that makes stuff in 1 make more sense. But, like, you can play it after the fact.
I know people say, like, they've got issues on Zero. You ever play Zero?
I've never played it, but I've watched a Let's Play of it. I have an issue with the back and forth. I know that it doesn't really lend itself to, I guess, how some people play it.
I know Edwack, he played it. He was kind of in on it as far as certain things. I think it was kind of
I know Nikki didn't care for the back and forth.
Yeah, which is weird, because, I mean, that was kind of how it was designed. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's also an element, because remember, Resident Evil Zero started as a Nintendo 64 game.
I didn't realize
Then they moved it to the GameCube. But I don't know if maybe that was a design element, but I mean, hey, it's still playing that same way. In fact, actually, Resident Evil Zero technically was the last game that played with that old Resident Evil tank style, kind of.
Which is my other thing about those games in general. I understand that a lot of it had to do with the deficiencies of the console at the time and everything. And I also understand that they advertised it as like, oh, well, it's survival horror. And it just kind of added to the anxiety of the situation. But it was honestly the main reason why I never played those games. I can't do tank controls. The only time I've ever done tank controls willingly is when I played Grim Fandango because it was a trophy.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's another one, I guess, for the purpose of that. I mean, we can go into that. Chad, if you want to talk about tank control elements specifically to that, yeah, we can. I guess when you're getting your price down for everything. He's like, yeah. I have this nice thing, you know, as far as getting them priced that way. It's like, it'll be fun. Or as I always say, it's like that wheel in Oblivion where you're trying to get them to like you as far as things you tell an off-color joke, you know, like, that's offensive, but other people say, oh, that's really funny.
I just want to make some more money off of the stud of bustier that I just happen to have in my pocket.
There you go. I mean, you do what you do, for sure, for that.
You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, that's fine as far as that. I mean, I guess it depends also sometimes how it's done, just to go that thing with the tank control, because it is with Resident Evil, sometimes there's something about the way that runs, but then there's other cases where it's done worse, and it seems like it's a different case. In fact, I mentioned this to Medics when we were at one of the last parts of Parasite Eve, actually the last part, which we're going back to in 2 weeks, by the way. I mentioned him, Scooby-Doo, Classic Creep Capers, which is on N64. It plays like Resident Evil, but unlike Resident Evil, it doesn't run the same way as Resident Evil in the sense that every time you're going around, pressing up on the analog stick moves you forward. Okay. So every time it changes camera angle, what forward is changes. So
that's annoying.
Yeah, or to put it in perspective, Nintendo Power sometimes would look on the bright side of things, where they say like about Superman on Nintendo 64, saying, quote, players might have mixed feelings on the final product. Even they couldn't defend the controls on that. They said this game is awful in terms of its controls because of this very reason. They had a really long write-up as far as like what the controls were, and they said this is a pain in the ass. Yeah. So that's a case of the tank control doing worse, whereas at least with Resident Evil could be consistent. Good evening, everyone. So this is Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight for part 4 of Shadow Hearts, PlayStation 2. SarandreaAntonio is here tonight, as well as Shade 64 playing the game.
Hello, Dolly Finn.
So good to see you. Feel free to let us know anything you got on what you're seeing, including these
so
horses upside down naked?
They're dogs.
Dogs.
They're dogs.
It's fitting the Scooby-Doo thing, I guess.
Yeah, right. So one is called a mailman, and the other one is called a police dog.
Wait, what's the other one?
Mailman. Yeah, you have two mailmen and a police dog.
Okay.
Wait, what are they supposed to be?
Dogs with arms growing out of their snouts.
I don't know, what were you thinking they were?
I don't know. I thought it was a horse for a second, like an upside down horse. Like,
I don't know.
I mean, I could see it.
I thought it was like a horse like, on its head for a second. Like, I don't know why.
Or an inverted Mr. Edge. Yeah. Yeah, a dog that's just slow that way. It's like, good to see you. It's like, all right. Yeah, that is weird. It's like,
yeah, they're dogs with arms growing out of their snouts.
Yeah, and as
we'll do a close-up of the bestiary.
Yeah, that being said, also, Alice's case is, yeah, like, fine.
Just hit him with a book.
Hit him with a book.
I was just gonna say, did she just hit him with a book?
It's a Bible.
Oh.
Yep. Well, because she's a woman of the cloth.
Okay, so I know, like, I was only in part 1, so I got some questions.
That's fine. I have as many questions, maybe more.
Where did this guy come from?
Juzhen?
Yes. Where did he come from?
So he's a Taoist adept. He came in part 1, and essentially he was hired to cleanse this village of the evil that was plaguing it, which in part 1 was a bunch of demon cannibal cats.
Yeah, so we're getting the weird case of animals, and yeah, Dolphin, you can see it too, I guess, as far as either feasibly the horse thing, but the dog thing makes sense looking at it now, and even the name, when it says that, it was like the police dog or like the mailman. It's like, yeah, I guess that's the thought.
Okay, so we're gonna go here.
Oh, you're right, because also, actually, before...
Much clearer, right?
Oh. Much clearer, but also, like, when it first starts, you know, like that. It almost looks like some of the weird designs as far as Parasite Eve. Yeah. Remember what happened with Shiva in that game? Yes. It almost is that case, too.
I think they were meant to be, like, German Shepherds.
Let's say Ghost of a Mailman, if you went to the last one.
Oh, Ghost of a Police Dog and Ghost of a
Mailman who ate all the dogs in town.
Oh, wow. And we're going to eventually go through the entire
Yeah. This is going to be, like, endgame stuff. But this is just to show you, like, this is why they kind of came up with these designs. And this is part of what I love. The creator of this series, he came up with all these fucked up designs for these monsters. And then there's a backstory for each of them.
That's amazing.
It's wonderful because there's over 100 entries in this bestiary.
There's something to be said about that. I mean, because, yeah, as we were mentioning with part 1, a lot of the people who worked on this worked at Square. Actually, Matsuzo Machida, who did the direction of this game, he did artwork on Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VII and Xenogears. And it's interesting thinking that as far as, like, some of those designs. We're talking Parasite Eve, even something like, I'm trying to remember what the name of the game was. It's one that just completely went out of my mind, but it's also something that as soon as I mentioned, he was like, oh, wait, Silent Hill 2. It was like, talk about that design element as far as something very weird and twisted about it, but also something that has a weird reality to itself in a strange way.
Oh, maybe an alternate reality.
Alternate, maybe, yes.
Yeah. I mean, well, 2 was specifically about James Sutherland's like psychosis and like the kind of shit that he was dealing with on his own mental state.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, at some point we'll get to that in remake eventually. To which also Kazan Twitchu says another game that also does something as far as the backstory of the demons being the Shin Megami Tensei franchise, which is true, and there's something to be said about that. Which trying to remember, I don't know if there's overlap as far as people made this and that franchise. I don't think so. But that being said, you're right. The idea of, I guess it goes to one thing which we sort of talked about when we did Majora's Mask, and we've talked about a bunch of other things. The idea of how, what does world building in a game really mean, and also how can it do it in maybe large ways, but also in smaller ways. Even the idea of saying like, hey, every character, even like the creatures have a background to them. We had that also with stuff like Mega Man Legends, where it's like, hey, you have these small characters, things that you would think, do they necessarily need to go into that deep of an element to, but they do, and it makes it really interesting.
Yeah. Well, it fleshes it out. Like you said, it's all part of the world building aspect. So it makes a lot of sense, and it honestly, I think it lends itself a lot to a game like this. Because, yeah, okay, you're fighting monsters and demons and whatnot, but why? Why do they exist? In what capacity? And then it's funny because you kind of, not necessarily because a lot of them do tend to be just reskins, but I don't know, maybe there's certain enemies that you would see pop up in Europe that you wouldn't see popping up in Asia. Right. And then when you read the descriptions, you're like, well, why is a monster in Asia there? And when you look at the story, it might be, oh, well, it's based off of a yokai or something. Sure. I don't know.
But also even the idea you're saying, like, the other palette swapping things, even, like, the other mailman characters you get, some of the backgrounds of that kind of lays into a lot, while I was saying the idea of, you know, the fact that you got a letter from somebody from America and also something about a handbag. Yes?
Yeah, so pretty much she's talking about why she hates Kevin.
I guess just Jen is agreeing.
Yeah, so it's pretty much just nobody in the town likes him. It told you to talk to the villagers, and what happened is he is fallen on some money troubles. He's looking for gold. And one of the gifts that was sent to Nina from the father's friend in America was supposedly a bag of gold dust.
And he basically intercepted it.
He wants it.
But she's holding it.
She's holding it right. Yeah, she's keeping it from him. So
maybe the monsters are coming from there, but
from Blue Castle.
She's saying no, they're not. But she said that, but she's saying
it again.
The master of the castle would never be friends with monsters. So wait, there might be somebody there.
We'll see.
You know who he is? Yeah, blind master of the castle saving the wolves. But that's that sounds like Kevin, doesn't it? He's blind. Yeah, true enough.
Kevin's not the master of the castle. He showed up after.
And then remember, I guess
everyone was saying that castle's been abandoned for 300 years.
Yeah, I guess so. But then again, it's also the kind of thing where I guess with Kevin's like, yeah, who would like him? Or I think of like that thing with the South Park episode where the guy from Canada is like, yeah, remember, yeah, he's a dick. So like, I don't know if that's the idea of what Kevin is here. But a month before, person with big wings flew towards the castle. Okay.
I'm gonna leave you with that.
I know. It's probably going to what we had last time. I ran this person, got lost in the woods, but soon the wolves came after me. Yeah, there's so many people that could be, or something good to be. The master ran out of the castle to save me. So she's saying, yeah, there are monsters there, but somebody is going to take care of it, because the master of the castle isn't putting up with this. Right, the master of the castle took me back to the village, and then we went home. He's a vampire, huh?
Huh. That seems to make a lot of sense if we're in what was present-day Romania.
Yes.
Because what's around Romania?
Yeah,
Transylvania.
Castle,
exactly.
Castle Dracula, eventually. Yep. Or is it the kind of thing like Castlevania where it appears after 300 years? No, that was Dawn of Sorrow, the game where the DS version that was like that. Like, no, it appears after a lunar eclipse in Japan. Like, yeah, it's not that. Until people find out about this, the thing of vampire. Well, I guess that also, is years later, admittingly, like the Salem witch concept.
It's
a
stigma. Yeah, it's exactly the same type of deal. And it's a small village, so. And
Alice's actually seems like very. I like the way she's kind of putting this. She's kind of coming out very bluntly, but saying like, it was like the polite idea of saying like, you know, did you suck your blood?
Yeah,
like
no, he was very nice. They joined hands and they sang together.
They sang "Kumbaya" like you said with PlayStation 5.
I love it.
Yeah, we're going.
Yep.
So that's Eugene's idea, but I don't know. Is Nina gonna stop us?
No.
I guess because we said the master, because the master's gonna be in line.
Yeah, well, I mean, she understands we're just trying to investigate, so.
Yeah, take this key with you.
It's a gate key.
It'd be. No, I should be saying this. Like, it might be handy for you, the master of unlocking, to take it with you.
I cannot.
I don't know if that was bad to be saying that, but whatever. We were talking Resident Evil.
It fit in quite nicely.
But that's how it sometimes works. Alright, we'll be back with your mother, but take care of yourself, okay? Alright.
Okay, so there is a couple things in here.
I just love the design of this room, I'll just say that. But it goes to exactly what you're saying. It's a different feel of where we are now, but even just the attention to detail.
Yeah. I also just got another discount card, by the way.
Awesome. So how many discount cards is that now?
3. So that brings me, if I can hit the ring properly, that'll bring me down 30% on the cost of an item when I'm buying, and then it'll boost it to 15% when I'm selling.
Wow. Okay.
All right. And honestly, I don't think I need anything in terms of items currently.
You had a lot from what I saw.
Yeah, I want to check real quick. Oh no.
What's up?
Oh no. Oh, okay. Well, I do need more. Tents. You know me by now. I am stocking up on tents.
What is that? It's a lot of RPGs do. Oh, the Doremi shop.
Yeah. I like the cute little names though. They're fun.
Doremi shop.
I was gonna say that we talked about the Ojimajo Doremi show, which is an anime that's not related to this, a couple parts ago, because we were talking about the Sea Mother. Which, if there's any part, SarandreaAntonio, this game you need to see part 2 because of the Sea Mother. That was amazing. It was actually my introduction to this game by him, and it was amazing. God bless you, Casey. Yeah, God bless you, Casey Rogers, who voiced her.
Oh, that was fantastic.
That was a highlight of this play, a highlight of many of the stuff we've seen in this play so far.
It's just fun. It's just fun voice acting. It was a great job.
They clearly are dedicated of this entire cast, and there's something to be said about that specifically. That they're believing in this as much as we were saying as far as like the building of this world. The people who made this game believe in that and saying, let's go deep about everything with the world and the creatures we see. Same voice acting. Either way, as far as I guess the US stuff, but also the Japanese stuff. Because we're getting halfway to the stuff with battle, but there you go. Yeah, let's get 30% off our nice tents.
Yeah. All right. So that brought me down to 53.76.
All right.
And I got 16 tents, brings me up to an even 20. Because I'm weird like that and have to have things in either even multiples or multiples of 5.
No, I mean, I get that. It makes sense, too. We talked about that last time. Actually, it's like one of the last things. But yeah, we can go through the gates now for set.
Squeak.
So wait, one of those items you bought only restores for all of your characters?
Yeah,
and
so...
like save points, though?
Yep. So, but the map is considered a save point. So, like, if I were to go in and say, oh, well, I need to restore all my... Then they're up to full.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Yep.
I think it works like the tents in Final Fantasy tends to, usually.
Yeah.
Which is fitting, because a lot of the people who worked on this worked at Square.
So we're doing...
I do that, too, with the item stack, so Chasm22 says, as far as the number thing.
I think it's... I think it's a gamer thing, to be honest.
Not necessarily, because I know I've heard cases of people saying, like, hey, whenever they go to the store and, like, hey, they pay in cash and they get pennies, nobody wants the pennies. It's like, just, like, they say either keep the change or say, like, wish everything would end with a 5 or a 0.
I mean, it is a satisfying thing to have a multiple like that.
Yeah, I like having even numbered amounts, so he says. But, I mean, I get that, too, and we were saying, like, the achievement stuff with Xbox system, which is that... Usually the idea of, like, the achievements with a 5 or 0 at the end of it. If you like, one that has to be weird, saying, like, oh, fine, we'll get you another number. I said Double Dragon Neon, where on that 360 version, you press start, they give you 1 achievement point, you have to get the other 19 for beating the game. And so
you told me that, and I think they did it just to piss people off.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the only version that really you can notice that, because the Switch version doesn't have achievements, and on PS3, it's going to be just a trophy. So, at that point... The only way you're really noticing that, because I don't think with trophies there's really any indication of that, because this is going,
there's no score.
There's no score, it's just in color case, or like number of it.
It just tells you, yeah, the number of your trophies. That's the only number you really have.
So real quick, I want to point this out, what she says. So, I don't know if you caught what they were saying before. They were talking about how the castle isn't blue at all, despite the name. And Alice was saying that her father was telling her before he passed, well, was brutally murdered, that most names of places and things are based on, like, superstitions and legends.
Right.
And that it's more evocative that way. So Zhuzhen says, you're a real romantic, aren't you? If I said anything like that, stones would come flying.
So the idea is that he's one of those people who would, he has like the magic stuff, and that would be something to it.
I took it as more of like if he said something like that, it's a little too flowery for a male to be saying things like that.
Maybe.
That's kind of how I took it. But going back to our part 1 discussion on the whole, you know, the fact that they do highlight like homosexuality and an actual character in here.
Yeah, because it was him, and it's Zhuzhen, but it's also
Mei Yuan.
Mei Yuan, thank you.
But Zhuzhen, I don't believe is gay. I just think he was saying like, hey, if I said something like that, they would throw stones at me because that's, you know.
Also time period, because remember,
exactly.
1913.
That's the point he's making. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess also the idea of, like, I guess, potentially an element of a gender role on top of that.
Yep.
Just beating dogs. Fine, those are dogs, I can tell that.
These are Garms.
Are Garms, I guess.
Which, we recently found out from playing God of War Ragnarok. That is the name of a creature from Norse mythology.
Okay, so in this case, well, I guess that makes sense, 'cause you're saying when we get to Europe, we're going to have more going on with this. It's going to have a different feel, so honestly, I mean, I guess that kind of maybe fits into this a little bit. A lot of the stuff we got for the first half of the game was of more of a Asian flair for Chinese, Japanese elements specifically. Yep. And in this case, it's kind of going, oh, I don't know if necessarily, would we say, or chat, do you know, I don't know if Norse mythology is necessarily a European thing. I mean, I guess it is.
Mm-hmm. You figured like Finland, Sweden, all that. Yeah, that's Europe.
True. I mean,
yeah, you're good.
Okay, so like, I just want to make sure like that's an element to it that I'm getting that right, but also I guess the idea that the game's getting that right. And as we mentioned, making this split of the game across these two halves make it feel in connection with the, both of the sides of itself, but also something that it so feels like a piece in its way on each end. I also love that pullback as far as going down the road to the castle.
Right? Isn't that cool?
Mm-hmm.
I love that they did that.
I don't remember if we played something on the show yet that's done that as far as RPG. This is something I played, so I could doing that pull out when you're going to a castle or something. While seeing that dude over there.
That's Mei Yuan.
Like, oh, he's here. Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, we were just talking about. I was like, yeah, I came by.
Yep. He's it's kind of a random spot for him, honestly. But
I get the sense we haven't seen him as much as I would have thought we would. But you said he basically is pretty much around to be, I guess, your support elements. Physically. Okay, he's called. Check all the cuties, but all I found here are bats. Give me acupuncture and moxibustion.
Right.
You said you're waiting, yes?
Yeah, I don't do that until like final weapon time.
Okay.
And even then, I really don't do it normally. But later on, he does serve the purpose of reforming the party. Except we only have 2 party members right now, so there's not much use for him.
I love the framing of this shot here. It's well because it goes something. I think we mentioned that we played Batman Forever, which was sometimes you have games where the background is. You can get kind of the background or get caught behind the background like that, but sometimes be annoying. In the case of this, it's also something that seems like it's really adding to this atmosphere of the idea of like we're in this dark forest surrounded by this mysterious castle.
Yeah, and a lot of it, honestly, the reason why I'm getting caught on so much scenery is mostly because I am looking for the hidden items.
Sure.
So once I find the items, then we're good. So it's not locked, but it's not going to open.
Yeah, so what are we going to do?
Walk away.
So, oh, okay. Oh, that's it, okay. For me, it's like, yeah, we're
just
not going
walk away.
Yeah, just open on its own. That's a fine howdy do. I like that they're saying that in the game. Like, yeah, suppose an invitation. Yeah, an invitation, or I said Altered Beast. Welcome to your doom.
So now we are in Blue Castle.
Okay. Oh, Shadow.
Yep.
Actually, I love the translucency of the shadow, and actually, it is more of a blue cast as far as the look in here. Like,
yes.
Why are you here, and why are you turning around?
So Zhuzhen didn't sense anything, but
why did he not sense it?
I don't know. Which you would think that he would.
Although then again, I get why Alice would.
Alice is real perceptive.
She's become more perceptive as the game's gone on too. Which is, you see that.
It's been an amazing thing to watch.
No question.
So yeah, he doesn't know what's going on quite yet. So we go up here, there is a nice little save point, and more enemies. So in here, we have these little bats, which are called gremlins.
Alright. Oh, we got tiny ringed.
Yeah, oh no. Whatever will I do?
I don't know if that's a bad thing for him.
We know I've dealt with worse.
Yeah, true.
She just beats him with a...
That's it.
Beats him, no, you said she beats him with the King James Bible.
Yeah.
That is the narrative of Super Old Game Saturday when it comes to that. Actually, I don't know if we've shown the tiny ring, have we? And that like zooms it out.
I think I've been inflicted with it before. door.
I don't know. It seems like it's smaller this time. I'll have to go back through the parts just to get a sense of that. But
I mean, it lives up to its name. It's tiny and it's a ring, so there you go.
Or we're talking Dead Rising off camera. Like, it's like when Dead Rising first came out on the Xbox 360 and you were playing it on a non-HD TV. It's like, yeah, what's the dialogue say? You're barely going to see it unless you're, like, looking right in front of it. Or Sonic Colors Ultimate. I showed you that. Like, that came out, like, 2 years ago, not even, and you could barely see the text on that game, too.
Is it just that it, like, all squished together?
Yeah, well, I think for Dead Rising, you mean?
Yeah.
For Dead Rising, the thing was that I believe they were designing around HD TVs. That was 2006 when that game came out.
Okay.
But they didn't design it around, I guess, people who didn't have an HD TV, and for a while I didn't have one, so it started with, way later. So I had, like, a standard def television for that. I could barely read the text. Even to the point where actually Rare ran into a case like that when they released Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, because that did the same thing. But what happened with that game was that Rare came out and said they're not going to fix it. People got outraged, and then they said, fine, we're going to patch it and give you an option to change the size. I don't think Capcom ever did that with Dead Rising, although the sequels that came out, which were 2, 3, and 4, and then Case Zero and Case West, that were the downloadable ones, those did have the bigger text sizes even when we were not running on HD television.
Okay. So these are interesting. These are hollows.
Okay.
They're, Dead Knights. And this is actually the best place to farm light and dark energy.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if we're going to need to, just based on kind of how things are going so far.
But here's the other thing, is that when you're farming your energy, Yuri's gone, so I don't know. I don't think we can go out to the
graveyard?
To the graveyard anymore, can we? I don't think so. That was all his deal.
No.
But then again,
well, I don't know. Maybe it'll come into play in another way.
I would think so, because I mean, as we've seen of what we've seen so far for this game, the idea is that there is definitely a connection that Alice and Yuri formed and were forming up to what we saw at the end of last month. But also the idea that even now, yeah, she might, to a certain extent, be an extension of Yuri in terms of certain things.
Could be.
So the thought of, like, what that could manifest itself as.
Who's to say she won't be able to go to the graveyard herself?
Like, yeah, I could see that happening specifically, because given how far she's come, we all talk about the character arcs, we talked about this game for everyone, big or small as far as character, definitely saw that growth of her, and also, I guess, this being something in her jurisdiction of raising your voice in prayer, understanding the riddle here, I guess.
This is a puzzle.
Okay.
Pray for new writing to be turned into old. So long as the 8 flames remain unlit, the door to the throne will not open. Offer up thy prayers.
Okay.
So if you noticed, upstairs next to the save point, there was a door.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hit that door because I already know that door is locked.
Okay.
You cannot open that door, unless you light the 8 flames in the braziers by the coffins.
Okay.
Now, if you go to each of the coffins, you're going to see a question mark. It says, this is the coffin of Frank. Will you pray?
Okay.
I'm going to hit no.
You have to do it in a specific order?
You have to do it in a specific order. Now, the order has to do with the names.
Okay.
How do you figure that out, you might say?
It's biblical, isn't it?
No.
I was going to say...
It's much simpler, thank God.
I was going to say...
Alphabetical.
Bingo. Alphabetical order.
Okay, because at first I thought, wait a minute, this is going to be... Because we talked Resident Evil 0. Resident Evil 0 is a case where there's a puzzle where you actually have to solve a math problem. Or something like Life is Strange, where you have to understand the specific, what the character's sort of Bible verse is off of just the name of what it is. So it's like, oh wait, is it going to be something specific to that? But yeah, sometimes the easier answer, it's like Nikki, we always say about Nikki specifically, who's going to be on the show next week, she says, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so it's SarandreaAntonio. I was like, thinking that straight ahead, like, just go alphabetical order.
Oh, this is also, I forgot that this triggers.
Alright.
This is the Nungrao Chapel, this coffin is open. I guess it means this really is a vampire castle, just like that lady Michelle was saying. But I don't feel any evil here like I did at Beastritz. Instead, I feel eternal silence here, as if this place has been cut off from the rest of the world.
Which, given her background, I think makes some sense as far as, like, her... Because they're saying, like, praying as far as that, so it's kind of going to what she's going.
Yeah, it's sad. Oh. Now he senses them.
Yeah, because you see, like...
Hello there!
I was gonna say, yeah, look at that.
He just walks away.
He's like, yeah, he doesn't like Zhugen's, come on.
I don't know. Okay, so what I was coming up here for, I didn't realize for the longest time, you could actually walk back here.
Okay, is there an item over here?
Yes.
Okay, go.
Lottery ticket.
Figure yourself out with lottery tickets.
And also...
What's a lottery ticket do?
So lottery ticket, there's a side, a set of side quests in this game, where you find different people around the world as you're traveling, and if you talk to them while you hold a lottery ticket, you can then get an opportunity to play their lottery, which is just a ring with different colored wedges, and if you hit the red wedge, which is normally the best prize, you win the prize. If you hit any of the other color wedges, you hit you get that corresponding prize. And if you hit nothing, you get tissues, which you only need one set of tissues for later in this game for a side quest. Unfortunately, I've gotten more than one set.
Well, I mean, we also ran in that case last time. We got an amazing pickup on the back of one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, from what I've understood, is like, yeah, you want to play the lottery specifically as far as how it's operating and get the items off of them.
Oh, I missed something.
Oh?
Yeah, just a tiny little item.
Okay, no, it's fine. Like, hey, you know, remember, when you're running something with this game, you want to show everything for it.
There we go.
Oh, pocket watch.
Which is super important, because that actually it eliminates ring abnormalities. So, based on what I was happening to Zhujian...
Put it on him.
Maybe...
But I know you want to hold that pedometer probably on somebody.
Yes, I do.
Because that's basically, when you're walking in an area where there's enemies around, it increases your...
Steps.
Steps.
That's the only time it counts the steps. Oh, and it reset my my torch.
That's fine.
That's right. So
the order of these are going to be the same, yes.
Yeah, they never changed that. Okay, so it's able...
Is it on the left and right side?
Yeah, I just don't remember who's where. So I'm looking for Edgar.
Okay.
So...
He's the last.
Nope, that
there
one.
it is.
And then we need Frank, who was right here, I believe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Helen, which was down here. We need Leon, which I want to say is here. Yep.
Yeah, we're talking of other stuff. No, I'm thinking Resident Evil. I was thinking that way.
Maria.
Or I think it's Sonic Adventure too, like Maria.
Yeah, Resident Evil.
Robin.
Leon?
Oh, that's true. You're right. Oh, right. There's something with Resident Evil that way too.
And Steven. Click.
There could be references, I feel like, with this game.
Who knows?
Maybe. I mean, there's some elements to it, or just the idea like we'll bring that in because I mean they probably weren't pulling out for Sonic Adventure 2 for Maria because that just came out about at the time this game released like 6 months. But that being said, still that idea. Or sometimes the idea like when you see a name in a game or something like that, you try and name it. Actually, I'll do this when I do the
Pokemon trainers.
Yeah, the Pokemon.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he knows what I'm talking about when it
Yep.
comes to the Pokemon trainers. I call them actually. So I was like something famous. So he saw Helen was like Helen Hunt wants to fight, which would be a weird one. And Helen Hunt sends out Wobbuffet or something. I don't know. We'll probably do that when I do my Pokemon Violet no patch play. Because that's going to be April 1st, as mentioned, but also now that we have the news, they're going to be patching that game again end of next month. It's going to be a case of, yeah, I'm still not applying it till we play it for that show. Because then we can show the idea of how that game operated before they fixed it. Although I was like, it's good that way, I guess, because then at that point also, apparently they'll put the Pokemon Home support in.
Whoops.
I hope.
Yeah, that comes out next month, right?
They said late next month is when that patch is coming. They didn't okay, one thing I'll state, they didn't explicitly state that they're going to be and the Pokemon Home support for that, but they did say they're going to be putting that in, and then there's the rumor of is there going to be downloadable content for that, the way there was with Pokemon Sword and Shield, which would make sense, I guess. But I don't know if you think
there's DLC with those games. Though.
Why?
Because I don't want DLC with my Pokemon games. I think just because it never existed in the Game Boy, so now that it's come to like other system, like more powerful systems, I still don't want to say it.
That's like what I was saying the other day. They just need to make a Pokemon game with like all the Pokemon,
all inclusive,
and then just
all the
literally
regions.
just all the regions, all the regions, and then just literally just have DLC slowly come out for them. Like add new Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know if people would like that. I mean, as
Yeah.
far as how the operation of that would be, but I mean, maybe this idea, like it's like. I don't know, maybe the thought would be this is like pretty much make Pokemon where it's like you have every single region ever and it's just going to be this massive, huge world, although the idea like, is that going to be too much specific? Although, I mean, yeah, someone's coming on to
Finish what you were saying.
No, it was just the idea of like that big idea of what that is, and I guess the idea like with the DLC thing with Pokemon, like, I don't know, it's like, you think it's milking it too much?
Well, I feel like they could keep up with it and then just give updates, like you said, and...
Maybe, but I don't know if people's like, hey, they're being led along, or they just want one release, or like, fine, I'd take a working game, okay? Let's just say that.
To be fair, The Sims has been doing that for how many years, where they just slowly release DLC and new packs and new things. Like,
That's true.
so it is a model that, yeah, it kind of pisses people off, but you know what? It does make some people happy that there's new stuff always being released.
I mean, you said at least the game will probably be working, and
Sure.
then they could just send out updates.
I mean, it damn well better be working after how Gen 9 went. But I mean, that being said, like, it's funny you mentioned that, and also I'll go into one thing. Unless, do you want to go on this now?
Well, so pretty much we find out who our Shadow Man is.
Let's find. Oh, another good game. Which I have on the Dreamcast, but there's also like a remake by Night Dive who made that, which, yeah, an amazing company as far as what they do. But alright, who was Mr. Shadow Man? Not that one, not Mike LaRoe from that game.
It's gonna be Kevin.
It's gonna be Kevin.
He might be right!
Plot twist!
I don't know, he might
Fucking
be right.
Kevin.
Yeah, to all you people out there named Kevin, we're sorry. We love you. Okay, this is Eugene the Monk. Are you the master of the castle?
Nah.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Well, they did say he's listless.
Actually, to be honest...
Ta-da!
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh!
It is Kevin, right?
No, it's not Kevin.
Oh no!
It looks like him.
It's just the purple suit.
It's the purple suit. It's like, wait, the hair...
He is blonde.
It's funny.
But it's a different color blonde.
It's like the white-haired blonde. He looks a little like Alucard in Castlevania Symphony of the Night a bit, except for not that. Not
Maybe it's because he's a vampire.
that too. Right. That's true. You're right.
Maybe back in this day and age, they designed all vampires to look very similar.
Well, also maybe the model, because even before he revealed himself, it's like, wait a minute. Okay, it's a bored vampire. I like that naming better.
We'll get to name him soon.
Yeah, Pesky Dean found his
Maybe.
way in the tower as well.
What?
Uh-oh.
What?
Maybe that's Kevin.
I don't know.
I love
I'm
your
gonna leave you with it.
Maybe he's right.
I just like leaving you with little bits and pieces. I'm like,
It's
I'm
funny.
not telling
It's
you
funny.
nothing.
I was wondering if maybe he was right to some degree on certain things. Okay, so what brings you here to my humble abode? All right, who's causing the attacks here?
Is it your fault? Is it you?
No, it's Kevin. That's going to be his everything is Kevin. Or if you ever saw the book or read the movie, we need to talk about Kevin, which is way darker that way. But something like that. You gonna say?
Every guess is Kevin.
Every guess is Kevin. That's fine.
And like about 50%
Listen,
was right.
I was gonna say, at least at one point in time, it's gonna be correct. So, I mean, keep guessing Kevin, and eventually you'll come up correct.
Well, no, it's like some people say, like, hey, when you're taking a test of true or false, because just answer true or false is every question.
Yeah.
Eventually you get 50%. Like, but they're like, no, you have to pass the class still.
I mean, just answer C. Multiple choice, answer C.
None of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you saw
Mr. See-Through Man.
I like that. Yo, it's a Scooby Master the Monsters.
He ready to fight. He's a scrappy old man.
Susan.
Yeah, he's definitely all set for that.
Neither I nor my ancestors have ever brought any harm to the people over domain. If it did that, my granddaddies would come flying out of those castles you saw and chew me out all night. Get it? Because they're vampires and they're dead?
I guess they are dead. Yeah, you must be.
Well,
are you
I'm
good,
dead.
But are you a good vampire?
Are you a good vampire or a bad vampire?
I like this idea that Alice, because remember, you said she's someone who has a faith perspective about herself. The idea that she still has an understanding and a curiosity, I guess, about understanding this for the idea of what she's doing.
So this is what I love about this game and how they kind of approach like inhuman beings.
Yes.
I guess for lack of a better term.
Or of otherworldly elements.
Yeah, like the paranormal kind of deal. So he's saying like, yeah, I'm a vampire, and it's true that not all vampires are evil. It's the same among humans, is it not? There are good people and there's bad people.
Yeah.
So now we're getting into a whole moral thing.
Yeah, so perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
For real. What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets.
But enough talk. Have at you. Yeah, you set me up for that one because God, I
did.
love my Symphony of the Night so much.
So pretty much, yeah, they're going on just like, who the hell is it? Like, it's not me. Who is it?
Because it happens if you're dying born around here, so how about I help you out? So he wants us to kind of get some action, I guess, yes, as far as
Yeah, he just
out.
wants something to do. He's literally joining you because he has nothing better to do.
Oh, he's a party member. Cool. Nice to meet you, a friend in the village again. Okay.
Nina.
Oh,
now it makes
setting
sense.
up now. yeah, Mina Harper.
I was like waiting. I was like, is he gonna put it together? Nope.
Yeah. Mina Parker, age 17. No, Mina Harper, age 17. Nina Parker, age 7. Last time I give Igor the schedule. There's I don't know if you understand what I'm referencing there. This was like a cartoon they did which is like Mina the Count, I think it was.
Okay.
Which is like this perspective. What's his name?
Keith. This is Keith. What?
Keith. Keith, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. Keith, this is Keith Valentine.
Okay.
So, the Valentines are an interesting clan, and yes, I said the Valentines. Because this is not the last Valentine you will see in a Shadow Hearts game.
I was gonna say,
this is only the first.
Okay, well, I'm saying Valentine, I'm thinking maybe Vincent Valentine from Final Fantasy VII.
Nope, completely, no relation.
As far as this game, I mean, I guess it's gonna be, we're sort of maybe getting to the point of where the Kadelka connection is, but I guess it's probably coming later as far as the other games.
Go forward, not back.
Okay, well, we have to go back eventually as far as that, but...
No, that happens later. But in terms of the Valentines, they appear in future games.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember what you showed me of the other two, which are Shadow Hearts Covenant and From the New World, just to indicate that once more.
Yeah,
where they'll be... I would think Covenant if they're going to appear in anywhere, but it's like, you don't have to necessarily indicate yes or no on that one.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking as far as like what the milieu of those are, because I know From the New World is taking place in the U.S. is where my mind went with the stuff with Nina and her mother.
Right. No, you're right to think that, because that would lead you to believe that. What I love, though, this continues on to the whole, like, stereotyping, essentially.
Right.
He's like, you better not chomp at our necks or anything. And he explains, like, that it's all books. It's all just, you know, speculation and, like, rumor.
Stories.
Yeah. So true vampires aren't like that. Daylight and crosses don't bother me a bit, nor garlic. We may be undead, but that doesn't mean we can't be killed. We're just tougher than humans.
Okay.
So I like that, and that's
Each
why...
unique is a twist, isn't it?
Right, well that's why when I see things like True Blood or all the other media that has like vampires, and I'm like, get the fuck out with this glittery bullshit.
Well, I mean, was True Blood that?
No. I was actually making a dig at Twilight because I know that...
You'd be nice.
Nope.
I don't know, you're not... I don't know, you're not a fan of the series. Of the books, movies?
Glittering vampires?
Well, I mean, that is the element that people said to me, because I didn't totally hate... Of the movies I saw the first 3, I didn't see the last 2. I didn't totally hate them, but that wasn't necessarily the reason that I went to it specifically. Honestly, as far as... I'll tell you, just to go that quickly, I kind of liked Edward's family, of the Cullens. I just like that family, those characters. They seemed interesting as far as that, in a way like this, where, like, with Keith here, it is kind of a twist on the vampire idea. Even the idea is like, hey, you know, like, we're making a nice salad for Bella here. But he's like, no, you don't have to do this. I know that idea. And then the sister gets really mad about that. But then they're like, no, I kind of like the cut of her jib. And I think about The Sims, like, yeah, what's a jib?
Okay, so we are going to, for the time being, throw the mind's eye on him.
All right. So how does he tend to run? I guess, because, okay, fine, he has a rapier as far as his weapon's concerned. So I guess the idea is like, what? He's more about his physical run usually.
He is more of a physical attacker. He's a little balanced. I tend to use him kind of depending on whether I'm facing a group of enemies versus, you know, one-on-one. So it all does kind of depend. It is important to get his physical attack up just because it will help leader.
Okay.
But what I want to do... Let's just throw Cosmic Burst on him.
Okay.
It's honestly, it's whatever at this point because he is not part of our final party.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's what we got right now. I guess to go back quickly to the vampire thing is one thing I'll say as far as just go back to the Twilight thing quickly. I mean, one thing I'll say about the glittery vampire idea, which is what everybody makes fun of that for, that is that is a new thing for vampires, isn't it? And we tend to not see that when it comes to like vampire media. It's like, hey, get the fuck out here without the you know, the stereotypical elements. That's not exactly a stereotypical element. It's just something that...
No, it's just terrible.
Well, that's just like that's a difference as far as something like that.
Granted, this is all opinion. It's all subjective.
No.
This is just me.
I know. But I'm saying like what with the twist is fine. There's different twists or better twists than that. And hey, here's like, hey, you like the idea of the element. You think it's not as bad that way. Remember, Rob Pattinson went on to become Batman. And he was also in The Lost Secret Zed, and Kristen Stewart made her mark in the movie adaptation of Still Alice as the daughter in that one, as well as Crystal Shopper, which is one I adored about 5 years ago. And actually, technically, we're talking game-wise. It technically is a game based on Twilight. Technically, it's on the Wii.
What is it?
It is Twilight Seen It. You know that movie game?
Yes.
There are variations of that actually on 360 that were around, but there's a specific one for the Wii. I don't know if because of licensed content we could ever show that, but that being said, technically that means there is a game based on it. Or it's like, There's a game based on Friends on the PlayStation 2, and I think that's a movie as well, which is the one with all the trivia. It's basically like a trivia game that I think is kind of like a Scene It-like game. So I always like that idea of what Scene It was. Because, like, I'm a big one as far as movie stuff has always been indicated on the show.
I don't think I've ever played it.
You'd like it, actually. I think it's this kind of interesting thing as far as, like, a quiz thing, and actually on the 360 they came with these specific controllers. They were kind of like this big ball on the top and like little buttons. It's almost like if you really buzz on those PlayStation systems.
Yes.
It's a little like that as far as how it is. And I'll put a picture of what those controllers look like, because they're kind of unique as far as like the idea of what they were. And the idea of kind of understanding stuff about movies, seeing movie clips, which is the question of the license thing maybe. But then also being kind of an interesting thing, I think, with Twilight, that idea of like, hey, if people are liking these movies, and I don't remember if this covered... I don't know if this covered the last two, because I don't know if they were out at the time the game released. But just the idea of like, hey, doing a trivia thing of something, because like, hey, you're liking something so much, whatever it might be, the idea of kind of understanding a little more of it, or understanding these little details, even something like this. I mean, imagine, here's another thing, imagine like a quiz game of video games.
That would be amazing.
Well, I mean, we're going to sort of get into that a little bit when we do Game Dev Tycoon in 2 months, because that's something that, if you understand the history of this industry the way that I and other people do, or Proterova does as well, because he's the one who called dibs on wanting to show that, that is an interesting one. If you follow that, I've been doing my test plan on that already, and getting a sense of what's happening. You understand how the history of the industry is, you're going to see these details, and you can kind of sort of predict stuff, but wait a minute, something happened to her mother.
Guess who?
Kevin.
It's Kevin!
I was gonna say, see, I pick it up now. Oh, and I like the sepia tone of the background to kind of reflect the flashback.
Isn't that neat? But it still colorized the character models.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
No. I don't know, I get such a slimy vibe off of him that I just...
Just because he kind of came in unannounced before, and then just the idea of the music laying out here, and I guess, I don't know, maybe the profile picture kind of makes it a little different to me, because from the back, like, yeah, he looks like classy that way, but it's like, wait a minute, like, I'm out of stuff. He's like, kind of pretty much raiding the place.
Did you see how he, like, looked back and forth, too?
Yeah, he does look like he's sketchy. He's like, yeah, he's like, somebody's gonna get me if I don't do something, or if, like, hey, where's my, I don't know, he's hopped up on something.
He wanted an excuse to come in, be like, where are the exorcists? What's going on?
It's like, yeah, we went off our own deal. Yeah, I don't know where they went. Yeah, don't lie to me, woman. He's like, yeah. Yeah, but then she's like, yeah, you know, you're not, yeah, tell you to leave in terms of this. Like, yeah, no way. Oh, shit.
Ah!
So, yeah, there you go. He sent him back. Well, although, then again, did he know he was going to get killed?
No.
So that was
never part of it.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, that was never part of it.
What are you talking about? You send him off there? Yeah, he's an excavator, as you're saying, but, okay, so he's into that. It almost seems like a little extension of what Dehua was doing a bit. Or they could go to that. He's researching vampires to crack the mystery and get the hidden treasure, but like, wait a minute. The moment he got word of that job in America, he lost all interest, and maybe he was part of the plan. Okay, so he's necromancing, kind of like Dehua a little bit. So I can see that parallel. Or, wait a minute. I'm starting to put something together, but we'll see if it goes to that. Yeah, went to Prague to find some exorcists, us. Okay, so he didn't send him. He basically said, like, why are you going?
Yeah.
But she's saying that, yeah, you're the one bringing the monsters here. Okay. So that's that idea. He's basically keeping this place under tabs pretty much by the monsters, and I guess controlling Michelle and Nina that way.
Apparently Michelle didn't know anything about it, so, until now.
And maybe Nina, I guess, just in tune something, but not this specifically.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, they both don't like him, so.
Well, I mean, I don't know, did Nina just, or Nina's just like, hey, she's young enough, she doesn't care?
She just didn't like him, because the vibe. I mean,
yeah, I mean, hey, the idea, like, sometimes the children notice that.
That's it, she's pretty intuitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. That bag that Terry's friend in America sent. He's under the impression it's gold dust.
You know, once I have that, I can get out of here. It's like, yeah, wait a minute. What are we going to do? And I don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. Oh, shit. And she laid out. It's like, yeah, Dad gave me something. So you do have it, huh? Yeah, I get that sliminess as well. Even just like, I'll be a good little girl and hand it over. But she's like, wait a minute.
Yes, he was about to hit a child.
And I guess he elbowed her in the chest, or the mother in the chest. But
That was just cutting in.
okay.
Yeah.
Boy, she did the yell when something happened. Oh, we're not even seeing what happened. Okay. That's horrible. You son of a bitch. He's finally shown his true colors. Yeah, look at him just shaking there. It's like, Zhuzhen is like, yeah, and raising his hand against a child. Exactly what you said. Yeah, but it keeps a little more, you know,
He's
curious.
pretty level.
But also Nina's picking up right away. Wait a minute. Yeah, stiff upper lip indeed, but, yeah, we'll take
He's
care
like,
of
there's
this.
no treasure in the castle.
Let's get our asses over to the mayor's house.
So everybody's just gonna like go beat up the mayor.
Pretty much, I guess. Or we'll have to figure what's going on, try to stop, I guess, the monster shooters. Like what we did in part 1, you know, saving the village.
Well, this is what I
But-
was telling you. You kept guessing Kevin, and I was like, eventually you're going to be right. This is when you're right. It's
Right.
Kevin.
Although, yeah, SarandreaAntonio, it's all on you, because, like, yeah, you were the trailblazer there. You said, like, it's Kevin. You just had to come out and say it first. You said it right that way, and boom, there we go.
It's all Kevin.
Yeah. That should be... If I named the parts for the show, this part would probably named, we need to talk about Kevin. But still, that being said, I mean, fine, I'll put a tag in saying Kevin, specifically, and they'll be like, what are you talking about? But they're like, okay.
You're going to get some weird hits on the video.
Put like a Home Alone picture. Kevin.
I can do that. I can do... Because I do the thumbnail. I don't know if we mentioned that when we did Majora's Mask for the part you were on. I'll do the thumbnail. Like, it's his choice as far as what he wants to do on thumbnail when it comes to when it goes uploaded on the YouTube site for it. But I will put extra pictures and things for that. So I could put Kevin McAllister from Home Alone if you want me to. I could put anything that goes. I mean, we went off on a big thing on Tim Curry on Majora's Mask for the finale, although we decided because of like the way the shot we got, like, fine, we're not going to put the stuff with Tim Curry. So like, if you do put Tim Curry, for the love of God, do not put it in Pennywise on the picture.
Yeah. Alright, so she gave us the bag because Kevin, you know, his threat was to bring the bag, otherwise her mother gets it. She still has the same items as before. So I'm gonna go over here.
You know how we were talking about seeing it, like, you know, like trivia type games?
Yeah.
Do you remember, like, this is where I feel like Xbox needs to bring back. Do you remember 1 vs 100?
I do
when
remember.
they had the online where you could, like, win, like, Microsoft points and play against people?
I do remember that. I actually never played it. I remember it was a
Oh my
huge one
God.
on 360 when it was
so
around.
So much fun. That's when I feel like 360 was, like, in its prime.
Yeah,
Like,
it definitely
really,
was.
Really, really good.
No, I remember that, and it was one that I was very curious about that, because it was based on a TV show, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was based on the TV show, but, like, it wasn't, like, an actual, like, game. Like, you can't, like, play it now.
Unfortunately, yeah, because it was one of those things I know it's just an online, so it was, like,
just
shut
like an
off.
event thing. Like, every Friday, they would do 1 vs 100, and they would choose you and your person to be the 1 vs 100.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I mean, because it goes to one thing, and one thing I've always wanted to show, thank you for bringing that up, because it's one thing I've always said I want to do on the show at some point, which is, I have a fascination when it comes to games based on game shows, and I've always wanted to do, like, either a showcase show of a bunch of stuff, or just show certain ones off, because I have, like, a ton of stuff. I mean, even stuff you're like, wait a second, is this real? I mean, there's a game based on Double Dare on the NES that's by the people who made GoldenEye.
Oh.
It's by Rare, back when they were making stuff like that on NES, and other stuff like Round 1 Battletoads came out, and actually the obstacle course in that is almost as hard as Battletoads. Honestly, there's stuff like the Family Feud games that came out. There's like one on NES that's by Beam Software, who would actually go on to make like Looney Tunes Space Race on the Dreamcast, amongst other things. But it's also this idea, I've always had this fascination with game show games, kind of showing some of this stuff up. Or, hey, we mentioned in the one of the edit parts for Majora's Mask, where we had our off-screen stuff talking about the N64 box and Wheel of Fortune. on Nintendo 64. I want to show that specifically. So I kind of want to have more elements of that for it. So
I know
yeah.
my friends and I, we always play Trivial Pursuit.
That's another one. There's a bunch of versions of Trivial Pursuit on consoles as
It's
well.
online. You can play with your friends. And just play with 4 of us. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, and I know there was a couple. There was, I think, I'm trying to remember what the one was. It was on the PS2 and I think it was on the Xbox and the GameCube. Actually, there's one on the Sega CD going back years ago. I don't have it, but it's one that, yeah, we got to figure some stuff with that because that's like a totally different avenue as far as showing off something for a game that honestly we didn't go. And you mentioned earlier in the show Grim Fandango because, like, hey, we're gonna look at that as far as some stuff Nikki wants to show with like Freddy Fish and things like that because it's kind of technically an unofficial LucasArts franchise, like a lot of those Youngest Entertainment stuff is. So it might be one of those things that, yeah, let's broaden that horizon out that way. Hey, anything you want to do for something like that? I mean, I wish I could show 1 vs. 100. It sounded awesome. It sounded like this great idea.
It was fantastic. I thought it was really cool, like, in how, like, Xbox brought, like, you know, everybody in.
Right, I mean, because remember, that's, I think what they said in the original Xbox era around, it's good to play together. They said that, like, in 2003 up until, I think, the 360 came around. So the idea of kind of going into that and kind of making this event maybe more so than even when the Kinect came out, because I know the Kinect was the big case of bringing people together, but
Kinect, like
it was.
It was like a little bit before Kinect.
I think it was 2008 for that, I believe. 2008 or 2007. It was way earlier.
I remember I would play it every time it would come on, and I was like, oh, I hope I'm the one. I hope I'm the person, but it was never me, of course.
Yeah, but still, there's something interesting.
And it was with your
that,
little Xbox avatars. You would be up on the podium. That's like I don't know if you ever played Doritos Crash Course.
I have Doritos Crash Course, which unfortunately is delisted. I want to show that. We're going to show that.
That is, a lot of people like are like, I think it's a great game. Like, and it was free.
It's free. It does. Here's the thing. It's a great game that unfortunately you can do everything in 20 minutes, but at the same time, it's like it's so much fun to play that. But yeah, we were meeting Kevin, and I don't know. Do you have anything to say about the Doritos Crash Course?
I don't know what.
Oh no. Was that Crash Course or no? It's okay, no. No, Crash Course I played. That's another one. I was thinking of Dash of Destruction.
With the dinosaur? Yeah,
the one with the dinosaurs. I love that game, but it was also something you can't get anymore, but it's really
good.
Had
another one that Doritos came out with.
Harm's Way.
Yep, Harm's Way. Yep.
Which is another one that's freebie. Alright, we got Power Vampire. Wait a minute.
And they were decent games. For being free, I thought they were great games.
Yep.
Easy achievements, too. So.
Yeah, I got the achievements like in 20 minutes.
Yeah, Dash of Destruction.
Awesome.
But Doritos Crash Course was just fun, just competing like with your friends, like on the leader. Like who got the fastest time? It was basically like Olympics.
Yeah, I think, or like actually kind of like Double Dare or Wipeout.
Wipeout. Exactly.
Fine, the Wipeout with the like crashing into the water, not Wipeout the racing game.
Yeah.
If you want to make the indication is, yeah, we were fighting. Oh Jesus Christ! Same with the eye. I love you just staying silent or going off on that tangent that way. He's like, yeah, the dog with the eyeball coming out.
Y'all go. I know something's going to catch your attention and be like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Stuff is catching our attention now. Like, yeah, Kevin's causing trouble. You were right as far as the idea that it's...
his new name is Tindalos.
Tindalos.
I don't know what... We're going to look at the entry at some point, but that's...
Well, hey, we're in Europe now, so that's maybe that idea.
Who knows? So, literally, just beat him up.
So if you hit like all those like points where it's like miss, like nice, like you do extra damage.
Yeah. Which, I mean, Keith has a blind ring, so.
Well, it seems like it did okay.
The name's misleading.
Wait, he has a blind ring, so like you can't see. You kind of just have to guess.
Do you want to go
that? So because I played this game so much, there's no guessing involved. I just know what the ring looks like.
He pretty much has it memorized
as
far as how it is, and I think because you're running that, it means that it does double damage. Is that right?
Yeah, so I sacrificed my sight on the ring for having double damage, which comes in handy in this fight because literally you just wail on him, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's so that, just to quickly go back to that as far as that, one thing I will say is that I'm gonna do a showcase show at some point. I don't know if it's gonna be the Thanksgiving showcase we do, but at some point for this year. But at some point, I'm gonna do a delisted Xbox Live arcade game night. We will show off at least Dash Destruction because I know that one's not available anymore. The other ones might be, but I do have some stuff curated to the point where actually there's something I have to do recording of off screen this next week because they're gonna sort of turn it off, which is gonna be Rock Band Blitz. You wondering, can I get away with showing that? I can sort of get away with showing that. There's songs I have downloaded that were from video games, like Super Meat Boy and Explosion Man and Portal. Actually, the Portal test is also going to be a case of, because I know we're going to play Portal at some point. Yeah, that was a unique one. Okay, you have Xbox Series X now. That's backwards compatible that way, just to indicate what Explosion Man is. So, is a platform game, sort of. You're kind of going around in this research laboratory with this creature that's on fire. He's like runs around like Daffy Duck, going like hoo hoo, and he's like walking around with his hands around, going it's like the plane thing. And then you have like they pull from Portal a bit as far as like the songs in it. Actually, I think we had Donut Day at work, and I think I linked to the Donuts Go Nuts song that's from that. They put that out for Rock Band Network on 360 for that. I think I might be able to show that, but I'll have to record that game soon because the game got listed a couple years ago, but they're turning off the online for it. The online was how you use items. So I don't know if the game's going to be necessarily fully playable after that, but it's also me like, hey, how can I dance around a content strike? If I show a bunch of songs in that game, I'm getting content strike. Then the question of Portal is going to be, can I show off Still Alive? It's like, we fine, but, and hey, we're going to play Portal anyway because Dolly Finn in chat wants to see it. Yeah, we're, by the way, when we do...
I never played Portal. Well, I played a little bit of Portal 2, very little, but I never...
Yeah, it's funny, I didn't either, because I know Portal 2 is longer. I have it on the PC, but actually, for the purpose of the show, I'm going to be buying the, actually, Shadow Hearts 4 version you have, the one on the Switch.
Yeah, it runs really well.
It's the best running version. In fact, surprisingly, you'd think that they made the orange box, which had Portal released in it. They made it backwards compatible on Xbox One and then Series S and Series X. You'd think they would have FPS boosted that so it runs at 60 FPS. They didn't. It still runs at 30. I think maybe on the PC you can run it at 60, but on console, the Switch version is the only version that runs at 60 FPS. It's that rare case where the Switch is the best performing version. So at that point, I'm going to get that version again.
And it's only $20.
And it's only $20, and it comes with both of them.
Yeah.
So in that case, we can have a run of that while, Alice is not doing so hot. But
yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, you just recover right there with the...
This is merely a flesh wound.
Yeah, the power of Christ compels you to heal me. It's great. I mean, it's a very unique take on the genre.
It makes me, I get frustrated because I'm pretty sure like it's made by Valve, right?
Yep. It was Valve, yeah, developed.
And they only made two games, right?
They made two,
known
yes.
for that, yeah.
Well, they made two specifically. I mean, the only other one they sort of did.
Right? Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, I mean.
Left 4 Dead 1.
And 2, and then Back 4 Blood, but that's not exactly the same thing.
Of course, spiritual successor.
Yeah, Half-Life. Fine, Half-Life was that case because Half-Life, we got Half-Life 1, we got Half-Life 2.
And everyone's clamoring for 3.
Well, we got Half-Life Episode 2, Episode 1, and 2. 2 left on the cliffhangers. We're going to deal with that when we do Mega Man Legends. We start that later this year, where Mega Man Legends, remember, did not get its conclusion.
Yeah, they just never, they're like...
And same with Portal. I mean...
Let's not go above 3.
Well, I mean, I guess... Okay, fine. With Half-Life, they went above... I mean, I don't know, if you count, like, the side stuff like Blue Shift and things like that, and then the episodes for Half-Life 2, and then Half-Life Alyx. They sort of did, but then the question of, wait a minute, where are we getting the story of what happened? There's a big thing that happens at the end of Half-Life 2, Episode 2, that, yeah, we're standing here, 15 years after that game came out, now a little over, and we don't have any resolution, and hey, as I said...
Because Left 4 Dead 2 was...
Left 4 Dead 2 on top of that, and then going back to the Mega Man thing, remember Mega Man Legends 2, Legends 3 was going to come out, it didn't, and then the question of what's going to go on, which is because we were also talking about this off-screen, that Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection that's coming out on April 14th. The idea is that everybody knows buying that game just specifically because if they buy that, it means they'll just put out the other collections of all the other Mega Man games, which they've been doing. They did the main line, they did X, they did Zero ZX, doing Battle Networks, like, eventually get to the case of having Mega Man Legends, maybe get more interest in that, and then stuff like Star Force and those stuff. While you're getting Bloodsucker for Keith, which, I mean, he says, here's the weird thing, he said he's, not a stereotypical vampire, but he doesn't suck blood. I was like, wait, he never said he just didn't suck blood.
He never said he didn't suck blood. I was like, he just said that garlic and crosses and stuff doesn't bother him.
Yeah, like, yeah, this is my deal for the purpose of this. Mm-hmm. No. I love that as I was saying that, I kind of saw on the outside of your audio, you're giving me this smile. I was like, he's going to pick up on this eventually, right?
No, I was waiting. I was like, no, he never said he didn't suck blood.
But now Keith is dead. What? Sorry, Kevin is dead.
Wrong K.
So I was like, okay, fine. We can't say it's Kevin anymore. Rest in peace, Kevin, or not in peace.
Rest in pieces.
Yeah, indeed. Alright, so yeah, we got Michelle taken care of, and you're all set.
Yeah. So we go through a bunch of this. La-da-da-dee-dee-da.
All right, yeah, I love how Alice is kind of, you know, the one who's here. Like, she understands how to be the personable one as far as this business. So, like, yeah, you know what? I'll be the face of this and get everything taken care of. But yeah,
She got the bedside manner.
she's got the bedside manner, and then Zhu Zhen kind of sort of has the bedside manner a little bit, but then it's also the idea of, like, yeah, he'll eventually let certain stuff get over or take him over. Like, yeah, fine, I'm gonna take care of that. You know, just keeping a promise to your husband. All right, I want you to have a treasure. All right, what do we got? But keep it. But wait a minute. What is it?
It was the bag that Nina gave them to give to Kevin that had the gold dust in it.
But it's not gold.
Right, and that's what I kept saying, or kept hinting at the entire time. It was like, supposedly it was gold dust.
But it's wheat dust.
Wheat seeds.
Wheat seeds. So the idea is that because this place is desolate, I guess that they can have more of
the ground
harvest.
is so hard that they can't grow anything here.
Yeah, good seed don't grow on the barren grounds.
So the wheat seeds will actually grow. They've been crossbred. You can actually have a crop.
Alrighty.
So that's what they kept referring to, seeds of happiness.
And seeds of life, specifically. If anything scary happens again, let us know. Right, bye-bye, Michelle and Nina. And with that, we have everything set. I like to see the Mirror's laboratory, though, before we leave. I guess it's a hint you have to go back there.
Well, there's items there. I don't know if you saw there was a chest in the corner and stuff like that.
Oh, right. It's one of those cases where, and sometimes you'll see this in a lot of RPGs, where there's a chest somewhere, but because of story reasons, you can't go back until later.
Yep.
Oh, then again, this is a story reason for going back, too. He's
Yep.
like, yeah, what's going on here?
Yep. He goes, no, I just wanted to talk to you in private.
Okay. What do you want to tell us? Well skilled exorcists, for sure. But I could exorcise a demon out of my castle.
What? A demon? No,
Okay.
just kidding. We already heard this.
You vampire, are you scared? Oh, he's just coming out and saying, like, yeah, I am. He flew in someplace, started living here, and I can't sleep at night. Alright.
That's why he's awake.
Yeah, I won't fight this one myself. He looks human, but transformed. Oh, ho, ho. Okay. I know we're going with this. But I'm glad of this, but it's also going to be a question of how, which I'm not going to go into, but I know exactly what he's talking about. Fine. As I said.
Well, they both picked up on it, too.
Okay, yeah, there you go. But how? We saw that. Yeah, don't go this decide before we know if that's actually the case. Look, I'll lay in specific because, yeah, if you saw the last part, something big happened.
Yeah.
But now it's like, yeah, we're going now. We're not even waiting.
Well, you know, we're doing the normal RPG stuff where, oh, wait, look, a side quest.
No, hey, look at chests. We have to do that.
Like, sorry.
Oh, wait, do we have a side quest coming up?
No, it's just a lottery member that I have to take care of.
Okay, no, yeah, that counts. I think.
Yep. That's part of an overall side quest.
Yeah, prepare for battle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, consider this a preview to what Medics and I are doing in 2 weeks with Parasite Eve.
They're not really that strong.
Okay.
She was just saying it.
Okay.
Flash badge.
Okay, a minute there, it's like, wait, did the background shift? Okay, it sort of shifted, yes and no, but all right, what's up?
Oh, you mean like how it moves through?
Yeah, what's up the picture?
Okay, so it's a painting of a beautiful couple. Are they vampires? Because Kevin was saying he's kind of like obsessed with vampires. I don't know. There's not enough detail there for me to tell.
I don't know. Maybe there's something in the back lore of this game, perhaps.
I don't know. Books about black magic playing the
If it
shelf.
looks like, if you look in the picture, it kind of looks like, what's his name?
Oh yeah, Keith with the purple.
Yeah.
A little, yeah.
Oh, good point. I never picked up
If you
on
look
that.
at the purple, it looks like him.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
He's like haunting, not
Or haunted.
hunting him.
Oh,
Because he says he's into vampires. Is he hunting him?
Oh.
Yeah, that's a very good point. See,
That is a really good point.
That's the other thing, because remember, here's the thing. It doesn't matter, as I've said this multiple times, I'll say it again. It doesn't matter whether you played this or not. I haven't played this game, you're saying you've never played this game. Sometimes just looking at something and putting it together. I mean, that's happened a lot with this play. I've said specifically, like, how did certain things happen? You're like, hey, that's something I didn't really think about. Hey, it's something I don't know if there's an explanation of, but also something that, hey, it makes sense. We're making this idea, kind of getting this understanding deeper of a game that way, and that's happened a lot, even with games I love that I've had people on the show.
Well, what, I've been playing this game for, what, 22 years-ish? Something around there?
Yeah, 2022 coming
Something
up
like that.
this year, yeah.
So, well, wait, no. When did I get my copy? I It
You said
wasn't 17 yet.
You said you got it in 2002. It was like right after Ratchet and Clank came out, so it's gonna be 20. Oh, it's 20 years last year though.
Yeah, no, I did get it real early. So yeah, I've been playing this for about 20 years, and I never once put that together.
Awesome.
So
there you go. That's
call.
exactly the case of that, and is that I love when that happens as far as when I'm playing a game, but also when it comes to you. It's like sometimes I said that's why this is a discussion program. When people are like, why bother having a talk on a game like this? It's like that's why. And I think also this the idea that we love this game. Fine, of what we're seeing, we're loving this game. As I said, this is a game I would pay $150 for. Like I'm not just saying that to say to you, oh, I would just to I guess I don't know, prop up an ego or something, or say like, yeah, this idea is like I mean it. I mean that I would be paying the $150 for this game based on what I'm seeing. This is something that if I'd have played this when it came out, if I had PS2 earlier, I knew about this, I probably would have loved this.
I love how she says there's an old and somewhat cheap-looking crucifix.
Yeah, she's a crucifix critic.
And then talking about the garlic cloves that they've started to sprout. So, like, one of the first things that Keith told us is, like, garlic and crosses don't bother me. So, Kevin was literally just playing into the stereotypes.
Right, and as I said, that also goes then to the picture, the idea that, hey, he was hunting it, which maybe was the sense.
Yeah, that's a good catch. I never once thought about that.
There you go.
Alright, so what we want to do, as I do before all lottery members.
Saving.
Well, actually, I'm going to heal Alice because she's on death's door.
Yeah, we're going to the tents, so there you go.
We started when I was over Christmas. We started Resident Evil on Oculus.
Oh, really? How is
Resident
that?
Evil 4.
Oh my god, I want to hear it. Tell me. I love Resident Evil 4 itself, but I want
Well, I played it, so he was just watching through the TV.
Okay.
'Cause you can stream it.
That's awesome. Okay.
I was definitely getting overwhelmed because you have to actually reload, use your hands and everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So in that case, basically pay attention to everything Leon's doing for that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It was fun though.
I don't know. So he's in the back of your, was he behind you saying like,
I wouldn't do that to him because I wouldn't appreciate if he did that kind of shit to me.
well, I don't know. I mean, that would be the full experience. Like, remember, it's surrounding
Fully
you.
immersive.
No, I would probably be doing it. I was like, Morris McGear.
Well, you know what it is? There's different movement types that you can choose. So
Yeah.
there was one that that he had chosen where you essentially teleport, and it was really jarring. But they were saying that if you're not experienced with VR games, that it's probably better to choose that one because it keeps you from getting motion sickness.
Okay.
Or at least it'll reduce it a lot. But it was cool because I've watched playthroughs of it, so I had an idea of what was going on in the beginning of the game. So at least I could guide him, and I was like, you see the dog, free the dog.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Like, point number 1, free the dog. So we have Hunter Warda here who turned into a lottery member.
All right, what are we going for here? The
Oracle earrings. As always, we're gonna go for the red. There. Nope, just missed it. So,
Did you never survive with this kind of luck? I was like, yeah, come on.
Yeah. As always, I'll do 2, and if I miss, I'll just...
Which is a quick case, so that's not a deal.
You should go.
Ooh, barely.
You got it?
No,
I got
I don't
the
want the
mana
mana
root.
root.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, did you get it?
No.
It was close, but the reload is really quick, and sometimes when it comes to the PS2, the loading can be long on games. Not this one.
No, it's like immediate.
Wasn't there something like that in Ocarina of Time?
What? A lottery?
Not a lottery, but wasn't there something luck-based, where you had to get lucky or something to hit it?
I should know. We streamed that game last
I was gonna
year.
say, between the two of us, we should know that, but
No, maybe not.
nothing I can think
Well,
of.
maybe it's another Zelda.
Unless it was like a shooting gallery?
Oh,
Maybe it was a shooting gallery. That was kind of crazy.
That's making me scared thinking back down Majora's Mask.
PTSD!
Exactly.
No, that's Majora's Mask shooting gallery.
Well, fine. That was better on the Ocarina one. On Ocarina of Time's case, I got the second one my first try. And the other one's like, yeah, you get enough of it and perfect. There you go. Good job. Oh, no! Looks like it was right on it.
It was right on it.
That's a lie.
Calling injustice.
Wait, it's a lie that he didn't get it or a lie that it wasn't on there? Because it looks like it...
You got it, right?
No.
It didn't give you it?
No, I got tissues.
That was on it.
No, it wasn't.
We'll have the picture. I'll also put the picture as well, just to show it was on the line.
It
had
is
to
a
be.
very, very fine line, and when you think you get it, the game says, nope.
My cat has played you.
Yeah, from beyond the grave, the bastard. Okay, I don't know if that was.
No, that wasn't.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Absolutely not. I hit it too early.
No, but that's the idea. I'm trying to think as far as like the randomness of Zelda. Maybe
would
Link
like
to
to
the Past had something like that.
Oh, I don't know. That's another one I've played so many times.
When the game plays you. That's what.
Well, it's a thin line between.
That happens to me a lot.
Does it happen a lot in this game?
No, just in general, games play me because I.
You ever think about that? Does the game actually? Do we play the game or does the game play us?
Listen, you want to get real existential? We're all in a simulation, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just saying
We are Sims being controlled by some 13-year-old on a computer.
I was gonna say, yeah, that is. We ask the deep questions here on SuperOldGameSaturday, and there's no limit to that. It's like, yeah, you got cheated out of those Oracle earrings, my friend. You gotta get it this time. Nope. Okay, almost. But it also means that idea as far as being able to go through on all this stuff is concerned, or how all this stuff is concerned.
I'm on it.
Yeah, as we believe it now.
Nope. Too far.
Okay. You didn't even get the seal of life. I was like, that's like the insult.
You keep on doing it though, because you're saved. Because you saved before.
Yeah, because that was how it happened last time. Because there's that. What was the item that does the thing with the ring?
What, the pocket watch?
The item that you got from the lottery last time. That was.
Oh, the Mind's Eye.
The Mind's Eye. Thank you. Which is why he has the invisible judgment ring.
Yeah.
So we did that as well with that, but I said it's really quick. It's like, hey, you're not losing much. It's not one of those cases where you have to, go back out to the main menu, quit in, and you wait like for a 30-second load time.
No, thankfully.
Something. I mean,
I always like when games are like quick like this.
I mean, there are games on the PS2 that have horrible load times. Even like when this game was around, there was a case of
got him.
That looked less on the line than the one you got.
It was towards the end. Yeah. Listen, give me this.
Yeah, there you go. I'm giving you it, but say like wait, the game case. I was say there were like horrible loading on PS2. Crash Bandicoot at the Cortex. That's insane. That came out like a month before this did. It's like, yeah, what's that game's excuse? This game knows how to do it.
Wait, what was the color of the wheel? It was green.
Green, yellow, blue, red, and then white is when you miss.
If you think about it, that's kind of like
those are standard colors.
Like loop-based.
Those are standard colors. Yeah.
Oh,
red is normally the highest tier.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Red is normally the highest tier, so I didn't even think of that. Like, it's kind of like loop-based.
Precursor to all that shit.
Like, back in the day, well, this is like old.
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
Loop-based are like really popular nowadays, so like thinking about that. Like,
that's what I'm saying. This is a precursor to all that.
Time, if you think about it.
Very much so. All right, so we're going back to Blue Castle to go fuck some shit up.
All right, there you go. That's how it operates.
She's just running.
She does.
Look at her.
I do like just that idea, even like the way her animation is. That does seem like the kind of run that I'd see out of this character for it. So
it's fitting. Well. Yeah, it's really fitting.
I don't know why her character's giving me like Lollipop Chainsaw vibes.
A little, maybe.
It's very Lolita. That's the whole point.
Although here's the thing.
I never played Lollipop Chainsaw, but I just seen like her character.
He has on the PS3, I believe. Yes.
And then I cannot wait for this remake that they're talking about.
Which will be easier to stream if only because it doesn't have the licensed content. Which is, I get the argument. It was like I wish they had gotten the licensed content as far as the music, but like for the purpose of streaming, that's better. But it's like, well, fine.
I mean, they could just do the licensed content and then put a streaming mode like they have been on more modern games.
That would be nice. Or the other thing is, fine, I'll tell you what we'll do is like if we get to the case of that, we stream that one. As soon as we do like the time, I'll be doing the one singing Tony Basil's Mickey, like the intro going, "Oh Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Mickey,"
just like, over it.
Yeah, just do it over the game. I did that with Crazy Taxi when we did that a few months ago. It's like fine, that's how we're gonna operate that game. In case of that, so like, all right, fine, fair enough. But I get that idea. Well, here's the thing, going back to what you're saying as far as that, yeah, she has that outfit, but then again, it's also very interesting what they do with her as a character, because you also get a sense of, actually, there were certain Japanese RPGs in the 2000s and a little after this, that usually played up that trope a lot. Sometimes to better effect than others, but then other cases where it seems like it's too much. In the case of this one, because this story is so well written, and also is so period specific, you understand exactly why the way that she is designed, but also the idea of how that's contrasting with everybody else, and even just the way that they're writing this character. This game is so well drawn in terms of everything it's doing, especially its characters, that it fits that one element, and you notice that, but not something that it seems like, well, the game's not ignoring that, but also the idea that it feels like it's kind of a distraction. Like,
it's not a focal point.
Yeah. It's something very interesting in regards to it.
And honestly, it's, they did call some attention to it in either the last part of the part before, I can't remember anymore. But they talked about Dehwai being some creep who has a Lolita complex because he kidnapped Alice.
That makes sense, though.
Right.
He is. And even, like, the way that she plays that up, because, remember...
She's a cute little innocent virginal girl. Like,
yeah,
that's just how it is.
Not to mention, we had the not Metal Gear Solid thing where she's tied up to the machine, and then you avoid the
torture.
You the torture thing, and then in that case, you basically have to sweet talk him out. I mean, and it's not that part. I think I asked you last time while he's doing the bat dance. Oh my god, I didn't know that was in this game. Yeah, I'll probably have a link below to the Prince bat dance specifically. Rest in peace, Prince. But that idea of that being a case in this game, except it's a different case of it. It's like, yeah, it's coming back. We're bringing it back. 2023 is the year of Return of the Bat Dance. That's what it is. And she's like, fine, also...
I'll finish him off, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll finish him off.
Yeah, right?
Go.
Well, I mean, that's just the Dead Knight. That's, like, his character, or his enemy name.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, you know, Dark Affinity. So.
We're going up the tower.
Going up the tower. This is probably one of the more tedious parts of the game.
Why is that?
It's same screen, same screen, same screen.
Well, I like the idea of how it's kind of showing the twist. We were talking about the static camera angles, but then again, I think in this case it makes sense. It's showing it from different angles, and I think that's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
As far as how they lay it out, and we're getting
higher up in the castle, so they give you perspective, yeah.
Yeah, which is unique.
Alright, so we got a pure route. It's the next room next.
Alright. So in that case, they're kind of laying it out. It's not necessarily maybe... Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, because I was going to say, like, isn't necessarily copy-paste. I mean, yes.
It's like every 3 screens, it cycles.
Yes, but at the same time, as I said, it also gives you a sense of, like, fine, I'm going up this tower. So in this case, I tend not to mind it, and yeah, there's enemy there. So, like, hey, remember also what happens when you're a boring part. It means that, hey, we can talk it out while we're getting... When we back attack them, we're getting back attacked up.
We're getting back attacked.
Okay.
So, like, is there a way to avoid these fights if you didn't want to? Or, like, you are going to hit them? Is there, like, there's, like, you know how, like, Pokemon has, what is it called?
So they're random battles.
So they are just random battles.
They are random battles.
Times, they're not at the same time.
Right, right. And it's based on RNG, pretty much. It's all just completely random in that sense. The nice thing is that, like a lot of those types of games, like how Pokemon has the repels to reduce enemy encounters. I was
say, like repel, like.
So there is an item called, I believe, a Demon Ward necklace in this series that reduces the number of enemy encounters. I don't ever put it on just for the simple fact that the enemy encounters are not so tedious, where I felt the need to do it. And also, any experience is good experience in these games, as well as the soul energy, because you need that shit early and often.
And as you said, the battles are interesting. And thank you for bringing it up, because it's something with RPGs. I'll tell you, one of the earliest RPGs I ever played, and the first RPG we played for this channel, was Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo. And one thing that spoiled me for every other RPG basically after that is the fact that game does not have random battles. So I played games that do. It initially was annoying, but then it also came to the point where I played more of them. I realized exactly what you said. What's the frequency of random battles? In this case, you have certain RPGs where you take one step and it goes into another battle.
Yes, and sometimes, so the reason why I said it's tedious doing this part, this is actually one of the highest encounter rates in the game, I feel like, but it also depends on the playthrough. This one, it doesn't happen to be that high.
Which is interesting, but it's also that kind of thing where, even when it is random, because he's right, it is a random battle case, it's not something it seems like it's going to stop. And also the thing is, the battles, from what I'm gathering, I would think, just from the perspective of this, because of the activity of it with that Judgment Ring, it's so much fun that it gives it a lot. The battle system is so interesting that you kind of want to fight every battle. Not least of which because you'll get extra experience, just because that element of it's fun. You can try and get the timing down on the Judgment Rings for everything, because it's changing for a lot of your different attacks or for some of your magic
weapon
uses.
to weapon.
And by weapons.
Yeah.
So at that point, because you're saying, how can you do this without seeing with the blind ring on, saying that I'm not seeing where the pressure points are, hit that. Doing that battle enough, you can understand. You gotta get into Zen. Almost the case where
it's second nature at this point.
Second nature, to the point where you feasibly could almost play this game blindfolded, just listening to the sounds. Just like
I am just not by seeing the ring. Yeah, so I got a hit on that instead of like a good or whatever. So it's not gonna do nearly as much damage.
But he's doing a lot of damage anyway.
It should be. He's your damage dealer.
Because I know we all hate it. Like Zubats in the cave.
Every 5 fucking seconds. But we have somebody in the chat who actually enjoyed that quite a lot.
Well, Chasm22 loves Zubat.
That's his favorite Pokemon.
But then again, it's like also the idea of, well, hey, remember, it's like, hey, he's like, that's the other thing, I guess, is that Zubat's there, you're gonna remember him. You're always gonna remember that cry, the everyone's gonna understand that cry because of that. But then it's also the idea of like telling you, repel the bat away.
Hey, no hate on Zubat, but just
Zubat's cool.
And hitting those caves though, I'm like,
And
I love Golbat.
Honestly, Zubat's cry is almost as iconic as.
Wait, that was what?
Cricketune.
Oh, Cricketune, right? That's amazing. It's like I knew it's like that's Cricketune, right?
Yep.
Or just some of those Pokemon cries. There's like, or sometimes it's just the idea like the same cry but deeper. Actually, with Zubat, Zubat is great. Yeah, Cousin 22 says like, yeah, we were celebrating our Zubat. I'll put a tag on Zubat as well. Just the idea like the cries. It's like higher pitched for the lower evolution of, and then for Golbats, and then for Crobats. Yeah, there you go. That is the case of it. In fact, I think I remember when. Here's the other thing. We're talking about DLC for Pokemon with Gen 8 with Sword and Shield. The idea that Zubat was not in Gen 8 normally, and he was like, "This game is horrible."
Utter disappointment.
Then they put him in the DLC. He's like, "So Zubat is in the DLC, so that's
saved the entire thing for him.
Saves the entire element." So there's sometimes that idea of it. As I said, interesting thing is like, hey, we can come to that element of elements to talk about. I love these like kind of like almost playing like piano or something with it.
Yeah, I never really understood the animation, but you know what? It works.
It's giving me like Edward Scissorhand vibes.
A little bit, yeah.
Like, I kind of get Jareth vibes from him.
When he's like,
From
Labyrinth.
Yeah, I get that. I'll have pictures of both of those when we edit, so like that's the idea. Like anything that's saying here that means there's going to be an element of picture. Explain it.
It's fair editing fodder.
There you go.
And it can and will be used against you.
Yeah, in a court of law. Okay, yeah. Chasm22 is also mad because Gen 9 doesn't have Zubat in it. I did not know. Say, I don't know because I have my sealed copy.
DLC.
So what's everybody's favorite Pokemon?
Pokemon, period.
Yeah, like.
Let me think about that. I love Hypno. Also because
good choice.
Okay, that is.
Also because Drowsy used to fuck out my brother. He was like so. Inherent Noct was on the show a couple weeks ago for Tetris Plus and World of Illusion. He was like, that thing was freaky. We saw the episode when Misty was turned into the seal.
Hypno's nap time.
Hypno's nap time. Yes.
That was one of my favorite episodes. I just know. I love the part with the little girl. She's.
That is perfect. Oh my god.
Oh, it's so funny.
Fitting also because SarandreaAntonio, I don't know if we indicated this, you saw on part 1, a lot of the voice acting in this game is by people, 4 kids who did voice in Pokemon.
Yes.
In fact, Casey Rogers, as mentioned, who did Sea Mother in part 2, she was the voice of Wildfett, and I did an edit, actually put Wildfett's voice in, which I love doing that, as far as the purpose of, okay, so Zubat's on Gen 9, that might be the idea of the DLC, is that it's sealed copy as far as mine until April 1st we do that showcase program, which I'm looking forward to doing just to get an idea of, like, the element of the game without its patches, just to get a sense, and then without patches. Because at that point, I guess...
You can play it for real.
Yeah, we'll figure it that way. But then again, there's also something else, I guess, since you're in the battle, I may as well tee this up. The release that, weirdly enough, we didn't know that we really were going to be having until this past week, and then we realized, oh, it's coming up quick. I got to read out the whole title of this, because we want to talk about the story of this.
Oh, God. So I don't know how it happens or why. It's one of those, like, speaking into existence types of things. But every time that we seem to be sitting at lunch, I'll say, like, oh, I wish that they made this game, or, like, there's a remake or something like that. And Count D-Track goes, oh, well, they are remaking it. I was like, what do you mean they're remaking it? So what game were we talking about?
Okay, first you said, like, you just kind of said randomly, like, you know what I wish they would be a remake of? Bust Move 2 Arcade Edition on the PlayStation. But they just, I just, like as soon as he finished the sentence, I said,
they're remaking it.
They're remaking it, it's out next month, and you dropped your phone on the table and said, quote, get the fuck out. I was like, yeah, they are. But, and the game is called, I gotta say this title fully, it is called Puzzle Bobble 2X / Bust-A-Move Arcade Edition and Puzzle Bobble 3 / Bust-A-Move 3S Tribute. It's out on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, by extension PS5, Series S, Series X, and PC. It is out on February 2nd. We're all buying this because, well, fine. I guess we want to send in the message to Taito and to Square, who owns Taito now, as far as more stuff. They said they're doing a bunch of stuff. Hey, it might be also the case of getting remakes of stuff Square specific, but it's going to be a collection of Bust-A-Move 2 and 3, of which was called Puzzle Ball for Japan, in the arcade versions, but it's also coming with the PlayStation and Nintendo 64 versions of the second, and the Sega Saturn, and I think the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation versions of the third. Which, weird enough, 3 was called Bust Move 99 in the US for some reason. And the Saturn version never came out here.
What's funny is when we were talking about it,
I don't think it did.
what was the release date on that?
February 2nd, so it's Hedgehog Day, which is, of course, when Sonic 3 came out, but it's also Happy Birthday.
Yeah, thank you. It is my birthday, so it's funny that I had brought it up, and then I found out the release date was on the 2nd of February. I was like, okay, that's a little weird.
and here's the, he's like, and also, I think you also asked this question to me. It's like, how did you know this right away? So because actually, Gemini 96, who's going to be on the show later this year for Earthbound, he said, what are you looking forward to gaming this year? Because, like, yeah, beginning of the year as far as that, what are they looking forward to? I said, well, they just announced this thing, and it was before you had heard about it. But I was trying to think, like, what else was there? And I also thought, like, I took it upon myself saying, like, let me put out this massive spreadsheet of all this stuff that's coming out this year. Actually, I added that game to that spreadsheet. I still have not spread it around. I'd send that out to Edwack and to Chasm22 specific, and
I know they have another one that they created themselves, or at least Chasm did.
Well, I enhanced on that specifically. Like, here's all these things. Here where they all are.
Yes.
I also put on like things that are rumored. Like, he had things that are rumored, things that are coming out, and stuff as far as interest levels, like high, very high. And then as a joke, put on Plumbers Don't Wear Ties Definitive Edition, saying, I was gonna say Subterranean, but then it's like, no, just for me. Only because, like, yeah, fine, whatever.
Are you ready to enter the door?
Yeah, I'm ready to step through that door with you.
The monster's in there. It's gonna be a monster.
He's inside this room.
In a sense, it's a monster.
Well, we'll see.
In a sense. It's
okay, it's not Kevin. I know it's
Kevin. Again, plot twist.
Okay, okay. In this case, I'm pretty sure it is not based upon what's going on, but hey, it would be amazing. Well, maybe there's an element of that specifically. Like, it would be amazing. It's like,
it's
yeah,
Kevin.
I
fucking can't. I'm out. I am out.
I ate Kevin for breakfast. That's what he said. He's gonna, oh my God! Yes, it is. It is Yuri.
Yep.
He's the main character of this game from before. After what happened last month, he lived through that. I questioned that, but I said, okay, fine. I said he had to live because of your save data for the test checks. But
yeah.
That being said, it's sometimes the question of the how. Like, how did he do that? He's not himself. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, is he was from the beginning in part 1.
So he's the main character of the game.
Okay, so since we also showed Intermission last time, what happened to that cutscene? You want to lay him into that?
So that was when Shanghai got leveled, like we were talking about at the beginning of the episode, doing a little recap.
Yep.
So that demon that was summoned, Yuri ended up running towards it because he's like, I'm confused with it and I can save everyone. And then his, like, soul ended up just getting swallowed up by it. So his physical self is obviously just fine.
Okay, so that's the surprise.
As for his mental and state and his soul and everything.
Is it just gone, his soul?
Well, we'll see.
Ooh.
That's what this is.
He's not talking, really, on top of that. We don't only know him, we've been through struggles of life and death with him.
Accurate.
Oh yeah, no question. But how'd he get to be like this? Probably what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Attacks unexpectedly, but then he wouldn't attack Alice, would he? So yeah, Alice is gonna go up there and say, like, remember me.
Because that always works.
With Alice, I would buy it. He never appears a human as if he lost his soul somewhere along the line, which goes to what you're saying. Because I said, how did he survive that, number one, but also the idea of, like, what it do to him. Clearly it did a lot.
He amounts to.
Come on, kid. He's like, yeah. Yeah, the seraphic radiance that we saw last time that Roger Bacon was involved with. Completely consumed your soul. Don't you remember me? No. Oh, okay. He's going back to the idea of his mother. You damn monsters, you're here for Mom, aren't you? Oh, so he's regressed to his childhood, pretty much.
Bingo!
Okay. But see, that's funny, because there's that voice we had. I said, you said it wasn't his mother, but I'm thinking, wait a minute. This would maybe give a little bit of credence to that idea, but fine. We'll see who that is eventually. But
yeah, I did say that wasn't his mother, because his mother is dead. Oh, yeah. Oh, very much so.
And he's hitting, Alice, who they formed a strong bond with. Both okay, how do we defeat Yuri? Which sounds weird.
All right.
This I didn't expect to see this coming. Look, when you said like who's up in that room, I said that's him. But then I also said, wait a minute, this is not what I was surprised or was expecting.
I love everything about this right now.
I love everything about this entire play and every show we do.
Okay. So here's the thing, and this is what I do.
What's that?
So we know that Yuri has an elemental affinity to dark.
So just clear that off.
Well, what I'm gonna do, Alice has Holy Edge, adds light attack to any physical attack.
So put it on Keith and slam him. But also, when you think of a lore concept, that would make sense to do this because Alice is basically praying that she can get Yuri back, or we can get Yuri back to normal. So honestly, it works great from that perspective too.
So at this point in time, because Yuri's still in his human form, he only has access to his basic physical attack.
But still hurt, as you saw.
Well, not only that, but we also know that Yuri has a special ability.
And he can use it in this battle.
Oh boy, can he! Luckily, it's not that strong.
Okay.
I don't think it's this strong.
Well, that being said, you're right. You know, you want to be sure and you want to be careful. But hey, you know what you're doing. You've been playing this game for over 20 years now.
Yeah. So you can use Alice and Jujin as... Alice is your main healer. Jujin is your backup healer.
He is going after Alice specifically, which, again, canonically speaking, makes sense.
Yeah, but it's not guaranteed all the time. I think it just happens to be this play.
Well, I love that it's become that way. Wouldn't it be great if that's how this entire run goes?
Live for the drama.
I'm living for this drama. It is great drama. It's great the way they're writing this. So honestly, it's a joke, yes, but it's also true.
Am I the villain?
Or it's like,
shit.
It's funny because it's true. Oh.
Yeah, literally, he just keeps going after it.
Yeah,
well. Alright, so we'll go with... That can add silence, that can add paralysis.
Can you affect him with stuff like that?
I don't think so, because I don't know if he's classified as like a boss enemy. It would make sense if he was, but you know, whatever. Just hit him with your hardest attacks, kind of.
Okay. And then just keep Alice alive.
Well,
now
honestly,
keep Alice alive.
The only reason why I keep Alice alive, or anyone alive for that matter, is really just so they gain the XP. Because if they die in battle, they don't get the XP.
Right, or they don't get it when the battle ends. Yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to keep that. Yeah, there. He's going to
Fine. He's like, yeah, old man, I had enough of you.
Jesus.
He's a tough cookie.
Well, but for most of this game, he's been on our side, so there's kind of a bit of a switch.
So let's show off one of Keith's new moves, his Bloodsucker.
Alright.
You can see his ring's a little bit different than the other ones we've had.
Alright.
So, everyone with Keith, he has like a different background image.
I like that.
Yeah, it's cool. And then he will heal for the same amount that he took away, except Keith has full life, so it's 0. In this case.
Also, can we go into who voices Keith yet? Because I think I know who it is.
You can, but he's not going to talk for a long while.
He started talking in battle, I guess, feasibly. That's the only reason I was reminded of that.
I don't know if they use the Japanese for this or not, but
well,
you can go into it either way.
I guess next hit we'll do that, and they'll go into what I'd say in here, but then you can tell me if it's right or not. Because I'm still using the stuff I went to my DB on, and that's not one I checked against it.
I can pretty much guarantee that the one you have for Keith is going to be accurate.
Okay.
I can pretty much guarantee that. Okay, that's what we want to get to.
Is that for?
Yep,
he's
fusing.
Does that happen on this battle
all
by
the
default?
time.
Always happens.
All the time. It's perfect.
Basically, when you do enough damage on him.
Yep.
Ouch.
Yep. He has approximately 2,000 HP. So that's kind of why I said I think he's classified as a boss enemy. But what you want to make sure before you go into this battle is you have Leonardo's bears equipped to all your party members, because he does have an attack that can cause instant death.
Okay.
Which, as we know from when we fought against Wu Gui, is a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, it's just nice to come in prepared. You can't be expected to remember everything. I love the little, like, sigil that pops out.
This little dance.
Oh yeah. I think you're right. I think it is.
Just rocking out.
It might be just a Japanese voice or grunt. But either way, his voice actor, assuming I'm right about this, but correct me if not, it is Scott Rayo. who was Shredder on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon for 4Kids, specifically. As well as Otaki on Oh My Goddess. And he was also Ida on Bakuman, and also on an episode of Celebrity Deathmatch, or episodes of that show. He was John Cusack and Ernest Hemingway. Huh. Which is interesting. So it's like, okay, sure. I guess that's who he is as far as who it is, and I guess we're not an indication like, hey, it's wrong. Part 1 and 2 was like, I got some of the voice performances wrong, although sometimes it's been an interesting thing looking into the voice performances for not just this game, for other games as well, seeing who were they. I mean, I got another case last week with Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, where Kitty Lily is voiced by the person who is Sailor Moon for Japan.
Oh, okay.
Which was, I have the notes from that book you gave me. Kotono Mitsuishi in that game, specifically with Sailor Moon. So like, okay. And it was Christine Dead or Alive 4 and onwards. But still, interesting the idea of like, what's the background of voice performances, and then with this one, a lot of 4Kids elements. We mentioned the idea of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles show. Veronica Taylor, the voice of Ash from Pokemon, is Alice, and Marguerite, who we have not seen yet tonight. Which you said we were going to see her eventually again.
I think you'll see her. No, I can actually almost guarantee that you'll see her.
Okay, either way, we'll see her eventually. So that's the idea.
What do I want to do with Alice?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not how do you solve a problem like Maria from The Sound of Music.
I wasn't even trying for that, but I thought about it after I said it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was there.
Or it's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. If you're a fan of Scorsese stuff. This is very early one of his.
So what I'm trying to do, because now I have sanity to worry about on Alice, I have Keith's magic that is dwindling rather quickly. So, you know.
Yeah, I think Dolphin's like perfect you're hitting as far as how it is. Getting into that rhythm as far as, you know, when you see that, it's just so satisfying. You see it like, you know, yeah,
right,
perfect
now we're
hit.
knocking him down.
Alright.
That's potentially a good sign. He'll show the same kind of animations that we've been seeing.
Yes.
When he starts weakening. So that's a good thing there. Okay, Alice is at full health. Jujin. I just don't want to risk anything in this fight. It ain't worth it.
May as well. I mean, hey, we're dealing with air. It's the perfect again.
Yeah, that's tiny.
Although then again, you've been... Fine. You said you've been playing this game 20 years. It shows. The idea of you being on point to this. And also remember, because we're upscaling this, but also the idea that there's no lag introduced. Which sometimes is a concern with a game like this.
I gotta say, too, like, what I love about the games after this, they really tightened up the ring in terms of how clean it is. And it's not as picky.
Okay. So we're not going to run into a repeat of what happened with the
lottery ring?
That was interesting, no, but I thought
when you miss it, it's a very clear miss.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
That's
that
for
way.
sure.
And that's not even the first, like, missed case we've had of that, but even still, it's like, okay, that's kind of weird.
But I'm glad I got that pure seed perfect, because that actually boosts me all the way max.
Awesome. There you go.
Alright.
Also love the idea of the music here, and that it's kind of reserved. It's kind of letting this moment sink in as far as like, oh my god, someone we thought was gone for months as it was. As
now
he's
back and he's a monster.
He's back, he's a monster, we have to fight him, and think about what this was going on with Alice specifically, is doing the Dark Wave and increasing his attack power. That you didn't want to see that.
Well, it's I'm not worried about it.
Or it happens it's just one of those things that just happens as you go along. It's like a sign that the battle's getting close to the end.
Yeah, I'm not concerned.
Okay.
I want to keep Alice healthy just for the simple fact that I am using her as my healer.
Sure.
So I would, in essence, if she... Oh, here's hoping she doesn't get hit next turn. I'm hoping that I can use a mana item for Keith or Jujin to boost up their magic a bit. Which, good. We're exactly where we need to be.
Okay. Yeah, and she'll live that because she's at full health, I guess. Because yeah, he doesn't have anything that's gonna one-hit kill, and also you have the item. Fine. He doesn't have anything because you have the item.
He has nothing groundbreaking. I'm good. All right. So Keith, I want to actually do Bloodsucker with to get my life back to max. Because he'll take 109, which is exactly what Yuri just hit me for.
Perfect.
So.
You're right. I do love the artist. Well, what?
I lied.
You didn't hit a 109?
No, we hit at 111. Which means I get 111 back.
Perfect. There you go.
That's fine. Now you can.
Yeah, but still have to take care of that.
Yeah, I will.
I do love this mood it's creating, even as far as like the look of the prison this way.
Yeah, it's I guess it's like the dungeon tower.
Yeah.
So at this point, honestly, it's just wailing on him until he drops.
Is this now okay? I was gonna say, is that a bad case which you didn't want to see?
No, just it's a lot of, I'm not gonna lie, like I do like the battle system and everything, but there are definite times, like in most RPGs, it can get repetitive. Well, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, but although in this case it's a bit different because remember you have that judgment ring, so that kind of keeps it at a minimum, I guess. Oh, you got him.
Yep.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, see, all you had to do is complain about the battle system. Say, yeah, fuck you. You're gonna be winning this battle now.
Yep.
Oh, and now Alice is here, so there you go. Nice setup on that. She's able to go to the graveyard too.
What?
Where am I?
Yeah. Who am I? What am I? What am I doing? So she hasn't been here yet, and we can actually move as her. So.
Yeah, the place looks
she
very
comments.
amazing.
Starland mourns and suffers.
You could tell that. She kind of feels something around here.
Yeah. I can feel his despair, so many tears, so much loneliness.
Yep.
This must be a graveyard. Anyway. One thing I do want to point out is when you interact with his headstones.
Yeah.
Alice actually has different reactions to
Does she?
Yeah. So hers are more on the positive end.
Whereas
Yuri's are more negative.
Okay.
So she looks at the, what was this, Earth?
Yes.
Earth. A faint hope for tomorrow remains within the consciousness living in the seal. This is water. A faint spirit of repentance remains within the consciousness. This is wind? Fire.
I think wind's down there in the green, yes.
Yeah, my bad.
Faint bravery, the face of adversity remains within the consciousness living in his seal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and then again, I guess it makes sense as to why Yuri would have that attitude, especially for when we first went here.
Oh, he was, like, afraid of being consumed by monsters.
Uh-huh.
So now it's, a longing for one's father. Oh!
Yep.
Talking about his daddy issues.
I'm trying to remember, did we look at this when we were with him here for the first time?
I don't remember, but we can look at it anytime we come back.
Okay.
Seal of Light is card, Spirit of a Mother's Warmth.
Yeah, there you go. Which she's talking now, saying like, "Hey, you killed my mother."
Oh my god!
After mother.
Yeah, it's very telling about Yuri's personality, and that's what I love. These minute details that really make a difference.
It shows the care they put into the story. Because remember, they could have just said, "We'll tell one thing," but they said, "We're going to go deep into this. We're going to go
balls to the wall."
Exactly.
Yeah. No, and then the wind seal, a faint trust in one's companions.
Yep.
So I think that's very sweet that they did that, and it's a very nice, again, attention to detail.
Remember, because they didn't feasibly have to do that, but you're appreciating that they did do that. Now she's seeing, the mask here now. Her way of playing this is going to be very interesting. I think.
For this shit.
Okay, I got to see this. Yeah, they want to.
Right.
They're like, yeah, you're a beautiful little girl. But she's like,
What have we here?
I don't know if she's going to take it that way.
Who'd have thought you'd come all the way to the mind's darkness? You wish to sacrifice your body, your heart, your very life over to the lad.
Oh.
Who are you?
Yeah, she's like, yeah, whatever.
Hello?
Who are you people?
Are you not frightened by us? My, you're brave for a little girl.
That she is, though. She's shown that element, that growth she's had.
We're the unconscious inside the boy. People call us fear, envy, anger, and hate. I don't know which corresponds to which. I never really looked it up.
I will look it up for the purpose of the edit, just to have an indication, because
Sure.
we will have a record
Sure.
for it. Because at that point, then we can go into it, because...
I always just know him as the staff mask, gold mask, sword mask, and ground mask.
Okay.
So I don't know which corresponds to which.
Okay, well then the game's giving that element, but
Yeah.
you're right, maybe there's some background to it.
The boy's soul you're searching for is seeking death and preparing for it.
Well, he's seeking redemption for his mother, it seems like on top of that. Or wanting to
I
fight
think it
for
was a hallucination.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more hallucination than anything else.
Seeking death?
Yes, retrieving the memories of his childhood.
Right, which makes sense then what's going on here is to seek escape of death because then he doesn't have to go through that suffering anymore.
Well, if you remember, he was saying his mother was killed by monsters.
Yes.
So he's pretty much like, oh, well, those same monsters can kill me too. It's fine. He's embracing that death.
I guess also then because of his father too, like he's gone.
His father was gone over in Japan, over in Shanghai.
And he didn't shake it.
It was essentially that abandonment. So.
Okay.
Yeah, he's dealing with some shit.
Indeed, but it also is smart the way it's looking. We talked about this with Majora's Mask, the idea that, hey, you can go into something like that, but how's that operating? And it seems like they're really going to something. Yeah, no need to continue with life's hard struggles. Just goes to the idea of,
they
when
really
you're in a horrible
suicide
situation, maybe something like that or what that's looking like. And then, but also, remember, from her perspective, remember, she's a woman of, faith that way. And remember, what do they say? Going back to something with Life is Strange, is like, suicide is seen as a sin, and it is, as far as how Christianity works, which is the idea that, hey, that's seen that way for it. But the question is that she's saying that, no, that's not necessarily the real Yuri.
Yeah. Well, she knows better at this point.
She does, clearly. Yeah, I'm not going to let him die.
Yeah, she's like, no, I'm not playing it this way. What a silly thing to say. Would you drag a poor soul that's finally about to find tranquility back to the burdens of this life?
She's then saying, no, this is not the burdens, because I know the real Yuri. He is not someone who would give up ever, even when the worst things happen to him.
Yeah, this soul that was unable to obtain his father's protection or his mother's affection.
Have we really gone into that with the mother's affection? And this is where we're getting this right now.
Yeah. I also think it's just them talking shit.
Well, I mean...
Because they are embodiments of, like, awful emotions.
Well, yeah, we've said that, and we talked every time we talked about this. I always say Odin Spheres is something like that too. But you're right, that idea of how this is operating. That Alice has to face this now and say that, okay, I don't have an answer specifically to this, but she does know certain things as far as how it's going to operate.
Freedom of death's resting place for a soul. Are you saying there's something more this lad desires?
Yes.
Love,
but also the idea of, yeah, this is not the same guy. If you're saying. We can get through that if we stay together, because, the one thing we've seen about Yuri is that for someone who seems like he was initially all alone, he opened up more when he met Alice and Zhuzhen and Marguerite. And that's that idea. And what do you want in return for this? But I don't think Alice wants anything.
Exactly. You are correct. She just wants to be with him.
Yeah, and that's a very natural curve that we've seen her make from the start. And there's something to be said about that idea.
Unconditional devotion, no such virtue exists.
But she's like, no, you're wrong.
On second thought, there is one. The incomprehensible behavior humans call love. Bingo!
Which goes to what you're saying, and you hinted before, is like, where's the love element of this game coming in?
Yeah, they're like, you can't love him. Like, what? Why?
Well, we saw that last time, and that's the one thing I don't know if I indicated specifically when it came to the cutscene we saw at the end of the last part, which was, she clearly has that love when she's begging, was like, no, don't do this, and she's saying, he's gone, and that totally is tearing her apart, because you think, what we saw at the beginning of this game, would she ever have that perspective? But then the idea is that when he opens himself up more, she sees the real person. You see that growth very naturally, both of these characters on top of everybody else around them. There's something to be said about the idea of how they tell this, but...
This is so important. Okay.
Alright, hit me.
So, they are opening what they're calling the Gate of Self, which is that wrought iron gate you saw to the right. Okay. There's a caveat.
Yes.
If Alice goes in there, I have to bear Yuri's burden with him. I then fall under the four-masked curse as Alice, which means that they're gonna come for Alice instead of Yuri.
Okay. Is this in connection with the bad ending?
Yes.
I don't care as long as you reach out to us all. Okay, because I know, just to go into this, I know we've mentioned this before, we'll mention this again. We're going to show both the good ending and the bad ending. You have a save file set up for the bad ending, but you're saying that based on the decision you make here, that dictates it?
Nope, there's another decision.
Okay.
This is just story. But it's important to note that they're telling her this because there is a whole bunch of other stuff that's kind of intertwined with it that will dictate the good or the bad ending.
Okay, here's the question, though. So nothing you do here is going to change whether you get the good or bad ending, or you have to do two things, or just the one thing that we're going to see later?
The one thing that we're going to see later.
Okay.
That's all I have to do.
Gotcha.
Or not do.
All right.
Well, I'm going to do it for this file and not do it for the other file, because if you don't do it, you get the bad ending. If you do it, you get the good ending.
Gotcha.
Make sense?
Absolutely.
Cool.
But for story, you're right. For setup for story, because that's going to be making sense probably when we get there.
Yes. So, yeah, they're like, oh, I'm keen to see what this girl is doing, because we don't understand the concept of love. So they open this gate, go in this gate.
So, Do we have a cutscene coming up here? Oh, no. Oh, back in the fields with her father, where her father was. We saw at the beginning of part 2.
It was Yuri's father.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Did I say that wrong?
Yeah, you were saying her father. I was
oh,
like,
right,
that's
right,
fine.
right.
It's
Okay.
fine.
That, okay,
so
that's
now,
what I meant. I meant
now
Yuri.
instead of Ben, it's Yuri.
Yes.
Who's tending the field.
So I guess we are sort of seeing Ben a little bit. It was like, fine, his son.
Now, is he tending the field? Nope. He's digging his own grave.
Damn. Holy shit, wow. Yeah, I don't know how... Is he going to be going effectively with the hoe there? I don't know if you use that to dig a grave that way. Usually you use a shovel, I thought.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a Japanese thing.
I don't know. See, well, fine.
I can't speak to that.
Fine. Oh God, here we go. Harvest Moon. We never had a shovel in that game. So I was like, I don't know. Maybe so in that one.
He's hallucinating.
Oh, yeah, you're right about that. Wow, he's hallucinating, he's regressing. I'm a good boy, I'll help Dad any way I can.
Uh-huh. So, in his mind, the way that the four masks have kind of, you know, they're kind of perpetuating this, hey, he's, you know, coming into the sweet release of death, whatever.
Uh-huh.
He's regressing back to that childhood and those memories and everything.
As the last step.
He's viewing Alice as his mother. He's saying, oh, I'm helping Dad. Well, if you remember, his dad was sowing seeds in the field.
Yeah.
So she's like, no, it's not a garden. You're digging your own grave.
So she's realizing that.
Yeah, he doesn't see it.
Yeah, I gotta seed the farm before the winter comes. Well, you got the seed part right, but it's like, wait a minute, no, you're right. I did not notice that with that cutscene 2 months ago until you mentioned it.
Well, it wasn't a grave then. It was actually just a garden.
Right.
Now, but they've perverted it in this sense.
Right, but also the other thing is that little detail, oh, there's Ben. In fact, right there.
I love it.
Yeah, Foxface, which is what Ben is known as, Ben and Yuga, the father of Yuri. Yeah, you put him under a spell, didn't you? Oh, he did. Foxface, the remnants of his father. We haven't seen him in a while. We haven't seen him since part 1, have we?
I don't believe so.
Damn, okay. Yeah, what spot to pick? Failed to fuse the seraphic radiance and devoured his soul. As left his conscience screaming to disappear. What comes out and turns the world to ashes is that possibility.
So he essentially fused with the monster so much, but like in essence, but it's just consuming every bit of his soul that he had left.
Okay.
Excuse me. So we're just, you know, trying to snap him out of it, trying to figure out what's what.
I'm not making him suffer. He's scared and weak, as you said.
Right. We saw that, you know, in the previous parts. Yuri was very much a scared child. But
I guess, is he right about that? The idea that the monsters will devour his soul?
nah, it's all just story talk.
Okay, I don't want him to turn into monster screams every time he fuses. And as you said with Foxface earlier, he can kind of get the sense of where Yuri is, so he's basically hearing those inner monologues. Is that the idea?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
So he's afraid he's gonna turn on his friends.
Okay, that I can get.
And he just doesn't want to. He's afraid of what's gonna happen being a harmonixer because, you know, if you remember, this is genetic. This is not something he chose for himself.
Right.
So, you know, here we are. How much do I have to do? Should I keep digging?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So, technically, yes, Foxface is his father. In this case, he's hallucinating it to where, yeah, it's his father, but Foxface is also that embodiment of, like, the darkest monsters in his soul.
So, case in point right there, saying you couldn't match your father and you didn't protect your mother and you're responsible for all the misery that everybody went through.
Exactly. So much regret, so many lies. Poor boy. His fear attacks him like a monster.
Yeah, clearly.
Drinking game. How many times did they say monster?
In this game or in this cutscene?
In the game, you would fucking have to get pumped for alcohol poisoning.
As I said, there's a hospital right down the street.
Oh my god. I'm the embodiment of his weakness. Yuri's not weak.
Yeah, he's not. That's true. We've seen that.
Yeah. So this is where Alice is like, no, I know his true spirit, like, and I'm gonna stand up for him.
And he is a fighter, that's true, you're right, even though he's weak, or fine, not weak, he's nervous in that he will fight, no question.
He can't finish himself, he wants to escape, that's why he keeps digging. He doesn't want to fight the terrific radiance, he wants to disappear, how pathetic.
I do love the shot here of the moon, but she's like, stop!
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand. You ain't believe in anything. So yeah, she has some guts for sure. Dawning up to him is like, yeah, what the fuck do you know?
Mm-hmm.
You're crying for him?
I hate that weepy crap.
But Jesus Christ!
Ah! I was waiting for you to react.
Okay, that too was like he throws that away and he goes to her, so it kind of knocked her out. Well, knocked him out of it a little bit. Yeah, what do you think you're doing? Oh my God! Wow. Oh, because it's also the thought that okay, it did snap him out of it because he thinks that yeah, it's a domestic abuse case.
He's still in his regression, yeah.
Well, I like the idea. Okay, yeah, I like the idea that they're looking at this because, like I said, looking at like a domestic abuse thing, you got to play that right. This game is playing it right. Oh my God, they absolutely are. Because it comes to that shock that you just heard of me. It's like, I think that's probably what you're expecting. Is that what you're expecting to come out of my mouth?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, SarandreaAntonio, what was your take of that? Did I steal the thunder of just yelling that out?
No, it was just kind of crazy.
As far as what it is, because as far as what it is, like, yeah, keep digging.
Yeah, you came in on a part where, like, shit's getting rough.
Oh, yeah, damn, right there. He's like, yeah, he just, you know Luigi's taunt in Super Smash Brothers where, like, you do the kick and it does damage if you're close enough?
Yeah.
He did that, but it flipped him over and knocked him on his back.
So, now he's, you're turning against me.
Yeah, you're not my real father. Well, that's true, I guess,
now
right?
I feel dead and you never will be.
Yeah, but, yeah, he's gonna be handling that fine.
This is too funny. Let's do it, you weekly.
Yeah, talk about a line to take out of context, but ouch!
Oh.
So they
like,
just keep going back.
Hard.
Yeah, except
like, you remember in the first part when Roger Bacon was just like, he just held up his hand and like had that magic, and it just threw Yuri back through the train cars?
Yes.
Like, that's this kind of shit.
Pretty much. You don't give up, don't grieve. You're still alive after all. Is he remembering? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right.
This is that badass music.
Ooh. You're right, it's some hissing.
Ooh.
Now at times I lose, collapse, or spit blood. All of my life, as long as I don't give up, I always stand up and fight again. And that's what he does, and that is the Yuri we know, and now we are fighting Foxface again. Alrighty, so, how does this operate? As we have Yuri back again. Actually, here's a question. Now that we have him fighting again, is it the same stuff we had with him before as far as how his stats been set?
So we still have his old fusions on, which when we left off were Heaven's Fiend, Inferno, and Tornado. So if you remember, it's Light, Fire, and Wind, respectively.
Sure.
So in this fight, Foxface's attacks haven't changed since the last time we fought him.
Gotcha.
Pretty much, you're just kind of wailing on him. He is going to try to lower your SP, but pretty much it just means, like, don't lose.
Here's my question. He was unbeatable the last time you fought him because he was just pot, right?
Yeah, this time you can beat him.
Okay.
And actually, you need to beat him. Because otherwise, when you lose, you go back to the last save.
Oh.
Which means we have to do the fight with Yuri and everything else all over again.
Okay, is this a concern for you
No.
as far as this?
No.
I mean, I shouldn't be thinking that considering you played it for so long, but hey, there's probably going to be parts of any game you play and they're like, oh god, I'm a little maybe concerned about something even if you played it forever.
Yeah, so I don't have the mind's eye on it just because, you know, I didn't get a chance to equip anything on him.
Right.
But, so he's going to do SP lowering, whatever. Not a huge deal. I pretty much just gotta make sure I heal and wail on him.
Okay.
You know, perfect ring help, as always. He doesn't take too long to take out. He doesn't have a lot of health.
Okay.
He's got about, like, 600 maybe.
Which is less than we had fighting Yuri.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. Like, it's... Strikes. I got my strongest, yep. We good. He's gonna lower my health down to 1. Later on in the game, we actually get an ability that makes that a non-issue.
Okay. Yeah, imagine having that in Final Fantasy VII to avoid that thing Sephiroth does.
Ha!
Because it's basically the same case. I always forget the name of it. And I should remember because we saw that happen in Kingdom Hearts when we did that.
Yeah.
First part of that, or first game, I should say. He keeps doing that, then, yes.
Motherfucker.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's the right way
I know
to
he
put it.
does it a couple times in a row sometimes, but it's not always guaranteed. In this case, he decided he wanted to be a dickhead.
Here's a question: if you didn't recover yourself, would this kill you if you're one?
Yeah, let's not ever find that out. I don't know. I don't have an answer, and I don't ever want to find out.
Until I put an edit down on the bottom of the screen saying maybe somebody can answer that.
Could be. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure maybe there's.
Because you're HP, so what killed you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or come back to,
Oh, come on.
or you say come back to Pokemon, because what happens as far as the anime, finish it off with false swipe.
You in that false swipe.
Wait, could you run out in those rooms that heal you?
Oh, I'm using items, so yes.
So what if he like continuously does that? Like,
I don't think he's
13
gonna.
times
I
in a
don't.
row.
I don't think he's gonna.
I don't know.
The RNG is very low on that.
Here's my question though, like watch, if that happens again, it's gonna be what you usually get a case of. Oh,
There we go.
right, there you go.
okay, you're good.
That's what I mean. The chances of him doing that 13 more times are very, very low.
That being said, I guess it's a fair, indication to go about. This is like, yeah, you're right. So, as I say, I'll see if I can find something as far as answering that.
Maybe you can find a video online. Good luck. Finding Shadow Hearts content online anywhere is very difficult.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the Shadow Hearts Wikia. There's a lot of stuff I was gonna find. That's why I found out the other way you can fight him outside of this battle. So
I knew you were gonna look it up.
I did.
That's fine.
So for that, yeah,
He's
he's
gone.
down.
He's dead. Well, whatever. Whatever you call when a spirit dies.
No, he's dead. I'm gonna say that's how it is.
Yeah, there we go. And Yuri leveled up.
Did he?
No.
I was just saying, it
He
looked like
was close, and
going to.
I thought it was gonna push him over. It didn't.
Well, yeah, next battle that'll happen. Oh, okay. I love the music that's playing here, just to indicate that. There we go.
It was actually Yuri the whole time.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought I was like, wait, that's what his
I
father
was just gonna
played.
say when he had his mask, you could tell by the hair. I was like, wait,
He
is
was
that him?
running away from himself.
But even then, it doesn't seem. Look, something like that could be contrived. It doesn't feel contrived with this, unless you think it does.
No, it's just one of those things. You know, you have people who are gonna be nitpicky if they want to look and be like,
But
oh,
I don't-
well, it's obvious it's him. But
I don't know. It wasn't obvious to me.
Yeah.
Someone who never played this game before. I don't know. You picked up on something, but then again, would that necessarily
just a
mean that it's
character
that?
model. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, maybe they shared.
I
character
just
models.
noticed it like that moment, like that, like before taking his mask. I was like, wait, is it the same guy?
Yeah. Well, fine. They're related. It's
Yeah.
father and son, so maybe that way. Was that stupid of me? So, okay, he's back to normal.
Yeah,
man. We're
that's
loving
how
him
you
back.
know.
Yeah, we're loving him back. And
She
she's
just
like-
goes, yeah.
She's very happy to see that way. There we go. So here's our beloved Yuri.
Our rude hero.
Yeah, our great hero. My God, so happy to see him. Yeah, not at all. I didn't have a problem with that. I wanted to see you.
I love his coat.
I do too. It's a great design. I mean, it might be one of those things as far as like a cosplay case. I wonder if people cosplay this game.
They have.
You've seen people do that?
Oh yes.
I'm gonna say you're probably
They're
like
beautiful.
you're probably like go to like an convention or something. You like say like, oh my God, the element of Shadow Hearts.
I've never seen it in person. I would love to.
You should
Because
make
it's
that.
such an obscure thing.
You should make that happen. Get yourself the overcoat, my friend, and make that happen.
I want to.
You should.
So yeah, he's saying when he fused with Terrific Radiance, he thought for a minute he won. But you know, reality bit him in the butt.
Indeed. But still, it's like I get why he would want to do that to protect everybody. Kind of just flowed through me. He didn't know what to do. That's why you wanted to die. Yeah, the dead soul. Yeah. Yeah, which is not normal for him to have the will to fight. With all how Foxface came back.
Yep.
That was good with my dad.
Oh.
More manifestation of weakness.
I forgot they actually like do go in and explain it.
Okay. Yeah, but she never had that element. She was unwavering.
It's you.
Yeah, very important half of you, though.
It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me.
That's a reference to something, was it?
It's a TikTok video sound.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, that's something famous. But now the two halves are one. I'm not ashamed of being weak or afraid.
Anymore.
Alright, let's go back and travel on our journey.
So that's what happened to Yuri.
Okay.
Figured out at least resolve that plot point for you.
Well, that's good. Didn't
Yeah.
really get that element. But yeah, Alice, you alright? Yeah, he's with you. The kid's with you.
He could tell he's back to normal.
Yeah, what? Yeah, the kid is like, yeah, I was not involved in this. What's this all
Oh,
about?
never mind, I lied.
Yeah, how you been all this time, Pops? Perfect. That's how we know Yuri's back. 'Cause he
Yeah.
always calls Eugene Pops. There you go. It is you, isn't it?
I don't know about honest to goodness.
Yep, it is. Yeah, why are you taking that tone? You know I never was honest to goodness to begin with.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So even Yuri said it. The old adept at nothing adept. Okay, there you go. That is what he is, by the way, an adept. Yeah, not just seeing things. Yeah, that dialogue didn't tip you off. Oh, he's always crying about it. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Don't go crying on me now, Pops. Dry yourself out if you cry like that. And this is what we love about Yuri as a character.
Oh, it's so good.
There is this depth to him, but also this levity that's so great and so wonderfully handled. Yeah, stuff it. I'm worried sick about what you're doing, which is why we came to look for you, ungrateful son of a bitch. Oh my
Oh,
god.
Shushan don't pull punches.
No, he does, especially now.
Can I help if the tears come easy in my old age?
Well, as you can see, Chipper's a graveyard butterfly. I don't know if that's a sign of something chipper.
I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, it's just kind of the way they wrote it. I'm not quite sure what he means by a graveyard butterfly.
Maybe just the fact that, hey, when you have a graveyard and there's like a lot of death around, just used to see like butterflies. Something beautiful coming somewhere like that, maybe, but I don't know if maybe
I wasn't sure if it was a reference to something that maybe I just didn't understand.
I don't know, Chad, if you know, or I can look into something about this when we edit and see if maybe there's something to it.
I mean, I took it as what you said, you know, but...
Which
you
makes
You
sense.
never know with this game. They interjected a lot of weird little things.
Yeah, I get that. Oh, yeah, he doesn't want to ever retire.
Who want a booger-picking kid like you to look after them anyway?
I don't know if we've ever seen Yuri do that.
No.
But he's like, yeah, what are these?
Bosom buddies or sworn enemies?
It's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say
Both.
both. Yeah, here's his castle, right? Sorry it caused so much trouble. Is it, yeah, who are you? Your intense burst of energy finally roused me from my sleep.
So when he landed, there was like some energy that he let off.
And the world changed so much, I think I'm in a traveling mood. Alright, so there he's coming with us, I guess, yes? Yeah, on a special journey yourselves. Well, now we have Yuri. I guess the question is what? We're going to be going back to our exorcism stuff. Did you ask you do, so you're finished, but you piqued my interests. Yeah, can I join the party?
So like I said, Keith literally only joins you because he's bored.
Well, also because his problem is solved, so you can come back here, it's gonna be fine.
He's bored. He's just bored.
Gee, it sure is boring around here.
Give him something to do.
Well, I mean, he was asleep for 200 years.
Yeah, but yeah, no guarantees of safety if you come with us, okay? You'll have more fun traveling with that widow and her daughter from the village. They're not going anywhere, are they? I thought they're building the town up.
I don't know if they still plan on going to America or not.
Oh, right, they'll eventually probably, I
Yeah.
guess. So, okay. Yeah, you're right, he is tired. Just want to be free of this endless tedium of nothing to do. So, he said, have you ever seen 8.5 by Federico Fellini, where it's like, he's tired of, you know, the humdrum of what he is. Or The Night Before Christmas with Jack Skellington, same deal.
Doldrums.
Yeah, get out of the doldrums of life for what your, you know, calling is. Do something unique to spark things up.
Keith.
Yeah.
Just as Keith.
Actually, question: when you if you change name of character, as far as because you can type in the name of it, does it actually show on screen in their dialogue what the name you changed is?
I'm gonna go with yes, just because it makes sense.
Okay.
But in all the time I played this game, I've never once changed the names.
Well, I know you're one of those people who will
I'm
go.
a purist.
Well, no, you say you go canonical with the names. In fact,
Yeah.
I think it was. I don't remember. Chasm22, was it you who said like well, you're a purist when it comes to naming the characters specific as far as what they are for gaming? Sometimes I'll do that, but in other cases I'll kind of go something specific, or if it adds something funny, I'll sort of do something with that when we get to Link's Awakening. Well, fine, the Game Boy Color Link's Awakening because they don't let you put in what I want to put in as an indication for the Switch version. Which I guess we'll do the Switch version. I still have to look if I'm going to get content strike for doing the Switch version, because Nintendo gets really persnickety about that. I still have not looked into that, and I gotta figure it out. I'll do the Rock Band Blitz thing off screen this week. I gotta practice the Parasite Eve and all this other stuff. I'll also look in the Link's Awakening case. Whoever this. Yeah, I go with canon names. So you get Kesm22 was you. Alright. Alright, yeah. Juzen's happy and you kept me going for the past 6 months. Thank you for indicating that, Kesm22. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. How you. Is there games, SarandreaAntonio, you've played where you can change character name and you usually change it or not?
Oh, no, I normally never change it. I like to keep it original. Yeah.
No? Okay. I got you. Okay. I mean, it depends on what it is, really, although, I mean, it's sometimes a question of what it is as far as game, what it will create for that, but then also...
Why are they walking away?
For the box?
Did you see the sparkle?
Yeah, I did see the sparkle on the left.
All the fucking time! Why are they walking away?
Are you allowed to go back in there?
Yes, unfortunately, you have to truck all the way back up the fucking tower.
We have discussion case, it doesn't matter, so who are we leaving out? Yujen? Yes. I guess that's retreating because of you calling him an ungrateful son of a bitch. He's like, yeah, you're getting sidelines.
I don't need it. I don't need him.
Okay, what's wrong? It's red, but now it is a blue castle. Farewell, dear castle. Now we're going to be able to time travel. Later. Okay. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I think I'm... Yeah, he's maybe like... Maybe he thinks he's going to die or something.
I have made an error, though, that I need to fix very quickly.
Going to get the item? Well, that's not your fault. That's the game's element of pulling you out here.
No, but I do need to pull an item off of Zhujian.
Okay. Well, you can pull off from menu, can you not? When you don't have them, you have to go back and switch them out. Oh, so that means a trip to, I keep forgetting his name.
Meihuan.
Is he here?
I don't think so. I think he's gone.
Where'd he go? Maybe he went to the village?
No. Oh, wait. Does he end up in the village? I can't remember.
Maybe. It seems like he did with some of the other places we've went, so that's the only reason I think.
I can't remember. I know where he's going to be, but I don't remember where he currently is.
Here's a question. Well, no, I'm thinking. No, never mind.
You can ask it.
No, I can't ask it because I answered it in my mind already, which was like, can you go back to the places you were at? Like, well, fine, not the places where I knew he was, because like, hey, they were in China. So
why
like,
did I pick Prague?
Because he might be there.
No.
Okay.
He probably is, but he might also.
He was in the bar, wasn't he?
No.
Okay, I thought he was some. I thought we saw it. Did we see him at the end of the last part?
He's normally there. He is. As I say, he's normally wandering around here.
Oh, there we go. Wait, why does it say stay out of my way?
Well, he's got a heart over his head and he's looking in somebody's window.
Oh. Tommy. Peeping Tommy. Yeah, I love pulling that Town of Mr. Ripley quote out all the time whenever I get in a case like that.
Okay, so we're gonna bring... Yeah.
Oh, right, you're taking off the pedometer. Okay. Yeah, well, Zhujian probably doesn't want that stuff on anyway, so yeah, at that point, fine, whatever.
I mean, I have the save file that has everyone's moves, so, like, it doesn't matter if I ever use Zhujian again.
Okay.
And I probably won't.
Okay. Why is that? Just because Kita gives you more?
Don't need him at all. Okay, so we are going to put this on our girl. Ah!
The pedometer.
Always at the bottom. Yeah, we're gonna do that, and we are going to... I'm not really concerned about status effects right now.
How far are we in steps, though? Actually, I'm thinking about it.
I can find out when we get to one of the next major areas.
Okay.
Right this second, I do not know, because the only way to tell is by talking to a silent peddler, which we may be able to actually find out in Prague when we go back.
Okay.
And we will be going back after...
the walk-up.
After the walk-up.
Okay, so yeah, open mic night. What do you want to talk about? Where are we going?
Granted, I want you to know that there is a very good reason why I'm going to get this item in particular, and you will find out when we get it.
Okay, then yeah, where do we want to go before we get there?
Do you have any questions thus far that don't like lead into spoilers?
I don't know, SarandreaAntonio, you want to take that too? Because since you're seeing this game for the first time, feasibly this way. I mean, there's a lot to take in.
Yeah, I mean, a lot happened.
Mm-hmm. I like seeing Yuri again, because at first, like, wait a second, how's he coming back? Is he coming back? What that's looking like. But, I mean, I love just the idea of how... I mean, it makes sense how he came back, as far as how it was. It doesn't feel like it's a cheat specific.
Right, you know how sometimes they do that, and they're like, oh, and all of a sudden, he's back.
No, no, we're talking Mega Man, Mega Man X6. I hid myself while I repaired myself for, 0. You'll get a context when you see that game and we play it, because I have to be the one who plays Mega Man X6. I made the agreement with, Nocturne. Like, she loves Mega Man X specifically, but also I said, you know what, fine, I'm taking the bullet on Mega Man X6 to get to that. She'll do X, 5, 7, and 8. I'm doing X, 6. I'll do X1. She's doing PSP of X1 as well, and then I did X2. And X3, I think we're gonna do twice what we did with X4 already, because she played Saturn for X4 and
they really
0.
Boosted his level.
And I did Mega Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say Yuri's so high. He's level 29 compared to everybody else.
Yipper. So one thing I want to point out too, I don't know if you noticed, but I now have 2 stars next to Light, Fire, Wind, and Dark. So every bit of energy that I was able to gather while I just had Zhujian and Alice
Goes to him.
still went into the stock.
Perfect.
And another little bonus that I never told you about.
Yes.
Once you hit Europe, all the numbers you get for the soul energy doubles.
Awesome.
Ha! So
now
it's so much easier to build energy. You see, I'm 1 away from Earth and like 6 away from water.
Yeah, that was cool. So Dollyfin was saying, I guess, about everything we've seen. Anything else you want to elaborate? Specific as far as what we're seeing and how and all this stuff. I mean, yeah, this game is.
I'm
really
glad everyone's enjoying it. Like that was my big thing. I knew that I loved it, but
you think people were not going to enjoy this?
no.
Fine,
I mean, I like the fact that people are enjoying it at least as much as I do.
I mean, here's the thing, and I've said this before, and it'll be with any case, whether it's a game you're going to be on, or SarandreaAntonio, or both of you, or myself, or whoever. In a lot of ways, the passion you have for something, even if you hate it, can oftentimes be infectious in a lot of ways. In fact, with this game, that's why I'm saying that I'm so taken by this, of what I've seen just so far of the about 17 and a half hours of seeing this game so far, till the last 2 parts and halfway through this part. I'm realizing, looking at this, I'm saying, this just seems interesting, and your intrigue in this, saying, this means so much to me personally because of all these things, all the passion coming into that makes it so that it's something that you get excited about. I think it works as far as this. So, like, look, it doesn't necessarily matter if people haven't played this game. Yeah, Kev's right too. Just have one quick question about this, which is, you're going to be giving Yuri the Mind's Eye.
Yes, I forgot in the last 2 battles, but I planned on it.
Okay. But, I mean, he's played this game, so he has that element, but also, I mean, Dolphin, I don't think you've played this game, Dolphin, yes, no? I think I might have asked you this when we were on one of the shows we played, of something we did when she was on. But, I mean, that being said, sometimes that thought you might have as far as something, that can say a lot. I mean, as I said, a lot of ways, you're playing this game, right now we have not done, camera perspectives on this show. Might potentially get to that at some point, maybe. But also, in a lot of ways, the game you're watching on the screen, that is him on screen, as far as this meaning so much to him. So that'll be whatever it is, SarandreaAntonio, anything you want to be in or do, specifically, that's going to be a case of you telling a story of what is it that you have a connection with, and what is it that it means to you, and that can play to other people. I mean, because here's the other thing, you were saying to me, like, hey, games, I mean, let's talk one story, I'll go into this. You were coming into tonight, you said, like, I was telling him about the game, and it's like, yeah, MD-Track might know this. It was called Rush and Attack from Konami. I basically, as soon as I heard that, I said, let me see where the modern release of this is. I found it was on the Switch. I bought it right in front of them, off of nothing. Spent my $8 just dropping on that, because I want to see this game. That passion, I said, show us what this idea is. And like, hey, if we ever want to do stuff with that game, that's all yours. You call dibs on that one. I basically called dibs for it for you. We will not touch that until you were on the show. We
played it a little bit too before, so
it's really interesting. And that idea of that experience is something that you might not think, well, what is this game specifically? If you're not familiar with that, it came out in 1985 from Konami, and there's a remake that was on. I'm trying to remember what the name of the remake is. You know what? I will do something I usually don't do, but I'm not playing this game, so I can do this, which is look up what the remake is. Well, I mean, yes and no, but also the question of, look, it's like, hey, I have to run the stuff for the show as far as that, but it's also a case of like, well, wine, whatever. Let me see what that remake is. Because I remember there was one, I hope it's still available. It was Russian Attack Expatriates. Which, okay, yeah, came out in 2011 it's on PS3, it's on Xbox 360. They didn't make it backwards compatible on Xbox One, Series S, Series X, you need 360 or PS3 to play it. But what it is, apparently, it's kind of a Metroidvania from what I'm seeing. It's also kind of running for certain things with the way the game is operating. Okay, I don't think it's gotten to the list. In fact, I can check that specifically just to get a sense of it, because I knew there's a remake of that. Like, I'd heard the name of the game. I hadn't played it until tonight, thanks to you. Thank you very much, SarandreaAntonio, and for sharing that story that way. Hey, if you want to wax yourself like in Russian attack, go ahead. Right now, like,
We got time.
Feel free to shut me, to just go into that as far as it, don't let me stop you. But that being said, I do want to understand, I'm pretty sure that's still around for that remake. But yeah, go on that or anything else you got.
No, Russian Attack, like, I played it so much. Like I said, I honestly played it on the 360 first, but it came out way before. But I was like, this game is so simple, but it's great.
Simple and fun, but also something that it is a little bit off the beaten path. Even of the early stuff of Konami's, it's something that I had not really played that much, and I had not seen many of the re-releases, but it was something that when I played, I said, this is kind of interesting. You think, like, well, it's going to be like Contra because of Konami and maybe some of the elements of it, but not completely, because it's more of a close combat kind of game, which I thought was kind of unique. Yeah, it is available still. It is a $10 game. So yeah, if you have 360 or Xbox 360, or an Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3, Rush in Attack Expatriate is downloadable on that, and the original game, I believe, is up on that specifically, I think. Or then I think there is a Konami collection.
I still have my 360, so...
Yeah, hold on to that, and also pick up the remake. I'm curious about the remake just when I played it this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the main one is $5 as a download. I think that's the only for that one. But then Expatriate is on both the 360 and PlayStation 3. That's the idea. And I'm gonna look at that Konami Greatest Arcade game was on the 360. There are two of those. Weirdly enough, there were re-releases of the downloadable games they did, but there's only 3. And a couple of them go for quite a bit of money. Yeah, it was... Okay, it is in the Volume 2. The Konami Classics Volume 2, which puts that one, the arcade version of Contra, and Track and Field, which is a game I love. But then the other one has Frogger, Super Contra, and then it has Castlevania Symphony of the Night. So for that reason, it's like $50 now. If people want to have a hold on that, because Castlevania Symphony of the Night is a game that on PlayStation is almost $200 now, despite the fact that they made a lot of copies of it.
That's like when we were talking about the little PlayStation console.
The PlayStation Classic.
It has that Final Fantasy on it.
It has.
Like how much? Like that's pretty expensive, right?
Which is weird because people hated that thing when it came out.
Are they still selling it for around $100?
Yeah, it's still like it's $150 you can get it for, like $120.
Which isn't bad. The only downside and the reason why I didn't get it is because it didn't come with any of the AV cables. Which was, or the adapter or something. It didn't come with something.
Yeah, it didn't come with the plug, the plug to go in the wall for the USB. But then again,
so
also, that price, though, it is also steal, because if you want to play Revelations Persona, the very first one, that is the only re-release of it.
That's why I want to get it.
Not counting the remake on the PSP of the first game.
That's why I want to get it. Because the only one I have on, the only one of, well, I don't have the original, but then doesn't it also have the other Persona 2 that got released?
Eternal Punishment?
Yep. Because I have Innocent Sin on the PSP.
It doesn't. That unit does not have it. Eternal Punishment is on PlayStation 3. I downloaded on PlayStation 3 specific because hey, $6 compared to $500
for real.
Actually, I don't even know if Eternal Punishment is expensive as Revelation Persona. I saw that one when I used Game Source like $500. But yeah, the PlayStation Classic. Let's go on because we haven't talked this thing. It tended to be not.
What does it not come with? That like you can't like an AV cable?
The power adapter.
So it comes with the system, but to not play it?
No. Okay. What it came with is it came with the system and one controller, which is not the analog control, so not the DualShock, the one he's holding in his hands over there.
The PS1.
The PlayStation 1. It's based on PlayStation 1, but there are a lot of games on PlayStation 1 that use DualShock stuff or the analog sticks, like Ape Escape. Ape Escape's not on that. It needed that controller to play it. But the cable didn't come with. It came with an HDMI cable. As far as the power cable, it was a USB connection cable only, but it didn't come with like a plug. Plug that into the wall. So the only way to actually plug it in is you have like a spare USB port, or you have other USB to like wall connectors.
Yeah.
So you could run it still, but people are like, wait a second. It seems like it was cheap. It seems like it was rushed for the purpose of the holiday season, which that's not why it kind of was. And also, I guess, the game lineup. But also, the other thing is that with that game lineup, for some reason, they mixed PAL games in that. And what we said about the PAL games usually, which is that the Hertz they ran in, just kind of surprised for certain things. But if you plug a USB keyboard into it, hit the escape key, it brings up the debug menu. You can change what the regions are, but they don't have this as an option unless you plug a USB keyboard into it, which is very weird. Yeah, as far as the games that were on that, there's some good ones. The US had Battle Arena Toshinden, Cool Borders 2, Destruction Derby, Final Fantasy VII was mentioned, Grand Theft Auto 1, Intelligent Cube, which I remember Alex indicated really liking that one. Jumping Flash, another one he mentioned, I have that on the PS3 as well. Metal Gear Solid, which we played for the show, and I had a great time with that. Mr. Driller, which, weirdly enough, that version is also on Dreamcast, the versions, but yeah, Mr. Driller from Namco. We're talking off the screen, Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, that was on there as well as Ridge Racer Type 4, Rayman, the Director's Cut version of Resident Evil 1, Revelations Persona, as we mentioned from Atlas, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, Sci-Fi Filter, Tekken 3, which we're playing in April 29th specifically, Rainbow Six, Twisted Metal, and Wild Arms, which I know Tekken 2 is a big one on Wild Arms. And hey, that was on Fantasia, which was the game that went along with the Penny Blood thing. Though, weird enough, Japan got some stuff that was pretty interesting. They got Arcglad 1 and 2 and Armored Core, and actually, they got Parasite Eve on this thing. Lucky bastards. Like, I can't believe that we didn't get Parasite Eve on this thing, although I know it's maybe a licensing thing. There's also Devil Dice, G. Darius. I
have Devil Dice. I still own my copy.
How is that?
I mean, it's a fun puzzle game.
Okay, I never played it. It's, yeah, I'm curious about that.
I'm surprised that Japan was the only one that got that.
Yeah, and it did come out here, surprisingly.
Yeah, that's not a bad game.
Yeah, Gradius, goddamn, we're talking Konami. They made stuff for that. Let's see what else. For Japan only, I may as well indicate that. Yeah, Parasite Eve. I cannot believe Parasite Eve was on that for Japan. We didn't get that. There also was, I know they're gonna do Mega Man Legends. They're trying to, but that didn't happen. And then, let's see. That's exclusive for them. Let's see.
Yeah, honestly, like, I didn't realize it when it first came out, but, like, I should have picked up the PlayStation Classic just for the Persona aspect of it, because it is the cheapest way to get that game.
To get that version specific. Although, but then again, you played the PSP game, yes? Is that
better?
better?
Sin. That's Persona 2.
Oh, you didn't play the first one on the PSP?
Nah, I never played the first Persona, period.
Okay, yeah, because I bought the PSP one of that, which you can download that way with great difficulty, but I can help with that. If you ever want help with that, I can make that happen. Yeah, as far as what other things they got, we talked Square's Saga Frontier, which got a remake actually last year. That was on this unit for Japan, and then yeah, that's it. So so the big two cases were Devil Dice and Parasite Eve. It's like, yeah, Japan got those, but also the question of like, wait a minute, and that was the other thing people criticized. They said, wait a minute, where is Crash Bandicoot?
Yeah,
talking about PlayStation, they had to go to Activision for that.
It was strange.
Where was Tomb Raider? Go to Square, because they went to Square already because they went for Final Fantasy. Remember, Square owns Eidos now, so the idea of like getting Tomb Raider running on that. I mean, I guess maybe where's Symphony of the Night? Symphony of the Night's on this thing, so
that's all right. I have that on the PSP too, and I also have the collection that came out digitally on the PlayStation with Rondo of Blood.
Castlevania Requiem.
Yeah.
So Parappa the Rapper was not on that as well. So it's maybe the question of okay, the unit maybe along with some of the design stuff of it. Maybe in the question of like where are some of these big games, and because I guess this didn't sell that great, it was something that then they cut the price pretty quickly, like $20.
Yeah.
But then again, you're right, because now it's gone up. I guess that reason because they don't make it, but then again also the thought of, hey, if you want a cheap way, run that. Yeah, that's the way to go for some of that stuff. Or hey, people get it and they'll just put stuff custom on. It's like, fine, they didn't put the PlayStation Classic stuff that we wanted to see. Fine, let's get all the Crash games. Let's get Crash Team Racing.
I was going to ask you, does it work like a Raspberry Pi?
I believe so.
Okay. Wow.
People have loaded that thing massively as far as games that are on that. I mean, well, then again, I think a lot of the mini units that have come out, the Sega Genesis ones, the Super Nintendo NES, it's a Linux-based processor specifically. So the way it operates is that you can basically do a load on that. And people say like, wait a minute, that seems like that's a better option for certain things. Although then again, it's not necessarily a bad selection of games they give you. It's just
it's just not everything.
It's not everything, and then also it's not even the question of did they emulate it badly. From what I understand, I think everything was emulated okay. It's just the question of wait, why are there different regions and where's like the switch? Because hey, the switching of that. Because I mean, the Genesis Mini units they let you switch between regions for games. That's cool.
Yeah.
But
you would think they would extend the same thing to.
Yeah, so for Sony, you'd think, like, wait a minute. And people were first like, they put something in and says, like, wait, this is a PAL version, but not for everything. Some stuff is of the US version, including Revelations Persona, but then Resident Evil, that is its PAL version they're giving you. For some reason, and I don't understand why that was. I mean, a lot of this stuff, I mean, here's the thing. It would be one thing if it was a game that was only released in PAL, like, we talked Klonoa on the show a couple times. With Klonoa, there was this Klonoa volleyball game whose name I always forget, but I put an edit when I did something a couple weeks ago. It was only in Japan and Europe. We didn't get it here. So the thought of how do they, you know, maybe put something on that unique for that unit that was only in a region. So, okay, the only PAL version, yeah, fine, maybe to that. But either way, it's a kind of a weird one. Or, fine, we talked Mega Man and the Wily Wars. They put that on the Genesis Mini unit, but it only got physically released in Japan and Europe, but it did get a download release on the Sega channel in the US. They gave us the NTSC version that the US got in that, and that's the one they ported to the Switch on the Switch Online expansion pack. So that was kind of weird that way too, as far as like how Sony's case. But yeah, right. I mean, hey, if you're curious about something like that, that might be an interesting thing to go. And like, hey, if you love the Sony brand and some of the stuff that was unique on that console. Yeah, definitely. And hey, it's fitting, as I said, we basically have PlayStation games going the rest of this month, because not that we ignore consoles on this show, that's absolutely not the idea. There definitely is not as many things as far as some of the PlayStation units, not least Switch, because I have stuff on PS1 and PS2 and then PS3 now for that, but then the question of some things I have multiple platforms, I might not have it on this system.
Right.
So, that's that idea.
Okay. So, a couple things I want to go over.
Go ahead. We got to the top. What was in the box? I think oh, an erotic book. That's what you came back for.
Nope, not the erotic book.
Okay.
Nope. That was in Kui High Tower.
Okay.
No, we came up for the Dark Gravestone. So, it's a strangely glowing stone. It seems to have the same evil spirit as the one in the graveyard.
Okay.
So, what this is, you require a gravestone of every single element that corresponds to these guys in order to unlock your third level summons.
Okay.
You cannot get your third level summons unless you have that gravestone.
So you want to get this.
Right. So it's super important. So right now I've unlocked Dark level 2 because of all the energy that we've accumulated. And I can also unlock level 2 for Fire, Light, and Wind, which is phenomenal. I can get a bunch of new summons. I did it again.
Well, it is summons,
fusions.
I guess.
Fusions.
Okay.
That's what I want to say. Also, my Malice is almost red, which we know is Danger Zone.
Actually, here's a question, because you beat Foxface. Will he come back still now if you get in the red zone?
No, but there's something else.
Oh. Are we going to see what that something else is, potentially?
Later.
Okay.
So, first things first, I want to get rid of the Malice. If you remember when we were in Asia and we cleansed the Malice, it was Evil 1, 2, 3, 4.
Uh-huh.
In Europe, it has changed.
The Gustvier?
Gustvier, yeah.
Gustvier.
So, it's German. I don't know why they picked German. I don't understand the reason behind the choice for that.
They're in Europe, I guess, but still.
I guess. But the other ones are... So, I looked it up. Gust just translates to ghost.
Uh-huh.
And then they do Eins, zwei, drei, vier, which is 4.
Ghost 4. Okay.
Right, so it's Ghost 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's cool.
I did all that when I was first playing the game. I was like, what does this mean? Does it translate to something? I found out, yeah, it's German.
Also, yeah, you're a fan of this game. You're damn well looking to every bit of it that you can think of. For you, for this game, or me, for any game, or telling you for anything you want to see. You love a game, you want to know more about it. You want to know everything, eventually. Also, yeah, it does have the Kaiser look, which goes to the opening of Shadow Hearts Covenant, I think you're showing.
Yep.
For the
Second entry in this. Which I've also noticed, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll do it again, or if he'll get a chance to. When that Nova attack hits, take a look. I'm noticing some clipping on the edges.
On the model Fury, I did see that.
Right, okay, so you saw it too. So apparently there's a very finite box that's there that I never noticed in all the time playing this game.
Okay.
I don't know if it's always been there. I would assume so.
We saw something sort of similar with Parasite Eve, but that was part of that. I think might have had to do with the emulation or what, because they basically did a straight emulation from PlayStation 1 to PS3 for that because they don't have the source code for it. But that created weird artifacts I don't think are in the original version. But this is not that, because this is the only version of this game. This has never gotten re-released.
No.
But yeah, we're gonna make that happen. We're gonna change that, damn it. As far as like our play of this, that's well, fine. Part of the point, but also the part of showing it. Because hey, people liking this, what they're seeing, and there's like, hey, I'd like to play this, and they say like, oh, by the way, it's $150.
Yeah.
So if you can't afford it, you're like, okay, another option.
All right, I'm gonna give you first pick.
Of what?
Pick an element. You got 4.
Yeah, which are the fire,
Fire, dark, light, and wind.
Let's go the light.
Okay.
Does it matter which one you pick?
No. I'm just giving you a pick because it makes it more interesting.
Oh, you have to fight each of the fusion monsters.
Yeah.
Wait, we haven't seen this yet, have we?
No.
Okay.
This is the level 2 light spirit.
Okay.
So, I think I told you, I don't remember. The design will stay relatively similar, but they will slightly change with every level up, essentially.
Okay.
So, I tend to go with Inferno, again, just because he has the highest physical attack out of any of them. And then I just wail on him.
Is there going to be a case of these things being more dangerous than they've been when we run into the other enemies here?
What, like the level 1s? Well,
fine, that part, but I mean also the idea is there's certain things you really are going to get nervous about seeing, depending on which one of these you pick.
They're really not a threat.
Okay.
So, lucky for me, this fusion happens to increase his special defense power, which does nothing against my physical attacks, so
yep.
Keep wailing on him.
Yeah, just give him the palm. There you go, he's down.
And eventually he'll slouch. There we go.
There you go.
He's now healing himself.
Oh, yeah. I guess that seems like that's going to be the case where it's going to be something you have to deal with.
It's fine. So now we're going to start seeing a lot of, like, level 2 spells.
Okay.
Throughout, you know, from enemies, from, you know, ourself, what we can learn. So it's pretty cool because you can kind of see that natural progression of, like, the game.
Sure.
And how it goes, and it's like, oh, well, here's the point where you're going to start seeing level 2 shit.
Yeah, like the soul of Baldo here.
This is Baldo. And then I absorb the light spirit. Feeling of repentance fills your heart.
Which makes sense then you talk to everything here when we had Alice visiting.
Oh, so I'll do it. The seal of light is carved here. He doesn't say anything. I think in the beginning, when you first do it, he says something like specific, but
okay. We'll get a sense of that as we go along.
All right, pick the next element.
Oh,
we got wind, dark, and fire.
I guess let's cleanse the dark. Oh, I didn't notice that grave over there. That seems new. Oh, they say, oh, it's part of this.
I'm not saying nothing.
I don't know.
I'm gonna let that one go for now.
Oh, that's gonna go to plot, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll make sense later.
Okay. Well, at least I guess it's good I noticed it. I don't know.
Very good. Because then it's not gonna really come as a surprise later. I'll
probably put up the thing like I did part 1, which is like Captain D-Track will remember that.
Yeah, right. So now we're fighting against Count.
Okay.
Who,
we sort of saw him before, sort of, but I mean...
Did we?
Okay, no.
No, we saw the third level, the dark.
Gotcha.
That was Chernobyl.
Alright.
Kauron, I don't know how familiar you are, but he is the ferryman for the dead in Greek mythology.
Okay.
So I do like that they pull names like that.
Sure.
Does he bear any resemblance? No.
I don't know.
Absolutely not.
I can put a picture of him to get a sense.
Oh, well, it depends on your source material.
Well,
because there's a lot of different representations of Kauron.
Okay. There's nothing you've seen that seems in line with it. Or maybe that's the idea. The point is that he's supposed to be different based upon...
Well, it depends on who's... I mean, if you're going by the Percy Jackson movies, he just looks like an old man in a cloak.
I didn't even know those movies went into that because actually I've never seen them.
You're better off.
Am I?
Yeah, you're better off. You're better off reading the books.
Okay. I heard that with those movies.
Yeah.
Even when they
ignored the source material.
Didn't they try to reboot that at some point? They made one of them the Lightning Thief, and then they did another one at some point.
Sea of Monsters, yeah.
Was that better?
No.
Okay.
It started off like looking better, but then it turned out to not be.
Well, those were not made close to each other. They were made in further elements in the fire. I guess since you're over there.
I guess was it fire?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, go on to that because I'm like, wait a second. So basically, it's one of those read the books. It's like
read the books.
Yeah,
you're gonna get more out of it. It's just one of those things that they, they ignored certain elements or they introduced it too soon. Because essentially, what ends up happening is they introduce elements way too soon in the movies. I think because they wanted a cutoff point. Because I don't think they intended on making any more. Because there's 5 books in that series.
You'd think, though, like, hey, any popular young adult fantasy novel series, they'll go the Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings direction, saying we're going to make all of them.
If they were to go the Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings series, then they would have been smart and followed the source material, because that's why Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings were successful.
True, I mean, but also sometimes you have cases where other book series, though, you get the sense maybe they're kind of aping off of things like The Hunger Games, or they made all the stuff with those, but then there was...
Don't get started on that.
In a bad way?
So, you want to talk about what ruined the YA book genre turning into movies?
I would say Divergent ruined it.
Bingo!
I would say that's
Bingo!
Yeah, now you're right. But like, Hunger Games, like, yeah, that's... good. They got better. I mean, especially that first Mockingjay movie. I loved it.
Yeah, no, Divergent killed the genre.
Well, weird, because here's the thing, because those Divergent movies came out right when around the Hunger Games, so they kind of got attention for it.
The problem is that, so I don't know if you ever read the book Divergent.
No,
I did.
I've heard it's better. Am I right? No,
it's not great. It's
okay.
So you have a very one-dimensional main character.
Right, which seemed that way in the movie, but I don't know if that was because of...
Oh, there's just no development and everything. And it sucks because the concept is so good on paper.
It's not a bad idea, no.
I love the concept. But it's just one of those things that it fell on its face hard.
Yeah, I also thought the first was kind of morally reprehensible in terms of its attitude about rape. And people tried to say, like, oh no, this is actually saying something. I was like, no, it's basically like every other movie where it's just pretty much... the thought of like trying to say like, oh, she has controls, like that's every rape scene in anything was like they'll try to fight it. So it's like no, and like they're kind of setting that together. I mean, that seems like that was off to me, but just like the idea like they're not doing it well. It's like fine, you're right as far as how to ruin that. Like the idea that after the Hunger Games came out and they were all done, they said, okay, here's this one. Let's put the last one in 2. I don't think they ever made the last one, or they split it into 2. The other one went to Freeform. It was not even theatrically released if they even made it.
I know Mockingjay was split into 2.
No, that one, the of the Divergent case.
Oh. I never followed the movies. I never saw any of them. I just know that the book itself. Like,
I only saw the first.
The
I saw the first 2 because like somebody said like, hey, what do you think of Divergent?
I didn't even know they made Insurgent.
The second one?
Yeah,
I went the week. I'll tell you, I went the weekend. The weekend I went to that, we had a snowstorm here. I still went to the theater for that. They're like 5 people in that, and they're like, yeah, this is the movie sort of kind of made money, and then the next one made like none, and then because that did so badly, they said, fine, we're gonna stop this completely. But at that point, it's like Hunger Games is over. The Hunger Games movies are generally good. I mean, actually, I liked them all, but I liked Mockingjay Volume 1 and what is it? The one before that, Catching Fire. I like those most.
I never saw anything past the first movie, so...
Actually, they got better, although I think then the last one kind of was like... I was kind of it.
Part of why I never finished it is because I didn't finish the books.
Okay.
So, I honestly... I have an issue with YA now. In a general sense, I like it, or at least I want to like it. But I have a very hard time with books that include romance elements, especially when it happens to involve like teenagers.
Because it seems like, I don't know, it's untoward.
Well, I'm not in that age group anymore, so that's a big part of it. So the books are not directed at my age bracket.
Right.
And also, it's like fucking cringy because it's always a love triangle.
Right. Well, we mentioned Twilight, which that was a triangle too.
Right, and again, it was aimed at teenage girls.
Right.
So, you know, it's just one of those things where, okay, I get it. You're trying to create a strong, I'll use that word loosely, strong in quotations, female protagonist.
Sure.
And it doesn't always work out, A.
Not always, no.
And B, I don't know, it's just fucking cringy. I don't like it.
It can be, but see, here's the thing, with good writing, I mean, look, you could say a game like Shadow Hearts could come off that way, but it's written very well, so you're never asking that question. You're never, first off, it doesn't really have a love triangle thing to it that I'm noticing.
No.
But also the idea is that it is not the kind of thing where it's saying that, oh, this feels like it's off. I'm never thinking that. You could just like maybe look at the start and say like, wait, if it's gonna go that direction, it would be that way. But no, they pace this thing well. They build.
So like, if you want to talk about good writing in terms of books and stuff, like The Hunger Games was written well. But there was still that love triangle aspect, and I still hated it. Again, this is all just personal opinion and how I handle, especially since I've gotten into reading more books again lately. You know, I go between more mature writings and, you know, I still read some YA stuff.
Sure.
I just finished reading Splintered, which is a take on like Alice in Wonderland, and it's a bit of a darker turn.
Okay.
It was good, but there was a character that the character supposed to represent Alice like gets involved with, and like he's trying to romance her and stuff.
Right.
And the entire time I just felt like that gross feeling, and I'm like, I don't know if it's because of the way it's written or because of like who I am as a person now. I was like, I can't really pinpoint it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because sometimes you're on cases where you sound like you don't like love triangles, but that doesn't mean that you've never seen a love triangle done well.
I honestly just don't like romance in books. I don't. I like my horror, I like my stuff like that, and if you want to throw some romance in there, cool, but like, if it feels forced, I'm out.
I think that's a question. How do you tell it? How do you tell the idea of a romance? I mean,
it's just a feeling.
Well, Shadow Hearts is a case of that, because this is, when you tell about this, you could make a case against this game that way, just on the surface, saying like, wait, no, you're mixing a bunch of things, but you never ask that because this game is so well written. This is the kind of thing that, look, you believe the build that Yuri and Alice have, so if you're getting the sense that, you know, they're going to be a couple here, the way that romance is going, that feels real. That feels like it's because they've been on an adventure, they've gone through completely.
It's also a different medium, and I think
it's a different medium. Well, there's different mediums too. We mentioned that, but also sometimes with a game, sometimes the question of how does that go. I mean, fine. You ever play Catherine?
For like 2 seconds.
Because I mean,
that's a weird one.
That's a weird one, but see, here's the weird thing, because that's also.
I have no problem with games. Games can throw all the fucking romance in there they want.
Well, fine.
It's a different method of storytelling.
Okay.
I'm talking about, like, written word.
Okay.
I don't like it in YA books. It's
okay.
fucking cringy and weird and gross, and it's just, again, personal opinion.
So basically the idea that when it comes to young adults, like, if you're going to be going for that, there seems to be some of the way it handles romance elements and love triangles that seem like it's just off, I guess, because of the fact it's looking at a youth element, and I don't know, maybe.
Well, the last book also, to be honest, when he started to try to romance her, it got a little rapey, and that made me feel very uncomfortable.
I mean, I guess also then the question making you feel uncomfortable without a reason, like I mentioned with Divergent, which does that. I don't know if the book does that. The movie did, the first one anyway, specific. So I don't know if maybe that was that element, because I mean, it sometimes goes to the question of like, when can something be done well and when can it not, and when you're gonna say, no, I can't take something. Period. I mean,
right.
I guess going to one thing we mentioned with Majora's Mask, I was like, hey, you hate clowns and dolls. Actually, I mentioned that last week about you with Mystical Ninja Star and Gordon. When we were in the Ghost Toys Castle, there's a case of like these dolls here. It's like, yeah, you're usually not one of your creepy dolls or clowns that way, but then you saw It, the miniseries specifically. Like, you got into that more because you were able to separate the idea of Pennywise because of played by Tim Curry and things like that. And I guess with like a doll case, I don't know if maybe for a game it would be different.
We'll
like,
find out in this game.
This game too?
There's a doll.
Okay, perfect.
I hate it. I hate every second of it.
Is it because of that or is it because of just something else?
They do a really good, they do the environment really well.
So it's basically doing its job too well.
Yeah. No, definitely. And that's the thing. I'm like, oh no, it's good.
So that's, but see,
it's like,
and that's the interesting thing about that as well, which is that, hey, you know, that element, and then also the question of, like, how does, like, a love triangle work? And like, within a context or something like that, you know...
I just don't want it to feel forced. Just don't make it feel...
Which is not easy.
Books always make it feel fun.
I'm trying to think of a case of something like that where it wasn't. I don't know, do you think something? Nope.
Like, okay.
Chad, if you have any input on this, like, why are we doing this? Yeah, because that's how the name of the show goes.
Just using Hunger Games as an example, right?
Okay.
You got Katniss. You got her childhood friend Gale.
Yes.
And then you got, you know, the little baker's son who she just all of a sudden started to notice, like, out of the blue. And then, oh, wait, they're thrust into this situation where it's literal life or death. Like,
Well, I mean, fine. You said you didn't see any of the movies?
No, I saw the first one.
Okay, well, fine. Let's take
I read the first book.
Let's take that first one then as an example of that, because could you make the case that the first one, that the reason they're drawn that way is because they're in this, in this situation that, as you said, is a life and death case, and that emotion is what kind of draws together. The same, maybe in a way like with Alice and Yuri in this game, not the same, probably not done as well.
I just felt like with the book, it was a lot of back and forth, like will they, won't they kind of deal.
Maybe
like who will she choose?
Which goes to what you're saying, which is like difference in medium's case, because they're like, wait a minute, fine. For a book, it seems like maybe that's how they write it, but then for a game, no. For a
but
movie,
that's why
maybe
specifically
not.
I'm talking about a book. I'm not even referring to a movie.
And I like that you're saying that, because sometimes that's a question, like what works in one case, and that sometimes
the
comes
movie
up.
half the time they'll cut it out because you can't necessarily, I'm not saying it's impossible, but you can't necessarily accurately represent that stream of consciousness that gets portrayed in a book.
It's not easy, no.
Right. I'm not saying it's impossible, because I'm sure there's plenty of movies that have done it successfully.
Yeah.
But boy, is it difficult.
Sure, but you're right, and I like that you brought up that difference in mediums, because I know sometimes there's been a question of it, and this comes up a lot.
Yeah.
The idea of when it comes to adapting a movie into a game or a game into a movie, where does it work and where does it not work? And like the movies, the stuff like the Hedgehog films seem to kind of focus in a way that made sense that people were kind of really liking.
But we know 90% of the time movies into games are not successful.
Usually not as far as...
Street Fighter.
Which one?
There was more than one.
Oh, you didn't see the other one.
No, I saw the terrible one from the 90s. Or was there more than one in the 90s?
No, that was probably the good one, because compared to the one I saw. I saw,
Oh, God.
You're shuddering now, aren't you?
No, I want you to send me the link to the other one, because I want to experience the awfulness of it.
Okay, let me explain this. It is, Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li. It came out in 2009.
Never saw it. Never even heard of it.
Okay, yeah, it was kind of a low-budget thing. Weird enough, it has Ryan Reynolds from Deadpool in it. For some reason.
Get the fuck out.
I'm dead serious.
I have to watch it now.
But here's the weird thing. She also goes over to Japan for this, but apparently she trained at Juilliard, which is sleeping in the street for some reason. It's like, why is she not getting a hotel?
This reminds me so much of the most recent Mortal Kombat movie that came out.
How was that?
Awful.
Okay, I never saw it.
Fucking awful.
Better or worse than Annihilation?
Oh, well, okay, so here's the thing. I enjoy the Mortal Kombat movies from the 90s for their campiness.
The first one, yes. The first one's really good.
I like both of them for the campiness.
Oh, fine. Annihilation is hilarious for all the wrong reasons, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I liked them both just because of how like fucking ridiculous they are.
The new one is
just fucking awful.
Why does it take itself too seriously?
Well, okay, so it's centered around Scorpion and Sub-Zero, which fine.
Makes sense for a story like that.
Right, perfectly fine. But there's this other character that they never really explain who he is, what he's about, or how he plays into this story until, like, the very end. And I'm just like, he feels tacked on. I was like, I don't want a story about some rando. I want to have a story about, like, the actual people who are involved in the Mortal Kombat tournament.
Or if you give a new character, make him better. Make him more interesting. Make it feel like it's part of a piece.
Make him relevant.
Make it a piece of something with the other games.
Yeah, he's not relevant. Mm-hmm. And I was very confused about the relationship that he had with this woman and this girl.
Yeah.
Through the whole movie, because this woman. So this could just be a poor casting choice, but I feel like through the whole movie I was like, is that his wife? Is that his sister? Girlfriend? I don't know. He kissed her on the mouth, so if that's his sister, it's kind of weird. So I was just like kind of going back and forth the whole time. I'm like, who the fuck is this person? And what is his relation to her?
Okay, SarandreaAntonio, you ever seen this Mortal Kombat film from a couple years ago?
I did.
Did you use as bad as he's saying it is?
Yeah, I agree.
He warned me against it, and I did it anyway.
Well, you're Mortal Kombat fans. Like, it's like me with Sonic the Hedgehog or something like that.
I felt obligated.
Well, I mean, okay, fine. I'll tell you this. Going back to that Street Fighter Legend of Chun-Li, you'd probably be begging... Well, I don't know if you'd be begging for the Mortal Kombat film again. But, let's put it this way. It's also that movie is, by the way, the reason I don't think the Dragon Ball Evolution is that bad, because I saw it after I saw this.
That's saying a lot.
It's way better than Street Fighter Legend of Chun-Li.
That's saying a lot.
It's way better. I mean, it feels like it's kind of sort of a piece of what it's sort of trying to go for. I didn't like it, but still, it's like, I like it more than this. Okay, there we are in steps.
Yeah, I was gonna say that answers your question. Mm-hmm. So we're actually doing really well because we only need to have 10,000 at the end.
Fantastic.
So we're doing really fucking well. And I think it's mostly because I have remembered to take off of people and put on to people who are actually party.
I will indicate, though, to the Street Fighter Legend Chun-Li just because of the purpose of that, because, like, yeah. Well, then again, I'm also the person who doesn't totally hate the Dead or Alive movie.
I didn't know there was a movie.
Yeah, it was by the guy who made The Transporter. Actually, I think Matt Muscle's new What Happened video is on that movie, which okay, I'll tell you, let me tell you a story about that movie.
I didn't know there was a Dead or Alive.
Right?
Let me tell you the story as to why that was. It opened on, it was June 15th, 2007. I went to the Nancy Drew film that came out that day, which actually I really liked, by the guy who made Dick and The Craft. Andrew Davis. No, Andrew Davis made The Fugitive. Andrew Fleming, I think. If the name's not right, I'll put it down that way. As you're seeing, we got another contract. I went to see Dead or Alive the same day. There were 2 people in the theater. One person I didn't know, myself. It was out of the theaters in a week. Yeah. It is, at least it's kind of in line with the games, but it's not good. It's something I almost would have liked if not, they didn't just edit it poorly. Weird enough, because they cut it really badly in ways like it's kind of a problem. Oh!
Yep.
Ruin is a place where my father fought bacon and died.
Yep.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'll indicate that Dead or Alive thing to you as well. I don't know, it might be better than Mortal Kombat. Now I think I gotta watch that Mortal Kombat movie. Yes. And rewatch the other ones, just because I feel like I should.
Like I said, I appreciate
like
the other 2 for campiness.
Mortal Kombat, it looks good.
Yes.
Everything I think looks good, but
maybe that's...
Story-wise, it's just fucking terrible.
It's not good.
Especially after, like, playing the newer Mortal Kombat.
Which are great with story.
Right, and so going back to, like, the original, you know, when it came out in arcades and everything, I know if you, like, wait for a minute, there's a story that scrolls up.
But that sold well, too, in its way, too.
Who read that?
I did. Who, me? Read that?
You read that?
I was just gonna say, he's that guy.
I realized that after I asked the question, I was like, well, never mind.
Everybody. Well, no, to be fair.
I never read it. How about that?
Well, to be fair, it was like a lot of the home console versions didn't have that.
Right.
So I was like, well, maybe. But then again, remember, even when 4 came out, 4 then started stuff with the cutscenes as far as telling that story. But then you're right, it wasn't until later.
So my point being, I never read it, and I didn't know there was a story to it besides just people kicking the shit out of it.
It's a periphery, although it's more of a periphery than Street Fighter tended to be.
Yeah.
Street Fighter was way more on the side. Street Fighter tends not to go to story nearly the way Mortal Kombat does.
Right. So that's why when Mortal Kombat 9, well,
yeah,
whatever they numbered 9 as.
That is, no, it's just called Mortal Kombat, but we know it's 9. Yeah, they called 9, yes.
When that came out and I played it, I was like, oh, there's a story. I mean, it might have retconned some stuff, but whatever.
I don't know, it seems like it kind of holds decently with some of the other stuff.
But it explained everything to me through cutscenes, and I was like, oh, this is a medium that I can digest, and I can actually make sense of.
By the way, whenever you want to call any of those Mortal Kombat games, feel free to do it. They're all yours, any of the ones you want to do.
9 is rage-inducing.
You don't want to do it?
No.
You don't want to play it, or you don't want to be involved in it?
I don't know. We'll revisit.
Fine, what do you want to call then?
I mean, if you want to talk about the differences between the Switch and other more superior consoles, we can talk about that.
You want to run the 11 then?
Oh, 11 was fucking terrible on Switch.
When I was saying you want to run 11 as far as the show.
We can.
Okay. Or like, hey, if you want to be in on 9, I do 9. I can do 9.
Yeah, 11.
If that's the reason? Is that the reason just because of how it is?
11 was just awful on Switch, like between frame rate issues and everything else. So it went from 60 in fighting to 30 in the cutscenes.
Okay.
And there was a very noticeable dip because everyone who had black hair, it then changed to gray.
I remember I put the edit in with, actually the last time SarandreaAntonio you were on when we did Majora's Mask for that. The thing with Liu Kang. But alright, we got some stuff going on, but who's the flirtatious Yuria?
Just a barfly.
Yeah, she wants to party.
Let's party.
Yeah, you're drunk.
She already drunk. Me drunk.
No way.
Drunk me? No, what?
Okay, that's good.
I don't know.
But yeah, we got something going on. Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom.
And then she just disappears.
I would say it's like Silent Hill 4, like she kind of comes on you and then she goes into the bathroom and it becomes worse. But wait, Roger Bacon's back. Another member of your party's waiting for France. No, somebody even got a kill is waiting in France.
Well, they were saying Marguerite's in France waiting for us.
Okay. That's where we're gonna see her again.
Sure.
No?
Anyway.
Wait, he's drinking?
Yeah.
That's probably not a good idea.
Where's this France place anyway? Is it far?
Well, to be fair, that
Yuri is not a worldly man.
Well, that being said, that would be a question he would ask. Cause, like, it's not a necessarily wrong question. He hasn't been there, but even Zhuzhen doesn't have the answer.
Well, you gotta think, right?
They haven't been
We're
here
in
long.
1913.
Right.
Transportation is not as, I guess, accessible as it is here.
Your train, that's it. That's
Train
all you got.
or they're walking.
Which we walked, actually, by the way, there, which was quite a bit of time. Yeah. Wait, did you remember that trip we went on China?
Also,
I studied
yeah,
up.
and Zhujian is also from China, so, like...
He
yeah.
knows that.
He
Europe,
doesn't know Europe.
I don't think anyone really know. Fine, I'll
Except
find
maybe
Alice.
Alice. You're a regular country pumpkin. Wouldn't expect to see that in a game like this, but...
Shut up, takes one to know one. It's like, yeah, he's going that way. It's like,
Always going back
they're doing the anime lightning thing there, which I love.
Take less than a month to get there. They can catch a carriage along the way. So now think, we're in Prague, right?
Yep.
Think about where France is in relation to Prague.
Seems like it's closer on the map than where we went before.
But think about like if they were to like walk per se. I mean that makes sense. I had to think about it when I was playing this.
We'll go back to the map and we'll see that.
Yeah, I was like a month. I was like that seems awfully long, and then I remember the time period. I was like, oh no, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but don't hear from you in a month. Send link.
Yeah, right. So.
A whole month gone and still no word.
That's it. Our goal next is to go to Rouen in France. They're gonna, eat and whatever. But wait, where's Yuria? What happened to her?
She's throwing up in the bathroom. Or that.
Yeah,
Wait, what, like, they care about her. It's like you said, she's not important to this.
Well, she's been around the whole time. Like, Alice and Zhujian know her because this is where their, like, home base was set up for a while.
Actually, wait, you're Alice the whole time here. Is that the idea? Because, like, I'm surprised you're not running Yuri anymore. So
I was before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they swap it off. Alright, yeah, you in here?
Yep.
Oh, wait, you have to run in here because she's in the ladies' room, right? Good. Great attention to detail.
Yep. Well, there's more to it, also.
Yeah, she wasn't in there.
So
Wait,
ominous for a bathroom.
Wait, bathrooms are a scary place. Have you ever played Indigo Prophecy? That's another case where that happens.
There's nothing wrong with this. Why the pause?
Well, it does look nice as far as how it is. And the thing with the water. Actually, there's some nice water. Oh, she's laughing at the... Uh-oh. Wait. Okay, I'm trying to figure this.
Uh-huh. It's a mindfuck.
Alright. Actually, maybe the Indigo Prophecy thing isn't wrong, because that's a case where you go in a bathroom at the beginning of that game and you're totally losing your minds. But there's someone laughing there, but is it... Uh-oh, she got possessed. Well, she's laughing about it, but that's not her thing. Oh, the mirror. So the mirrors reflect... Uh-oh. He's dead. How's that possible?
What?
Daehuai?
That wasn't Daehuai.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, but where'd she go? Yeah, your tricks aren't gonna work on me. Yeah, I know you're in here. Come on out. Wait, no. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not me. Oh, woman in the mirror. I said, at first I thought, like, wait, that can't be C-Mother, because she's gone, but she's the one who killed Terry last time. Okay. Alright. As the mayor's request. Oh, so yeah, it is Kevin. Or is
it's
it?
Always Kevin.
I think it is, right? Is that right? That's what she's saying?
Yeah.
Kevin did kill him.
Well, Kevin ordered the hit.
You're right. Okay, SarandreaAntonio, you're right. It all comes back to Kevin.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was Kevin.
I love that that's Kevin's idea. But now, yeah. And she probably just let him alone.
Yep. But we do have an upper hand.
You also have the bathroom being way bigger when you pull out.
Yeah, right? Go figure.
So I like this idea. It's like, yeah, I would need to be comfortable this way.
Okay, so we do have a benefit.
Yeah, what's that?
This creature, whose name is Olga.
Okay.
She is a dark elemental.
Yeah, so light her to death.
That's it. That's it. Literally all there is to it. There is a move that if I had it, it would make it really useful to use against her. It's not an attack move, it's more of a defense move, but it really helps.
Is it something you would get here at this point?
It's just based on leveling up, and I'm not high enough level yet.
Okay. Is it something you'd have to like go through a lot of level grind to get?
No, it's actually the next move that I get.
Okay.
I just haven't leveled up high enough yet. I think she gets it around level 30-ish.
Okay.
31. I can look it up.
Or that, or I'll have an edit put down below.
I have it written down.
Perfect.
For Alice, it's level 28.
Okay. So, I think she's close to that.
Yeah. She's somewhat.
Oh yeah, I've seen the thing with the model there. As far as I know, I also put the flashing light warnings on this game when I edit it. Not that they're massive, but just to indicate it a little bit.
Yeah, every part thus far has had something.
Which is fine. I mean, as I said, it's fine. It's compared to Wizard. I mean, fine. We have the element of you know, like Wizard of War, which is at the top of it, like, and Haunted Castle. I mentioned that to you off screen. Yeah, this is not quite that degree, but I'll indicate it. Just because, like, yeah, like, I don't have an element of it, but I think it's just like strong. Honestly, I've kind of kept quiet on most of it for tonight. Honestly, just like reminded that way, like, okay, fine, whatever. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to say, like, maybe when I play a game with a flashing light, if I put sunglasses on indoors, it's gonna make a difference. I'll have to try that with Wizard of War. Specifically, because at some point we'll have to show that again, because I know we'll have to show the Midway of the Origins collection is full. But, at some point. I don't know what we'll do for the compilation show this year. Chad, unless you have a suggestion, I'm thinking maybe doing Namco Museum Virtual Arcade. I know we said we gotta have a Namco night, and I feel like we gotta do that eventually. It also means we get to look at Tower Draga finally. Yeah, you know that.
Your favorite.
Well, it's, SarandreaAntonio, you ever played the Tower Draga?
I've never even heard of it.
That is an
Oh
experience.
no! No! Don't open the can of worms! Put it back! Put it back!
Why is it like?
Put it back!
Well, fine, let him explain as much of it as he can remember.
Oh god,
Do you like that game?
I don't think I was fully paying attention when he played it at work. I know Nikki had a very strong reaction against it.
I had Weck did too, because he just put it down after 20 seconds.
It's bad. It's a very, very bad game. To say it's bad it's an understatement.
It's aged insanely.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Okay.
Some things have aged insanely and they're still good.
Which is weird, because it came out the year before Russian Attack.
Oh, she just learned the fucking move I needed.
Yeah, the Gospel According to Alice.
Oh well. It'll be easy.
What's the name of the game?
The Tower Draga. It is from Namco. It's not, look, it's another case where it's not a horrible idea. It's basically you're this character Gilgamesh, and you are trying to save this princess from this tower. And it's kind of a maze game the same way Pac-Man is, sort of, but the idea is you move insanely slowly, and Yuri's like, fuck this ladies' room bullshit, I'm coming in here. And good thing he did, just
He
said,
heard a commotion.
yeah, like, hey, something could have happened. But it is kind of this, you move insanely slowly, you have this sword out, it looks and sounds great, but it's also something that's insanely hard to come back to. And there's upgrades you can find by doing hidden things you never know to do, unless you play the Switch port on the Namco Museum Arcade Pack Collection, because it tells you what they all are. I said you have to play this. I was actually involved in an argument as we're seeing Arcane Olga. I was put in an argument saying, like, somebody loves this because they like the atmosphere of what it is, and there's like a manga and an anime based on this, so I get it. It's a huge thing for Japan that way. We got some versions, but not many. But then somebody's like, I hated this. So I said, I used that Namco Museum Virtual Arcade Collection. I played it for like an hour just because I was like, okay, let me be fair to this thing. I was like, yeah, this is not very good. And then when it came to Bad Game Thursday, this is the Bad Game Thursday of all of them. Yeah, and I showed you Superman 64 and Sonic 06. Like, yeah, those were, yeah, you were begging for those again after the Tower Draga. And I could almost see the rage in your eyes a little bit.
No rage. I'm just like, I think it's funny because I know everyone else had a strong reaction.
They never
I'm
heard
saying put it back because I know it's just more the sense that every time I hear it, I know somebody has to have some sort of reaction to it.
But hey, if they don't know, it's like, hey, I'll explain that. But actually, I'll tell you, Nikki had another reaction because she played the Taiko Drum Master game that came out recently. She was saying that they're playing through the music, and it's from Namco franchise, Namco Bandai as is now. They have, or Bandai Namco, I think is their known. But anyway, they have music from other Namco games. They had a medley. They said there's some Tower Draga. It's like, oh, call Captain D-Track up. It's like, it's in other games now. It's affecting other games or something to that degree.
That's it.
Yes, that's it. I do like the music. It's good stuff. It's just,
like I said, when
There's
you were
a
playing
show
it, I don't
called
know.
that?
yeah, an anime.
Yeah, I wasn't fully paying attention just because I was like, you know what, I'll let everyone else have the reaction to this.
But wait a
I
second.
react to plenty of other shit you play, so.
Or that we played as far as the bad game Thursday stuff. I mean, hey, I remember your reactions.
Bubsy Paws on Fire.
Bubsy Paws on Fire. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I know what you were thinking.
which is introduced by the people who made Bit Trip Runner, which I did not know until after we did that. And then
I love Bubsy, but they did him dirty.
no, you don't. Do you?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I loved Bubsy 1 and 2.
I did not. Okay, actually, that's me finding something new. I did not know that was the idea because I was the one going into the history of like the TV pilot that they
No,
aired
they
once.
did him dirty in making that trash game.
Well, when you play Bubsy 3D on PlayStation,
Oh, that's also a trash game.
which
They
is
did him dirty before Paws on Fire, but Paws on Fire didn't help.
Also, would it be interesting to note that the person who voices Bubsy in the game is the same voice as Rouge in Sonic Adventure 2?
Huh.
Yeah, it just
I like that voice actor. I don't know who it is, but
her name. Fine. Since I don't have an element that I have to really go on notes and things like that for tonight's show. Next week is sort of not going to be a case of that. I will get her name down because I mentioned we played Sonic Heroes. Actually, she's also Slash and Snowball Kids. So let me figure that. I'll get the name for that. Well, fine. In that case, the idea of what that is, because then of course in that game, of course, when you pick up the arrow, it says like,
Oh, look, an arrow! Aren't these game designers wonderful?
Sonic Adventure 2, Rouge is actually my favorite character.
she is a great character. Hey, if you want to call dibs on Sonic Adventure 2, it's all yours. There's stuff I'm gonna have to unlock to show
I don't
every.
think I've ever beat a Sonic game, I'm gonna be honest.
Even like the
I
old
feel like,
ones.
yeah, like, I've played them, but I don't think I've ever beat one.
Alright, oh right, it was Lainey Minella. Actually, we talked about her because we were talking about Illbleed. I gotta get a copy of that game even though it costs a lot of money. She voiced Bubsy in that game and she actually did a voice in Illbleed. Actually, a bunch of things. Actually, she's in that Midnight Suns game, the Marvel game that's out now. It's like supposedly like XCOM apparently.
Okay.
Actually, she's in God of War Ragnarok.
Who? What character?
Additional voices.
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
That's such a fucking cop-out when they do that shit.
I'm sorry if I could...
I was like, wait.
It
she's
could
in
literally
God of
be
War?
anything
Wait,
or
what?
anyone.
Unless maybe I can dig in
Maybe
deeper.
it's the Ravens.
Maybe I could dig
Probably is.
Maybe I could dig in deeper. I mean, you know what? Fine. I guess I can dig in deeper. I guess is the idea as far as
I hate when they do that shit.
Well, fine. As I said, we're doing what I shouldn't do, which is I'm referencing IMDb for this. Although to be fair, like for something like God of War Ragnarok, it's pretty recent, so you'd think that's the idea. As we're going to Rowan, I should be indicating this specifically. You want to go into that stuff.
God of War Ragnarok. It was so good. I platinumed it, so it was so good.
Well, also, it's the idea of
I'll get there eventually.
Is it that hard as far as that?
I'm 6 trophies away from platinum.
It's
And one of them is
not a
platinum.
hard platinum. It definitely isn't. You just
No.
kind of play the game and just there's some tough battles.
You have to
That's
just
it.
learn the battle system and the patterns of the enemies.
See, it's interesting enough. Like, hey, the last one, the 2018 one, that's the one you had that element with to get into. And also, interesting enough, those are the ones we can easily show on the show. And yeah, Olga's in connection with bacon.
Bacon!
And I'll put that.
I had to do it once.
I will also put in the edit for like last time, which is the bacon strips
Yes.
commercial of the dog.
She looks scary.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
does.
well, that's the point. She's a witch.
She looks a
Okay.
little like Dehwai still, so that's maybe where I was making the mistake.
Yeah, no, it's definitely
She's like dry bones.
dry bones.
That's what she
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm getting dry bones.
Dry bones is a human. I don't
yeah,
know.
exactly.
That's the M-rated version of Mario After Dark.
Oh,
Yeah, I couldn't come back with the girl though.
So Bacon's still after Alice.
Yep. Don't worry, just begun. Still plenty of time to hunt her down. Damn, he's got an electric chair.
Oh, just wait. We come here.
I would think you'd have to.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Couldn't see how far he delved in the man's soul, but yeah. So yeah, he's basically telling him that Yuri's back. Oh shit. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, there is Roger Bacon. We've seen him going forward. He is kind of our main villain specifically for this. I guess that's fair.
Like kind of like trying to kill Yuri.
So, okay. Ha! Bacon's an interesting character because from the beginning of the game, he's been trying to kidnap Alice for his own devious plots. Dehwai, who was in the last part that we killed, was also trying to kidnap Alice for his devious plots. The two devious plots are not the same. They just made it seem like they were. But Bacon came out and he's like, oh, I have much bigger plans for her, but she's still the key. So, Yuri's just kind of in the way because he's protecting Alice.
Sure.
So that's where we're at.
Oh, not without a fight, they're not. I'm sure what to think. Trouble is the soul of that seraphic radiance sealed somewhere deep within him.
I feel like there's different plot twists to this game.
There's a lot. I mean,
you never know what's gonna happen.
It's great.
Yeah, actually, you're right about that. That's exactly right, because first off, you said, hey, if you want plot and plot twists and stuff with story you're getting out of this game, but also the kind of thing that I don't know where this game's going to go, and I've seen every part of it.
And I love it because I don't even have to let you in on the secret. You can discover it on your own.
And I think that goes to said how well written and developed this game really is. No human should be able to bring the god into mission, yet he could do it. Yeah, he's not that way. What power protects him?
Listen, you know I live in the darkness as much as I can. Recommended The Craft to you. I know there were aspects of that movie that you didn't like because you said it falls off in the third act. Well, we do not necessarily agree on that. This is something that lives in that realm of darkness that I like,
but see, even the
that
realm,
you love, and I'm so happy for it.
But see, even the realm of darkness of that, it was something I found appealing, and it's one of those things that even more is like, I feel like if I watched that, I kind of would be not against watching that movie again or a couple other times to kind of like it more specific. It's that example, but let's look at this one. Like, yeah, if you continue to torture like this, you may die.
I just like recommending things to you that I have a good feeling that you'll like.
I think that's the idea of a lot of people. Sometimes the idea of, like, you know, exposing people to other stuff. Like, look, I'll recommend Tower Draga to people just because I want you to have this experience, understand. Because sometimes a bad game can tell you a lot about what makes a good game to you.
Very true.
So, in something like that, but then something that I love, like something like Musical Ninja Star and Goemon, which I finally went back to last week. I love that game.
I love it. I think it's so campy and fun.
It's great, and I can't wait to do the next part of it next month. So games like that, or anything like Russian Attack with you, it's like that case that says a lot about yourself as far as stuff you get into and that excitement. And like, I would recommend that, and me saying like, yeah, I'm gonna buy this thing. I don't know if you expected I would actually do that, but I was like, no, I'm gonna do that. I want to see this, and there you go.
Russian Attack's great.
We have Inquisitors who play a hand in all this too.
Yeah.
Which, with the time period, I didn't realize that like the Inquisition was still a thing.
I was gonna say no one just expects them, but yes.
Well, that's the Spanish Inquisition. We're dealing with medieval Europe.
Well, I don't know. Would we expect this one either?
I don't know. He's so British.
Yeah,
how about a nice cup of tea in the other room?
Well, no, he has that culture thing, which is, I guess, how he's able to keep up his appearance. Nobody picks up on that because they think, oh, he's so polite, and he has, you know, the cane and the top hat.
If nothing else, as much of a bastard as he is, he's a classy dude.
Yep. That's the idea, like how he is able to get to that element. All right, maybe Marguerite's here.
Yep, this is Rouen, France.
All right, there we go. This is a nice... Yeah, we were getting on a world-faring adventure. That's something you say about this game. You're going everywhere.
That's what I love about Europe. Like, there's just... Everything's so close together.
Yeah, something wrong, though?
Nothing. No, nothing.
Alright,
so we are here. So, there is this lady here. Lottery ticket. So now we're starting to, like, get quite a few.
Alright.
We're at 6, which is good. Just in case, you know, we do end up failing a few times.
Are there a couple you're gonna think you're gonna need all 6 for?
No.
Maybe?
Nah. They're not too terrible.
Alright, we want a room, but we also want to see if somebody checked in here.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're not privileged to give that information. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, we are.
This was 1913. That such thing didn't exist.
I was gonna say, yeah. Oh, he's just like, yeah, some rooms, please. Yeah, we haven't had a whole lot of customers, so deal for you.
Free.
Oh.
Yeah, they're really classy that way. Like, one for the men and a separate room for the lady.
Okay.
Oh.
You're the one who stayed here with your father about half a year ago, so he knows.
It's been 6 months since his death.
Okay, because yeah, we haven't. I didn't know it was that recent for her father dying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we haven't seen that yet, so we're gonna get. I'll tell you, that's where we're gonna get an interesting plot element going on. We're probably gonna get some answers about that. I'm thinking. But yeah, at least you're safe. It's a blessing of God. And yeah, okay, so they know her here. She's made her a mark in this town.
Yeah, everyone just feels sorry because, like, you know, her father was brutally murdered. So.
I'm trying to remember, did we have indication of that so far, except for the fact that it's been 6 months?
What?
That her father died?
Yeah, the beginning of the game.
Okay. Wait, it's been that long? 6 months? Because it was 6 months since, hold on, wasn't it 6 months since...
Well, so, no, like, the time period, no. But
it was like a short time that we had up until the last part, and then it was 6 months after that now.
I think what happened is her father was murdered, and that sparked the events of, like, her going on the train, going to Fentian.
Okay.
So, it's been 6 months since we've got her on the train.
Okay, so for a minute I thought, like, wait, we were there longer for the first couple parts, and then, like, wait a second, where'd that go? But, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Okay. So,
You're back here again at night.
Talk to these. I see you chose to live again in hell. Talking mad shit again.
Yes, that's what they do.
How foolish. You are on the verge of entering paradise where you no longer experience pain or suffering.
But was it actually going to be paradise?
No, it'd be hell.
He's like, yeah, still a bunch of blabbermouths. He knows how to handle them. He's like, yeah, fuck you, what you have to say. Yeah, Sergeant Changeless lines no long ago is eager to go himself or die.
You should be thankful to that little girl. That's right. She has taken upon herself the burden of your karma.
And I guess, I don't know, maybe he doesn't know, oh, he doesn't know that.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Okay.
So this is where the real shit happens.
Okay.
Save your soul from the god of death, the one who wears the fox mask. This girl offered her soul to us.
Okay.
This is where I told you it was a plot point.
Yep.
When malice reaches its peak, i.e. when it's red,
they'll come for her.
The girl's soul in place of fox face. So now, if that malice turns red and I don't clear it out in time, instead of facing off with fox face coming after me, it's one of these four.
Is it random which one it picks to fight?
Yep.
Is there a preference if you ever get into a case like that?
They're all fucking strong and they will all murder you.
Is that...
There's a way to combat it, though.
Okay. Is it different than what we've been seeing?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All will come in time.
There's no escaping from us. No, once your life's eventually going to burn out, even if she's within your very arms. Ooh. And while you had a finger on her. Curse is worthless as phony as a $3 bill. Okay, that's an interesting...
Which, how does he know if he has never been to America?
I don't know. Wait, hold on. Because aren't there places in China that run, and like in your Asia that run the dollar?
In 1913?
Maybe. Chat, do you know? Or anybody here, do you know?
I'm going back to the time period because it wouldn't make sense.
So, I don't know. Maybe it goes to like the early years of Yuri, where he went.
I think he left Japan.
Yeah, not that I saw. No. Unless there's something else extended.
$3 bill.
Yeah, I mean, I get it's an expression and everything, but that's very kind of telling.
Maybe. Like, is maybe a potential plot hole? Is that the idea?
Not that I'm trying to pick them out, but
no, I mean,
it happens.
No, I mean the question of like what that's like, or maybe you heard Jujen saying it. I mean, Jujen says stuff like that. He's well read. Maybe you've understood some of the book. I don't know. Now I do, she's gonna be trouble, and all you can do is sit helplessly and watch her life depart.
So here's the kicker, right? So they're saying when Malice gets to its peak, they're gonna come after us. However, Malice does not accumulate anymore unless Alice is in my party.
So you're taking her out?
No. Oh no.
Okay.
I'm not. Because Alice is gonna be part of my final team, so...
Could you feasibly go the rest of the game without Alice at all and never have that happen as a problem?
Sure.
Have you done it?
But it's not fun that way.
I would say you've ever done it.
Maybe once, but to be honest, I never really understood how this mechanic worked until I got older.
Does this have to do with the bad ending?
Kinda.
Okay.
I have to think, and I'm trying not to, like, expose too much.
Well, here's a question, like, am I asking questions that you might not know the answer to?
No, I know the answers, I just don't want to spoil anything.
Okay, I gotcha.
For you or the chat.
No, I get that.
Because, you know, I like the surprise and the, you know.
But also said, you're leading this game. This is your game. You're absolutely laying this out exactly the way I think you want to lay it as far as playing the game and other stuff. So he's like, yeah, you know what? He's not going to let that happen without a fight. But the question is, what's going to go on? Yeah. Did you have a nightmare or something? Yeah, I guess standing up, you had a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't really know how that happened.
Wait, you just said he had a nightmare. I was like, wait, no, that's what I meant. That's what he's going to come back and say that, isn't he?
I just think it's funny. No, I just had a bad dream. Well, what is a bad dream but a nightmare?
Maybe he doesn't know what a nightmare is.
I don't
But he's like, yeah, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, they're like,
he doesn't even ask. He's like, fine, whatever. I'll leave him be.
So I can move again. And I know that there's some items in here. No? No.
I do love this music as far as it being this very kind of good evening kind of, you know, sound of like, sort of like the synth going on as far as what it is. Very relaxed.
It's very fitting for an inn and like this town in general.
She's gone. Where'd she go? Yeah, like, yeah, why are you walking outside at night? Maybe, but we'll see. There's nothing in there?
That was Alice's room.
Okay. But nothing like item in any areas there?
Not in that room.
Okay, here we go. There's a silent peddler, so we're gonna be doing...
We have some regular shopping that we can do. He's got some new, stuff.
Okay, what do we want here?
So we need her new Bible.
Alright, so yeah, we're trading in the King James for...
Bible.
Okay, there you go. Okay, fine. It's a different model of the King James. I guess it's been updated, or it's like, fine, we'll go to... Actually, this didn't happen yet, so historically speaking, this is total bullshit, but I mean, I don't know. Like,
Sorry. I hit it too early.
Like, did I screw you up with
No. I just hit it too early. I got nervous.
Okay. Well, you're nervous about me mentioning, I guess, I don't know.
No, the ring sometimes, like, it was moving too fast. I was like, oh shit. Alright, let's try that again.
Okay.
With a different item. Anyway, as you were.
Okay, now as I were, which is going to be basically the idea of, before Vatican II, as far as the Catholicism is concerned, the idea of, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly how to put this, the upgraded perspective as far as the faith differently. I think it was after 1913, though, it might have been. Or maybe it's not, I'll put an edit for the purpose of that. Also, by the way, if you fail to get a discount, you just don't get any discount?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And if you have no money after you try to get a discount, you get a strike against your card.
And what happens when you get more strikes?
I think you lose a card. I'm not sure. Which is strange to me, because they're key items, so it wouldn't make sense to lose it, but...
Chat, do you know?
I've never had
I don't know if this is going to be a case like Super Mario RPG, where...
I don't know if Chasm knows. He might.
Okay, well, I was going to say this, which is that in Super Mario RPG, remember, if you are at the Marymore Inn too many times, you run out of money, you actually have to work your debt off.
Yes.
And
I used to do that on purpose.
I showed that when we played it because I said, no way in hell we're not playing that game without basically showing as much of that as I could possibly show, and that was a big part of it. Which is amazing that they have that, even to the point where they restrict you from saving, unless you use an exploit.
What?
Yeah, if you walked up to the, part 2 of that place shows that, but when you walk up to the save block, it says, keep working, you're not getting any breaks. But if you jump off of the heads of the, like the mushroom people nearby the save point, you can jump over that element and save.
That's amazing.
And then when you come off the save point, he does still say the line of, you know, you have to keep working, no breaks.
That's amazing.
That is, yeah, it's all those little things. I think in some ways, when you really think about it, when it's come to the RPGs, because actually every RPG we've done so far, and every RPG we've been doing for a bit of time, honestly, is an RPG that's meant a lot to the people who have requested them, or people, in my case, who played it for Super Mario RPG, because that was like versus case with Kingdom Hearts, that was your case with this one. That's, it'll be Proterova's when we do Lunar Silver Sorcery Complete, starting that in April. It'll be Gemini 96 when we get to Earthbound, especially with that one. And then also, yeah, with Dolly Finn, who was involved with Sailor Moon and the story, and Kazumai 2, it'll be with Suikoden. But then also, Emetics with Parasite Eve.
Yeah.
Specific.
So I think we're good. I bought those willpowers sooner than I needed to. The willpowers are an accessory that prevent SP lowering.
Okay.
So like, you know how when I was facing off against Foxface, he would use that attack SP lowering?
Yeah, I think I'm doing it anymore.
Right. and there are enemies later in the game who use that bullshit too. So
Gotcha.
I'm just buying them ahead of time while I have the extra cash.
Okay.
I'm also gonna buy a few soul benedictions because it completely wipes out any status abnormalities.
Awesome.
It's not really gonna matter when I get an accessory, but I'm not gonna get those until later in the game.
Might also be a case of, you know, having that as an insurance.
Pretty much. You never know, just in case. 20 should be sufficient. Whatever. I have the extra money, it doesn't matter.
I see what you said. It said penalty point, but yeah, you're in a case of that. Wait, hold on. When you get it wrong, they take away one?
No, I think it just goes back to 20%.
Okay.
Instead of 30.
Or goes back to nothing, right?
Yeah, it goes back to nothing.
Oh, it's just nothing?
Yeah, you pay full price.
Oh, then you get nothing.
But he has tons of money, so it's not gonna be
yeah, I'm like really not concerned. So it's nice because then I can up his stuff. He gets this cool red leather jacket.
Oh, look at that.
It looks very much like
Travis Touchdown and No More Heroes.
Oh, I was going more for Thriller.
I was just gonna say
that
some
too.
Michael Jackson.
That too. Okay, well, we can put a picture of both of those when I edits.
Yeah. And then I don't have any other accessories for him that I want him to have necessarily. Okay. I can put the willpower on him for SP lowering, but honestly, there's only a few enemies in this game that ever do that. What the fuck?
I guess you have to keep looking around here to see where she is.
Guess so. It's a lot.
Maybe go in her closet.
Hello? That's the thing. Sometimes, like, plot points are locked behind... Oh, you know what? I know what I have to do.
Well, do I talking to some person? Which I know there's a lot of RPGs
guys.
that do that, yeah.
The guys.
I mean, we've seen that before for certain things. I guess it comes all to... I guess, what do you think about that when it comes to RPGs where you have to talk to that one person to get the plot going?
Sometimes it's annoying. I know in, like, modern RPGs, it's not necessarily as much of an issue because there's waypoints on everything.
Right.
But... You know, sometimes if you don't realize it or whatever, okay, whatever.
Or maybe the kind of thing you're walking around and shit, she's in the corner. What's going on here?
She's a monster! No, I'm kidding.
Well, I don't know. I'm thinking about that. I thought, wait, maybe she got taken over or something. We saw that happen back when we were back in Prague.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Oh, yeah, that is a nice shot as far as the narrative. Yeah, I remember thumbnail pick, your pick, wherever you wanted to go on it for this part. Died to save me. We talk about the thing, I guess, that ties the two of them, the idea of, like, elements of their fathers and the idea of, like, their passing and that meaning a lot to them. Although differently in the case of Yuri and Alice as far as what they each had.
We're waiting here for someone. But before that person arrived, I showed up.
Bacon? Bacon! I was gonna say, I kind of got a sense, like, oh shit. Oh, Bacon and,
yeah. Okay, so... The best way to describe Olga, she is essentially the Wu Gui of Europe.
Okay.
You know how Wu Gui showed up time after time after time?
Yeah.
That's Olga does the same shit.
Gotcha.
You fight her multiple times in Europe.
And even Alice is getting it saying bacon.
Yeah.
It's alright, yeah, long time no see. Oh man, alright. Alice had to sell her soul to God of Death to make it happen. Wait, how does he know about that? Oh, he's in tie with them, isn't he?
He knows everything.
Yeah, that's true, you're right.
Also, Olga apparently could, like, see what the fuck was going on.
Which, I guess, kind of makes some sense.
I
don't know, I kind of get it with
magic!
Well,
that's kind of what I...
Hey, dark magic, you know, I get that.
That's kind of what I put it all to. It was like, you know what? If it doesn't have a logical explanation, magic.
But then again, also, if it's really copping out to that? I don't think it is.
No, not at all. Because it's definitely a feasible thing.
And Yuri's like, yeah, fine, thank you for coming to me so I can kick your ass and kill you. At ease, like, yeah, what are you, a soldier?
We just wanted to make his presence known.
Yeah, don't hold back on our account. We're ready to go. Are you afraid? Oh, yeah. Marguerite?
Marguerite.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Way to make an entrance, my friend. It feels like it's been forever since we've seen her.
It has been.
Hello, kids. So you're okay? So yeah, look at her like taking the case of she sees what's going on with the two of them. Like, yeah, hey kids. Yeah, I've got questions.
You youngsters multiply with viruses.
Jesus. Alright, so we have to fight Olga again, yes?
I don't really understand the whole purpose behind that.
But she walked forward. That was my surprise.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't really understand the whole purpose behind it. So we have beef rolls of that, which are just, they're essentially being sheer enemies, but reskinned.
Yeah, they're going down really quickly.
Yep. Wow, you're gonna use knockback on somebody who's already in the back row.
I was gonna say, it didn't do anything, but that's probably the reason why. It's like, yeah, put a gun at him. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
On Switch?
On Switch I showed last time. That was when she pulls the lever and it drops a pan on somebody's head.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So, I'm sure they rubber banded the level, though, unless I was already high enough by the time I left Asia.
Well, it's probably pretty quick either way.
Yeah, they're on the other side of things.
They got a critical strike, so that'll help too. Well, she's 28, so Marguerite's kind of in line, sort of, and there's Alice.
Oh, perfect. She's exactly where. That's why they didn't rubber band her. She was already. Or maybe they did rubber band her. I don't know.
I can look back at the last part to see where she was at when we were at the fight.
I don't remember.
Because she was in the party before that intermission cutscene, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I can look into that. I'll have an answer below when we edit in a few days.
Will no longer melee be playing along in future fights, so be on your guard.
Okay.
So now he's out for blood.
Okay. Yeah, he's torturing him, I guess, for saying, like, yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna kill you right now.
He's just playing with them.
Yeah, that seems like that's Bacon's thing. He seems like he's just gonna toy with Yuri or anybody else. But I love the quick cuts there. It's like, yeah, wait, hold on, you actually kind of like that. Okay, that's kind of cool. It was like, kind of like what? Oh, it's ghosts. No, I'm not a ghost. Yeah, she doesn't know what happened. She's like, why are you here? Well, see, it's funny because she wasn't taken aback initially when she saw him.
You look solid. I guess you're not a ghost.
I guess at that point now she has time to do it. Yeah, just seeing me. Yeah, tougher to kill the cockroach. She's like, what?
Truth.
Yeah, it's the truth. I'm glad to see you're still alive, though. How's the drunk old man? Yeah, he's doing well. I love that she's just answering that straight, not even like standing up. Like, yeah, he's doing fine. We got some crucial information. Let's go back to our headquarters. Hey, we're Sonny Boy. Yeah, she does love calling Yuri Sonny Boy. Yeah, we missed that.
All right, so before we go, damn it.
What?
That's all right. We're going back there anyway.
All right, sent some out of the cloud of evil on the town, so I got a little worried. And now as she's back. Yeah, you saw Bacon. I love that they're now going on the last name case. I was like, yeah, that takes that in an interesting direction. No, he said hello and went away. Yep. Which is kind of true.
They just popped in to say hello. Who are you?
Yeah, who is this? Oh, okay.
She's just a flirt.
Yeah, it's true, I guess. But still, it's the idea of like, yeah, you know, she's...
Master of the castle where I stayed. Not, I crashed into his place and I was a demon he couldn't exercise.
Yeah, like, yeah, she's on a need-to-know basis. We'll tell her eventually, maybe. Yeah, I'm the one who took care of the moocher here. Yep. So, like, fine, he's saying it, sort of. My name's Keith. Enchanted Man as well. So, but yeah, he has the class that way, so like, yeah, he's gonna do that.
Marguerite the Moocher's babysitter. Oh, I love it.
I do too. It's like, God, even though it feels like it's been forever since you Marguerite, but technically it hasn't. It's like, yeah, now we have everybody back, and it's a joyful tiding. Yeah, why did you go out on your own? Oh. Yeah, but he's like, yeah, I don't go into that, but if you knew more about your father's trying to do, maybe that's gonna go into it. So yeah, I guess we'll figure what happened. We're supposed to meet with a certain person.
Alright, so. Big plot point. My father says when I was a powerful warlock as powerful as bacon.
Okay.
My father and I traveled all over Europe exercising demons. but my father was working on secret missions for the Vatican.
Fitting the Vatican II thing I brought up, I guess.
The Vatican? What?
What's a Vatican? Yeah.
Again, Yuri's not the most worldly.
I think anybody would feasibly question that, maybe. Yeah, it's in Italy, the seat of the Pope.
The leader of the Catholic Church.
Hey, I guess I didn't know I was going into the plot of this, so it worked out perfectly. If you actually met this person, nobody meets the Pope, usually. Unless he's behind in the Pope mobile.
Bacon appeared before he arrived.
Okay.
So, now Marguerite's got some info. She's been investigating Bacon. The first person recorded in history by the name of Roger Bacon appeared in England in the 13th century.
Which goes to what you're saying, the idea that Roger Bacon was based on a real person. Okay.
So, as a priest in the Franciscan order, his scholarly training was at Oxford and Paris universities.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
I think you're right.
I'm pretty sure that is actually factual information.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I think I've read something about that.
Well,
we'll indicate it. We'll have links to that.
He was an alchemist. And his name was known throughout Europe. That's also true. At the time, he was branded as a revolutionary, but there were also many felt who was persecuted.
Which, given the time, would make sense too.
He was marked for heresy for a
right,
long
because exactly
time.
that. Because usually, what's the idea? Criticality of the Catholic Church is not usually something, especially that era, that was seen as a light case.
They called him a fucking heretic, like real quick.
700 years old, though.
So he's not human after all.
Or he was.
As I looked deeper into his past, I began to notice some odd things. Roger Bacon may be a peculiar fellow, but in many ways he seems like a very upright individual.
As we've indicated.
It seems that for years he's also aided leading scholars in the fields of medicine and chemistry.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's also true. I know you look at it, the guy's twisted.
True, but...
Why did he kill Alice's father? It doesn't make sense. That's the problem. Finally, in Nuremberg in 1540, something happened that completely changed his life. At the time, all of Europe was caught up in the mass insanity of the witch hunts.
Salem witch trials, as we mentioned earlier.
Well, no, these were the European witch hunts. Different.
Right. Oh, right, fine, different area.
Yeah.
But either way, same idea. The idea, like everybody was called being a witch or something like that.
Bacon was accused by one of his pupils.
Yeah. Okay.
He was put on trial before the church.
Oh, okay, I get it. Tribunal had gone too far, threatened to corrupt society, which, okay, I get this. Finally ended his exile at that point, winches him through history, so...
Such as now as a force of evil.
So they kind of were right, though, it seems like, because the idea is, like, he did have that, that's how he can be this old, he has the sorceries, he's basically been living this whole time. Is that what they're getting at here?
I'm gonna let you keep going, because there are other plot points to be revealed.
Okay, so this person that Bacon was trying to prevent Alice's father from meeting, who's that?
Wouldn't it be best to ask that person directly? Alice. Person who introduced Father Elliot to this mystery man. It was Father Doyle, wasn't it?
Okay.
Yes, but the church was closed and we couldn't get in.
Alright. Wait, Bacon's back again? Oh no, Olga's back.
Just her voice.
Uh-oh.
Lord Bacon spared your life, yet you still intend to go to the church. I won't let you.
And Yuri's like, yeah, we're going, you're not stopping us.
She's watching us from somewhere.
Alright, so we gotta do what we did with Dehoi, find out where he is and kill her. Alright, so who are we going as far as our party layout now? Yeah, I'm liking where there's a twist, and honestly, as far as what the layout of the story is, I think you're right. I think everything in this that they're saying there is going to that, so we're running.
Remember, take your items. If you're switching. Oh, you're not switching.
No, I'm keeping Keithan.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But I do need to equip him with some new stuff, because I got a new weapon for him. I got a new that. And then for Alice, I got her Ever Bible, her Jasper Cape. Oops.
They get rid of the pocket watch?
No, not necessarily, but I want to see if I have anything that's better.
Better for what? Attack?
Oh, we do have the monkey rings. I didn't realize that.
Experience point gains increase by 20%, but your special point gain is down.
The standard 8 points.
Oh, standard 8 points.
Yeah. So, like, she's at 9, but it will put it down to 7.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And it's just, like, if I have characters who are behind...
Yeah.
Level-wise, I'll throw it on them just so they can get some extra.
Sure.
But, yeah, everyone's pretty round about where they need to be right this second.
All right, that's good.
So that's, yeah, it's definitely a good thing. I have, did I think I just completely missed them.
What is it?
There was an item over by the church, but we're going back there anyway, so I mean, I didn't, like, miss it.
Was there anything in here that we missed?
I couldn't get it because it was always, you know...
All right. The Tea of the Holy One.
The Tea of the Holy One. And then... what we're gonna do right now... seeds her way. I have one mana leaf left, which is enough to put her up to full. See?
Okay. Is he getting ready for a battle coming up? Okay.
Yes. So, insurance policy.
Alright.
Again. Alright. So you notice it's foggy.
I was gonna say, I was like, that wasn't just me, was it?
No. No, not just you.
Yeah, I also saw it there. Like, yeah.
Alright, that's what I missed. The
huge jug. What does that do?
It's not very useful, to be honest. I never equip it, unless I really need it for something specific. So it makes SP decrease only 1 point every 2 turns.
Okay.
So there's a huge jug, and then I think there's another one called a small jug. The small jug is good when you're trying to get something for your level 3 fusions.
Okay.
Which, that's what I kept forgetting to do. Shit. I kept forgetting to equip his new fusions.
Gotcha.
So,
alright, so what do you usually want to run with him now that you have the other fusions running?
It doesn't really matter, to be honest. I mean, because I have Light, Fire, and Wind on there, I may as well put Light, Fire, and Wind, but level 2.
Okay, so Baldo, Ifrit,
and Icarus.
Okay.
So, Ifrit, I normally run anyway because the Fire. I always run the Fire just because of that strong physical attack.
Okay.
So, that's really the only one I use. The other 2 I really don't care about.
Okay.
So, that's kind of how that goes. And then from here... So, we're back here. I don't think...
Is there anything
no, I'm sorry. There is a lottery ticket back here. Okay.
Yeah, right there in the barrel.
Shell Cosmic Bracelets before going in. What does that Cosmic Bracelet do?
Poison, silence, and confusion, and effectual.
I do need that. I do need to...
Hands cross.
I'm taking off the pocket watch for now. There's no need to have it on.
Okay.
What does it say?
You're saying what? You just want to run Cosmic Bracelets, I guess, for what this boss is
Shell
gonna do?
Bracelets. Yeah, so the boss can poison.
Okay.
And it's a bitch.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is put Cosmic Bracelets on there. Also, it's good because it protects against silence, which is good for people like Keith and Alice.
Yeah, because they're running magic.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Well, actually, I guess we didn't go into this with Keith. Keith tends to be.
He's like balanced.
I was gonna say because I get the sense that he seemed like he was very physically strong, but he also will do magic. So he's kind of like mixed.
Yeah, he's definitely a mixed bag. When you don't have Yuri in your party for that short time, he's definitely assigned as your physical attacker. Okay, so the door's locked from the inside.
Yeah, he just says to swear it and kick it open. Oh, you kick it open.
Yep.
Oh, I like that.
There we go. Yeah, right.
I like that idea.
Look inside. Right.
That was kind of an epic way to go in there. I'm kind of happy I saw that.
Oh yeah, Yuri, fuck shit up.
Yeah, as you said, he understands the straightest, the most direct distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Absolutely.
And if he needs to use his feet to get through there, he'll do it.
All right, so we have our frightened male voice.
The priest.
This is Father Doyle.
Alrighty. You the priest here?
What do you want? Have you come to kill me?
Looks a little bit like a Frankenstein take as far as that.
I hate his character portrait. It's
Why is
so
that?
weird.
Is it not in line with something?
I don't know. It's just weird. He's also not voiced.
Okay.
Yep.
I love how he's like, I'm looking at the books and I tried to get a sense of that. You're like, yeah, you're able to indicate that. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't match the character?
It's just weird. Like, it's a weird choice.
I mean that he looks to that degree of it?
I don't know.
Alright, yeah, that's impossible.
I just don't know. It's just
Okay.
creepy. Alice was kidnapped by the devil a long time ago. She can't be alive.
Sorry to scare you, but I'm fine. I'm finally back.
Is it really you, Alice? No, I don't believe it. You can't fool me. You're just an illusion.
Wait to fight him?
No. You must be the devil. Come to take my life away. Oh, whoa.
Okay, maybe that's the idea that he's like near death's doorstep or something. The way that
he's kind of
portrait's
crazy.
going.
He's a little crazy.
Okay, that's probably then the reason for the character.
I just hate it. Please, Father Doyle, tell me about the man my father was trying to meet that day. I want to know. Whatever it takes, I must stop Roger Bacon. Bacon, no! Wait, I'll tell you everything. Just please spare my life.
Yeah, he clearly is pretty far gone, honestly. when it
Please
comes
don't
to
kill
this.
me.
As far as how he's operating, yeah, like, he's serious. He thinks we're all his lackeys. He's gone through something unimaginably dreadful.
Father, relax. We're not going to do anything to you. Just answer our questions. That's all we want, okay?
I like the idea that Yuri is kind of adjusting in this way, saying like, fine, I'll do this way, but he kind of knows weird enough how to talk to him directly without, you know, saying like, hey, stupid father, start doing this.
Which is his normal MO.
Right, but I mean, that goes to like how he can be intuitive of certain things. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know.
It all started 23 years ago.
Okay.
In 1890. Okay.
Kudelka.
Bingo! Okay.
Alright, so,
In 1890, 3 secret books of magic were stolen from the Vatican.
you're just spoiling that game.
No.
Okay.
No, because the events of Kudelka take place after this whole thing.
Okay.
The books contain forbidden secrets of sorcery and alchemy.
Okay.
Long held under lock and key by the Pope, the disturbance of the books caused the Vatican to panic. They immediately called in 2 of the finest exorcists to find and recover the secret books. One was your father, Father Morris Elliot,
Okay.
and the other was his friend, Father James O'Flaherty.
Okay, I think you... This name sounds familiar.
Good, it should.
From earlier in the game?
No,
From you mentioning it?
no.
From history.
He's a party member in Kudelka.
Right, because fitting, you know, SarandreaAntonio, thank God you're here because
You were here when we tried that.
we showed the opening of that game. You're right for the purpose of that. And that, by the way, when we get to the next entry in this franchise, we're going to go on that one. Yes, that you still want to do that one next? Okay, so yeah, all right, from that game. Oh,
Father
okay.
O'Flaherty.
Okay,
And I'm sorry, I can't not say the name without an accent.
You should no, do
It's
do it.
Irish. You need to say it with an accent.
Well, it's like God, what's the Corporal General? What's her name? Kawashima from this game.
Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have to say the whole deal. So I get that.
The 2 of them wandered through Europe for many years in search of the missing volumes. They traveled together at first, but when a daughter was born to Elliot, they traveled separately.
Okay.
It's never revealed who her mother was.
And then he disappeared in
In
1899.
1899,
Which
and
basically
guess
when
what
this
took
game started.
place?
What happened a couple all those years ago.
Kudelka takes place in 1899.
Perfect. There you go. So, all right. So this. Okay. So.
So we won't know what happens to him until we play Kudelka.
Here's a question: do you think that if you played Kudelka first, that this might? Would it change? Do you think? What? Okay. Here's the thing. You said you played through Kudelka. Yes.
No, but I've watched the Let's Play.
Okay. So my question is this: since you know that element, do you think it would? Because you made the decision. I said like, okay, we're gonna do this franchise. You said you wanted to start with this one as opposed to that one. Would you say that if you played that one first, that would? How would you think that would change what we're seeing now? If you want to be, I guess, sort of general about it. Or is the idea like knowing this now means more like, hey, because if you're looking at this, you think like, oh, this is part of the lore. You wouldn't know this is going to another game, maybe, but maybe you
Kudelka
would.
came after this game?
Before
Kudelka
this.
came before this.
By about a year.
So, for me, I know that playing this first, before I ever knew Kudelka existed, I thought this was just like, oh, story, plot points, whatever,
Sure.
this is fine. I didn't think much of it. Now, knowing there's a whole other story that takes place during this time period that they're talking about,
And contextualizes what we're seeing here.
it makes a difference.
I would think so,
It
yes.
it makes the lore of this whole world so much richer.
Which it already was rich to begin with.
Yeah.
We're saying a lot.
So,
Yeah, so, like, yeah, something to keep in mind when we get to that game. Yeah, she was only 5 or 6 years old. It was the last letter he sent to my father.
So this came after Countdown.
By a year.
Said that one of the books had been purchased by a scholar living in Wales, so he went to take a look, but no second letter ever came.
Okay.
Ooh. Afterwards, Father Elliot began to hunt for the criminal himself, and then he finally found him.
Okay.
And it was Roger Bacon.
Okay.
Yes, but Father Elliot was terrified of Bacon. As well he should have been. Bacon's a 1,000-year-old demon. There's no humanity left in him. Your father had to protect his wife and daughter, but he knew that if these books were defiled, terrible forces of hell could be summoned to Earth. He's not wrong.
Right.
So that was the Demon's Gate invocation.
Gotcha.
Curse you, Bacon! You steal a holy book and then defile it in your foul experiments. Blasphemy.
Well, hence why the church had a problem with him.
Bingo. In order to discover Bacon's weak points, he continued to look for someone who could help him. That person was also a great warlock and had a history of conflict with Bacon.
Okay.
Fortunately, I was able to contact him. I was certain that he would prove to be a powerful ally. Huh, so this other guy you're talking about, who is he? Cardinal Albert Simon.
Who is...
Just keep the name in mind.
Okay.
Alice, that is the man that your father was waiting for that evening.
So Albert Simon.
Albert Simon.
Okay.
We'll say it again. So this cardinal that Bacon didn't want your father to meet. Father, where is Cardinal Simon now?
Good question. Can we find him?
Maybe. I believe he...
Flashing light warnings.
Whoop!
Oh, he died.
Well, yeah.
And now we're not going to find him. Oh, you.
I knew it was the witch.
Of course. Yeah. It's Kevin.
Coming from beyond the grave.
It's Olga now.
Okay, so that's going to be it's Olga every case.
Like I said, she is the Woogwee of Europe, so...
I guess so. Yeah, Lord Bacon will be pleased to be unwanted pests getting rid of. Yeah, we always like, yeah, bring it on. Let's end you right here.
Alright, here we go.
In the church, yeah, we're getting biblical up on this. Oh, shit.
Alright, so she has a pretty nasty move this time around called Black Fog. Hits the entire party, it causes poison, which is why I put those cosmic bracelets on. Mm-hmm. So what we're going to do, essentially, is my rinse and repeat method. I fuse into my most powerful monster. In this case, because Olga's dark, I'm going to have Alice cast Holy Edge on him, because then my physical attack's going to do a little bit more.
Alright.
Alice has that move now called Gospel, which is super good for defense in this case. I could have fused into Yuri's Light Fusion because it has a full party healing effect, but I'd rather just wail on her.
Okay.
So...
what do you want to run?
Well, Ifrit's new move that raises his attack power is called Ignition.
Okay, so yeah, basically just start that right away.
Uh-huh.
Perfect.
Off to a good start.
Like a great start.
So that boosts my attack power by 36%, I believe.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so now with that, goes to Alice, White Magic, Holy Edge, and we're going to already add on to Yuri. Told you, I'm all about breaking this game.
Uh-huh.
The battle system is broken if you know how to do it correctly.
Well, it seems like a great reward for being able to kind of understand how it operates.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Black Fog.
Here's Black Fog. Oh, she doesn't waste any time.
Does she usually just do that really early?
Yeah. Yeah, she tries to poison you off to start.
Is it a guaranteed poison if you don't have that on?
Yep. But I'm good. It does hit hard.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does hit hard. So with Keith, you could do one of two things. You could throw Holy Edge on him with Alice, so that way he's a backup physical attacker. I just kind of do whatever with him. I do let him be a physical attacker, but, you know, I'll get my health back. Why not?
Alright, just start sucking.
So, he's going to go on, use that. And then, I think he's up after this. Based on the turn.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
He's up to full health.
Yeah, just hit her.
Yep, plus I have the blind ring on, which gives me double damage. Hit a couple of strike areas. You can already see the damage difference.
I was saying, yeah, she's gonna go down in no time. Yeah, it raises target's physical defense, or physical and special defense power.
Right, so that's good to have on Alice. It keeps her from, you know, losing a ton of life. This increases the rate. I think this is also
Okay.
So, I don't remember what it is. It's 36. It's also 36. Alright.
Wait, it said special defense.
Yeah, so that's good for Black Fog.
Okay.
So we'll see how much it actually does to Alice this time.
Did it actually do stuff for actual defense though?
Yeah, it does physical and special.
It just said special in there though. That was kind of wondering. Yeah, it did decent. Yeah, she's able to hold that, no problem.
Yeah.
Everybody else might need to. Well, okay, fine.
I gotta give everyone some TLC.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can honestly just go down and do Drain Touch because Keith didn't lose all that much life.
Okay.
I'm really, you can tell I'm completely unbothered. Like, this is...
Well, you understand this game completely, so that makes sense as to what that's all.
This is not a concern of mine.
You said honestly, I think mostly it's from the New World's the only one that really gives you concern and stuff like that.
You know what it is? There's just that nasty difficulty spike for no reason.
Well, what about Kozelka? Because you've talked about Kozelka. Is that something of what you've understood?
Played enough of it.
Of what you've understood, maybe is that, I don't know, do people tend to say that's a hard one as far as it operates? And also remember, it's a turn-based strategy game like a Fire Emblem or something like that. So in that case, it's kind of a different method. It's kind of a hard one to indicate. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, that one I feel like you can also break the battle system pretty easily.
Probably.
Especially if you like build your characters right, because that is one where you like pour stats into characters.
Okay.
So keep in mind that boost that I have to Yuri's physical attack only lasts for 5 turns.
But yeah, you've had a good enough time to get her set up.
Well,
she's getting weak.
What I want to see is if it wears off at all during this battle, because if it doesn't wear off, that means I beat her within 5 turns.
Okay.
That's like.
Are you sure? Do you know that you can do that in 5 turns?
No. I'm just curious at this point. I just want to see what happens. I mean, is she starting to?
She is,
no,
yeah.
She's not slumping that much.
Wait, she's not. Is that maybe part of her thing? Like she's just looking down?
Yeah. So she's normally cocked to the side. No, she is slumping.
Okay.
Yeah, the way she's moving.
And I do love that touch. The idea you can look at their body language, like how bad off are they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they should probably do it.
So I think one more round may do it.
Okay.
Maybe. That's the nice thing about the Holy Edge and all that shit. It never wears off through the whole battle.
Okay. Okay, let's see how that operates. Yeah, I was gonna say, there you go, 5 turns. Good job.
That's fucking insane. That was 4 turns.
Oh, 4 turns.
That was 4 fucking
Have you ever
turns.
done it that fast?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't remember if it ever works.
Okay.
That's the small jug I was telling you about.
There we go. Good job.
Yay, everyone leveled up. Points for everyone.
There you go.
Alright. So, now we have a new name. Cardinal Albert Simon.
Alright, so we gotta find him, especially because, yeah, our only lead got killed again, but yeah, we took care of her as revenge.
Alright. So, Olga's not dead yet.
Yeah, she's going away, as you mentioned, like we had before. He's sort of alive still. He's in London. Okay, great. We got our lead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, he got taken.
Pretty much. That was his rapture.
Okay.
Alright.
Wait, did Olga take her? Or take him?
No, he died.
But he just disappeared?
That was God.
Okay. Alright,
I don't know. That's what I'm going with.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is there an explanation for that?
No, that was God.
Okay, now, yeah. Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned, so I get a Jasper cape as, you know, as a bonus. Yeah, the Lord forgives you, my son, but there's nothing in here.
Oh, it's funny that you bring that up because there is actually a reason to come in here later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was also thinking of something that Castlevania Symphony of the Night does, actually, with that.
So, I may have gotten that too, but that's okay. Alright, so, next thing we're gonna do...
You go back to the hotel, because a night of demon exercising and dying priests is something that makes us want to go to sleep. Specifically, I would think.
Oh shit, I think I missed out on one of the enemies. That's okay.
What's that? Are we going to see it, perhaps?
I think there is a chance to see it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I guess the idea is like, yeah, I guess we haven't really gone on that. We're going to see more on the bestiary a little bit, but if there's other cases where enemies that you've gotten everything so far aside from that one.
Yeah. I just wasn't paying close attention.
Okay, like that might be my case because like, hey, fine, it's a discussion program, but then again, you're right. Hey, if you need something for that, hey, you know what to say as far as that.
So this is Hook-Nosed Robin.
I was gonna say there's kind of a slur potential in that. Am I right?
No. Is my nose
well,
like...
yes, there is, but
Oh, I don't really know. But...
Jewish.
Oh.
But that being said, I don't know if that's the idea. But anyway,
the way he's talking gave me no indication. So.
The name of his character gave me the indication.
Oh, I don't know.
It's kind of indicated, but yeah, go on.
But is it 2C? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, he's a water member.
Yes,
okay.
he is. Now, he's an important one.
Okay.
Also, you notice we're up to number 6.
You did save, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're up to 6.
We're up to 6. So, we're going to play. I need to get the accelerator.
Okay.
It doubles the amount of pedometer steps.
Awesome. Yeah, you're getting pretty close to it anyway.
Yes, but...
First try. Awesome.
Fuck yes!
Does it usually not happen on first try?
Oh, it depends.
There
If
you
I'm
go.
having a good day, yes.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Today is apparently a good day.
It's a good day.
Yeah, today is a good day.
Indeed it was.
So, good. I don't have to go through that shit again.
Fantastic.
Alright.
What does that do?
So the accelerator, like I said, if you have it equipped to your person that has the pedometer on.
Oh, right.
So,
it'll speed it
Alice, we're going to take off that. We're going to put on the accelerator. This is all it is.
Doubles pedometer counts. Can't raise electric rat, though. Good for gadget lovers.
I don't know.
That reference there I'm missing?
I don't know. Because that's what the pedometer looks like. So it literally is just an add-on.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you need to wear both of them, so in that case, it's giving you only one accessory to run.
Which is fine.
Okay.
I'm not concerned. Because I'm not going to need it on her for that long, honestly.
Sure.
So, with that on, it's good because this is going to hit 10,000 before we know it, and it's going to help us get one of our character's best armors. I'm not going to tell you who.
Okay. We'll find out eventually. I think.
I want it to be a surprise.
All right, so off to London we go.
Off to London.
Okay, let me go back to that because you're saying before we go over there, you said like distance between Prague and Rowan, or Prague and Paris, but then also Bistras. That seems like that's further. But fine, this map is not to scale.
No, it's not to scale. I also think they said this was like, Terry said it was like
a couple days of a walk.
Week, I think. It was like a week or something. It was long.
Yeah, I'll indicate what it was.
Yeah, I know it was in the last part.
Okay.
So off to London we go.
Oh, just separate thing. Where it's like Shanghai.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
London is gonna be your big area of Europe.
Okay.
So we're going to Old Castle Street.
All right, let's go down and get to London. Which fitting, I guess, for Roger Bacon, the idea of like, hey, he comes from here, so let's just figure what's going on with this.
So this track that's playing now is called Vitamin Metropolis. Yeah, London's huge.
I like it. Wait.
No.
Oh, no. Wait. Okay. This card guy or whatever.
This card guy.
I think, no, Cardinal Simon.
Yeah, that's him. Him, that guy.
And I do know for a fact he's voiced. That will indicate if we ever find him. Or when we find him. And for the dumb act, I know who you mean.
I know you know who I mean.
Alright, so here you go.
I got you.
At first I was like, wait a second. It's funny when we were doing the walk-in. First off, that guy's choking down the streets.
Oh, he's a beggar.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's choking on the shit.
I don't know. Like,
I mean, you're not wrong. So, I normally would go into the hotel and, like, save and everything.
But they can't.
Yeah, I haven't investigated anything yet. So, literally, you could talk to these guys here, pay this mic. You want a rare card? I spent so much money collecting them. Broke.
You want to take it?
Yeah.
Oh, Sun card.
It's another guild card for discounts.
Oh, awesome.
So now I can get 40%.
Alright.
I also forgot he actually takes money for it. I forgot he takes money from you.
Is it a lot of money? Is it a lot, though?
No, it was like 10 grand.
Okay.
Which is fine. This guy that is choking.
He's not choking, apparently. I was wrong.
He's drunk.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. He's choking on alcohol. He's like, yeah, wait.
He's just drunk. Oh, it says it's an undisclosed fee. I don't know. I guess it's different for every person. In the guide I'm looking at, it says they charge him $7,000.
Okay.
Maybe
it might be. I mean, maybe some of the screenshots. From
I can't count.
I could deduce it from the edit most likely because I think it showed how much money you had before. And
yeah.
Back in.
The only thing to soothe the human heart is liquor and it's a lottery.
Oh shit! It's an act.
Yeah.
You want to wait to save before doing this? Yes.
Yeah. Bring me some booze, okay? Good.
So wait, now he's going back to the act for it. Okay. Oh, what's that kid doing? Like, quieting down? Is that a right word? Wait a minute, hold on.
So, I don't know if you remember when I mentioned to you. This is the part of the game. There are typos, mistranslations, weird things with the dialogue. Very strange.
Is that intended though? Because I know we ran
I
into
don't
questions about that.
know because we're in London, so it might be, I don't know, an accent thing. I don't know if he speaks like in Cockney.
Quieting down?
I don't know. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah,
I chalked it up
go into it.
I chalked it up to a typo.
Okay, we'll find out if it is. Because you're like, yeah, no, you can't do that to you little kids.
Because I think there is a typo actually coming up very soon.
Okay.
When you got a child, who the hell are you? Shut up and mind your own business. The law in this town says that all orphans go to the orphanage.
Very Oliver Twist.
Shut up, mind your own business, is it? You and me got a problem, punk. Huh.
But yeah, it's like, yeah, Yuri was too much for him, so yeah, he's running away. Hey kid, you okay?
Alright, you scraped your knee. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, I'm okay, ma'am. I love this exchange. It's so funny.
Okay.
That hurts, ma'am.
He's still being polite that way.
You mean miss, don't you?
Well...
okay, miss.
Yeah, but Alice is good with the children, I
What
think.
a horrible way to treat a child. Stay there. Where's your home, little boy? My home?
Oh, he doesn't have one. Oh shit, he's running away. Gotta go get him.
That way.
Left?
Do you want us to take you there, little boy? Really? Thank you, Miss Ma'am.
Okay, I like
love
that.
it. I don't appreciate that phrase. Now that's a brave lad there. Did you say something?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Well, let's go, shall we?
That was to the left, I guess, yes.
Oh. So, this is Chris.
And that was Joshua, I guess,
That's
yes.
Joshua.
Okay, so, yeah.
They're orphans.
Actually, interesting they say he's runny nose.
I don't know where they come up with the name. You know that everyone in every NPC had a name.
But I don't know, I was thinking, like, you know the kid in The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker?
Anyway.
You know what I'm talking about,
I hate
right?
that kid. I hate that kid so much.
Yeah.
He runs after you, and that fucking snot won't go away. That's kind of why I don't like Cubchoo, to be honest.
Okay, for Pokemon, going back to that.
I don't know.
I find who's worse, that or the Goron kid from Majora's Mask?
They all fall in the same category.
Okay, yeah, wood chipper.
Ah!
I thought you said that at some point.
No.
Well, no, I think
maybe,
I said
probably.
That. No,
I
no, I did.
I'm
say
sure
that.
you have the video evidence of it.
Actually, no, I don't think I do. I think that it was a more of a me thing. But just a thought of like, yeah, just saying what I guess had to be said.
Okay. I'm not denying it.
guess
Thanks
so.
for everything, sir, Miss Miss Ma'am.
Yeah, so hey, it does differentiate it. Oh, actually, no, that's the indication maybe of the snot nose thing.
I don't know. What did he just do?
He kind of just like did a sniff, maybe.
Oh.
I can show you the footage on the video of that again.
Next time you call me Miss Ma'am, I will kill you.
Fitting. I guess we were talking about that before. As far as it.
Bye now.
Yeah, yeah. She's scary. Yeah, like run away, stay away from her. But then like Alice and even Yuri are saying like, wait, hold on.
So I wonder if it's just the two of them. The older.
Oh, here you go. The older sister.
Yep.
Sister.
Yep. Nope. It's a female.
It is.
It's a female.
Well, hold on. There's Joshua and Chris, like Christine or Christina or something.
Yep.
Like that. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So the sister.
Yep. Typo.
Sounds like a nice kid. Okay.
I knew it was coming.
Remember, 3 games in a row we've had typo. All the games you've been in have been typo somewhere. You found the one for Station 05. There was Majora's Mask when you found, and then this one. So I guess then the next thing.
This one I knew about at least.
Okay.
And there's actually like some other weird shit.
Okay.
But we'll get in there.
Well, sister is a thing in way. What's she doing there? I was like, well, she got pickpocketed?
Yep. Yep, all my money's gone.
I was gonna say, damn, the money was gone. The money's gone.
It's hiding in my shirt. I've lost it.
They spent it all gambling. It's like, yeah, it was for Shenmue 2. It's like, okay.
That little punk.
So yeah, it is like Oliver Twist, so it's not wrong.
He's a little street rat.
Okay, that's Latin. It's like, oh, either way.
Riff raff.
Street rats.
I don't buy that.
Oh, thank you. Perfect. I don't either. We didn't when we played that game either.
Let's not be too hasty.
Still, I think he's rather tasty.
Oh my god, yeah. We should have done that when we played it, when Nocturne and I played Aladdin. It's like, hey, we still have the Super Nintendo game to play at some point, and hey, if you ever want to see it, Nashir's Revenge on PlayStation. So I'll have time for that.
Okay, so there is this house over here, and if you go behind here, there's an oak slingshot.
You just shoot at the kid, is that the idea?
No, it's a weapon, but not for a character we have.
Okay.
We'll get there. Go back over the bridge. Okay, so what we're gonna do...
Go and have a drink. Getting robbed.
With what money?
We'll just, I don't know, we'll run out.
Hello, come on.
Hey, it's Keith. I don't know, the bottle looks a little like him, am I wrong?
Where?
The bartender. Oh, maybe the purple and the blonde hair.
You talking about Kevin?
Kevin, thank you, sorry. I don't
Keith's your party member.
Oops. I was like, okay, fine, it's Kevin.
I was like, what? So well, it must have been the London Rats. I know a little bit about them.
Do you? Okay, wait a minute, Haley.
Yep, Hallie is your next party member.
They're street kids with a punk named Hallie as their leader.
I see them all the time, so I figured they must live around here somewhere. Guess I'll go back to the inn. The old man should be there by now. I better go meet him.
Yeah, and then you can do the lottery deal.
I can.
Because I'm gonna assume there's something really nice up that you don't want to miss out on. Wait, alright, you're right, bro.
No money.
Oh wait, hold on. Margarita's carrying the money?
I don't know why.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, why?
She's probably the most responsible one out of them all.
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Yeah, well, we've seen...
Alice? You don't think Alice would be responsible with money?
No, I think she would be. But she gets kidnapped an awful lot.
Well... Well, fine. Actually, well, when she was kidnapped, we didn't lose money. Oh, she wasn't holding money.
Right.
Yeah, fair enough. You proved your point.
Crap, she had all of my money, too.
Yeah, I was gonna go drinking with that.
I let you out of my sight for a minute, and this is what happens? You can't do this to me.
Yeah, it's not like you needed the money. I mean, look at us.
I mean, that was a lot of money.
Yeah, for you it was. Oh, yeah, you come from the same kind of stock. I get what you're doing, Shushin.
What do you intend to do about it?
Find the kids and kill them, probably, right?
Marguerite probably wants.
Yeah, there you go. Oh.
Maybe bury him onto his neck in the sand.
Yeah, Yuri's like, yeah, fine, I'll do it. Oh, and Alice, okay, fine, you're right. Alice is willing to get her hands dirty, too.
They're ready.
It's like, yeah, because otherwise we're not going to stay here. Yeah, meanwhile, they're having a, I guess they're having an argument or something over there.
I don't know.
Actually, question, because you're saying as far as the party members you have set, if you come here with a different party layout, will the other two characters be in the background like that? Okay, that's cool.
So Marguerite is automatically in my party, by the way.
Oh.
Because she's the one who got the money stolen from her.
Right.
And I completely forgot that that was the case, so it forces her into your party.
Okay.
For now.
But if, say, you took off Alice, Alice would be over there?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
Yes. Thankfully, I had the binometer to Alice, which doesn't really matter because we're not in, like, a dangerous area, per se. But I do want to make sure that I am putting some stuff on Marguerite just so she's not left.
Okay.
Because that would be unwise of me.
Although, again, I guess what would be the challenge run of this game, based on running no items?
Which is insane to me.
Well, I don't know, is this game insanely hard that doing that would be a death sentence? Fine, with armor, yes, but I mean...
to be honest, throughout the whole game, I don't really equip armor. Like, armor I do, but, like, accessories, like the belts and stuff like that to raise attack and defense, I don't really mess with those.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's preference. Like, speaking, I don't know what I want to put anything off we go.
Alright, so off to the lottery, I guess.
I didn't save. Yes, I did.
Okay, you didn't save after.
I didn't save after I quit Marguerite.
Okay.
Damn it.
Actually, I'm surprised you're going into the idea of saying, no, I don't want something else on her, because I would think usually when it comes to equipping of stuff in an RPG, you want to have everything filled when you can.
Yeah, but I don't really have anything that I want to put on her. I don't want to put a pocket watch on her because I'm going to need it for a little party member at some point later.
Gotcha.
Probably.
Yeah, we're back. Let's have our lottery time. We'll have the priest earrings on this one. Jesus, that's small. And you got on your first try. Good job. That seems smaller than a lot of the other ones we saw.
Because it was.
Okay.
So, what's funny because they said if you equip a pocket watch, it's supposed to widen the areas a bit.
That was with the pocket watch on?
No, that was with the pocket watch off when I got it, and I don't think I've ever done that before, so that was pretty fucking impressive.
Well, remember the.
And you got it on film.
I was gonna say, yeah, the element of the great gaming feed. You guys like, hey, every game.
I do shit like that.
Every game, we had that with Space Channel 5. We had that with the bunny hood thing with Majora's Mask without using the bunny hood, and now we have this. Okay,
Every
awesome.
fucking game, you got something recording.
Hey, that's the idea. That's why I do this as well. Sometimes this stuff will happen, and I love when that happens too. Yeah, good job on that.
Thank you. Okay, so apparently, I don't know. I think it's in here.
What, the item?
Yeah. Ah. Okay.
There are extras.
Okay, so this is essentially a healing item that heals everything. Heals
Cool.
all your life.
Awesome. You probably don't see much of this often.
You can actually buy them later, but I didn't.
It's probably an endgame thing.
Yeah. All right, so an old shutter's falling off the house. This is actually the most frustrating part of the game in terms of the ring.
Here's the question: you not having that thing on, is that gonna be a problem?
No, it's fine.
Okay. If you stop hitting the button, the indicator returns to the starting position. You aim for getting the indicator within the area before the timer reaches 0. We haven't seen a puzzle like this before, have we?
No, not yet. This is actually the most infuriating part of the game.
The push ring.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a lot of people. I have it down pretty well. So essentially what you want to do...
Okay, press the button so you get it in the line.
Yeah, and then kind of just tap it a little bit to keep it there.
Okay.
So I can get it first shot. I know a lot of people, like forums online and stuff, people bitch about this part so much.
What would you say is the most frustrating part of this game, then? Have we seen it yet?
For me, or in general?
For you.
I can't really pinpoint any one thing because it's not really anything that like drives me absolutely insane. You know, I mean, it's all pretty solid.
Right. I mean, that's what I've gathered. I mean, I don't know. Maybe like struggles you had when you first played this, if you remember what they might have been.
I don't really remember much of that, just because it was.
It's been a while
ago.
Yeah.
So long ago. All right, so we got demon earrings, we got a lottery ticket, and then there is the layout of this is not.
I was gonna say, yeah, there's a save point over there, but then again, this looks like it's the kid's hideout.
It is the kid's hideout.
Because at first I was like, wait a second, why is there teddy bear and all this? And then it hit me, I was like, wait a second, they're down here, and hey, they are kids that way.
Yep, we're on the one route side.
And to go to the Simpsons perspective, like why they have probably all this stuff, whatever I find, it keeps.
Junk's accumulated to the point where the entryway can't be used.
So it is like perceived that way. We're in the hospital.
There is a soul benediction here. Ah, we're about to get a really good accessory. That is going right on Alice.
Alrighty. Cool colors, huh?
I don't really know exactly what I'm assuming the wallet he's referring to.
I would think so, because... Oh, wait, or the blue of her... Is that what you're thinking?
Don't know.
Well, fine.
I never really thought too much on it.
He's also young enough, I don't know if he would be kind of into that.
I don't think so. So, to be perfectly honest, the dialogue in this entire part of the game, I just kind of wrote it off, because a lot of it I chalked up to, like, weird translations or whatever. so it's kind of rough to determine what exactly they're referring to. They gave me all this money. I'm almost thankful. Little brat.
But yeah, it's like, yeah, I have a gun, which is a horrible thing to be saying in
Right.
terms of this, but yeah, she said she wanted to kill her. It's like, I never thought we'd find you here. Yeah, give us the money.
How'd you find out? I'm not fucking stupid.
Oh, that or not smelling a rat. They've eaten 3 days. No excuse for stealing money, which is a fair point. Yeah, they already spent the money on gambling. It's like Shenmue 2. That's why I said that specifically before.
They don't spend too much of it, I don't think. I don't.
Oh, they don't?
I don't remember. I have to
Oh,
look.
so it's not like Shenmue where they spend it all.
No, we'll look and see how light my wallet is.
Okay. Because actually in Shenmue they spend it all, and actually there's an achievement and a trophy in that HD version where I think you have to spend a certain amount. I had it, so actually I only had $1 left.
Yeah.
And they said like they spend it all on gambling. I was like, what game were you playing that you really get $1 out or stretch $1 on that? Oh, Crucifix.
Okay.
Oh,
Crucifix
looking
is...
for the Cardinal. This is going to be where he's going to go, right?
Well, no, the Crucifix is an accessory.
Okay.
And it is one of the most important accessories in all of the Shadow Hearts games because it does make an appearance in every game.
Uh-huh.
It is the best accessory in the game because it prevents all status abnormalities and ring abnormalities.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it's fucking great.
That's great. That's
So that shit goes on Alice immediately.
Okay.
Not just because of theming.
Well, that's true. You're right. If it's that way, but you're right because of her. That means that yeah, in a case like that, she will not be, you know, in a case of status.
Which is good because she's your healer.
Yeah, we're not gonna hurt you. We're just gonna bash your brains in. But then again, I guess the thing is Yuri's kind of relating to this part. When I find a homeless child, they take them to the orphanage, and yeah, if you've ever read Charles Dickens' novel, you don't want to go to an orphanage.
No way. Once I take a kid there, he's never just gonna hurt him again.
Oh, but in this game, see, here's the other thing. In this game, they're probably right about that. The idea that no, there's actually monsters there for real.
It means there aren't any good people in this world.
Wait, who said that? Oh, yeah, it is Oliver specifically.
Hallie.
Or Hallie.
Hallie.
Okay, yeah, from the back.
I swear, I have a feeling you're gonna call him Oliver through the whole thing.
But if it's a girl, so it's like, okay, fine.
No, Hallie's a boy.
Oh, he is?
Hallie's a boy.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, never before.
I love it. It's such a gender fuck between Chris and Hallie. You're like, wait, what? Yeah, no, Hallie's dressed like a little paper boy.
I was gonna say, never before as a boy wanted more.
Hallie, leader of the London Rats. I'm like their big brother.
Okay, there you go. Sorry about Josh, you should have kept your guard up.
Yeah. No remorse.
Yeah, you have some nerve.
I'm glad you're not from the orphanage, though. All the kids taken to the orphanage disappear mysteriously.
Looks like that's where we're going next.
Maybe.
Or is that next time?
I'm cool with running long.
However you want to run, go
I'm
ahead.
cool with running long. I would actually love to get through the orphanage tonight.
Okay, how long about is that going to go? Just out of curiosity.
I feel like it's relatively short.
Okay. Yeah, whatever you want. I mean, hey, if you want to get this to 6 parts, that specifically, go ahead.
I don't know if that's necessarily going to break 6 parts, but we're going to try.
Okay.
We're going to see what happens.
Yeah, but Yuri can relate to this because he said that I was that case when I was your age.
What are you doing here in this dump anyway?
Coming to get a cool item, but also see what's going on.
Hume returns to saving one of our little ones. We're looking for someone. Do you know if there's a mansion around here owned by a person named Cardinal Albert Simon? Albert Simon?
Yeah, do you know him?
Old Carl might know.
Wait, that's him. No, it's Cardinal. Never mind. Duff, I'm doing the Yuri thing, but not intentionally. He'll help if you asked. But
Okay, so first things first.
get that baby on right there.
Which is good because it eliminates. This is how I can run one accessory with her.
Perfect.
You know. And then I don't have to worry about anything. So I think there's an item here.
Talisman of Purity.
There's another one on the other end of the Move.
Actually, they do have the same run. Or fine, the one kid there, the girl, has the same run that the kid in the village at the beginning of the game has.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they definitely reuse the assets.
Although the boy doesn't. He doesn't run with his hands.
No, I saw that.
So in some ways they do reuse the assets, but then they don't, which is interesting.
Okay, so that's all that's up here. The warning device actually prevents back and side attacks.
The what?
The warning device that I just picked up. It's an
Okay.
accessory. So it's useful, but I never use it.
Okay.
Just a rebel that way.
Because usually I guess the idea is I mean, we haven't really run into back attacks and side attacks that much. Actually, have we even seen a side attack? I know we see back attacks.
I don't think we've seen a side attack yet.
Yeah, I don't think so. So it's not a case where you're going to be seeing
Maybe
it often.
once. I don't know, they're annoying. Move! Alright. This is old Carl's house.
Alright, hi.
Old Carl.
Knowledgeable Carl.
Yeah.
Well, he is old and knowledgeable. I guess that's the idea, you know, respecting your elders and all that. Who's
It's a
this?
stranger. He saved Joshua from the orphan hunters.
But yeah, you know where Carl Simon...
Oh, it's you, Hallie. What? You want to know about Cardinal Simon? I got it. That mansion is across the Thames River in the residential area in the north.
Okay, yeah, that I'm familiar with.
Thanks, old Carl. Let's go.
Going.
No, we're not ready to go again. No, I don't want to leave yet.
There's an item in his house.
There's a couple.
I do like
Rushing.
this piece of music. I'm just gonna say that. You're right, it's terrific.
Yeah, Vitamin Metropolis is fun. Suspicious looking phone. It's not hooked up yet.
Will it be hooked up?
Yeah, but I never quite understood the purpose.
I guess we'll come back here and see it later then.
Yeah, I think it tells you, like, if you're missing gravestones, like, kind of gives you hints where to find them.
Okay. All right, because there's the one that went in the graveyard, so we're gonna be running a bunch of those. Okay.
So I got the lottery ticket, and then there's a Kieran scale, and then there should be a seal of force.
There you go.
Okay.
I do love that. I don't know if I indicated this. I love kind of does that scoop off the ground, like he's picking up a coin off the ground or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Ooh, penny.
Ooh, look. All right, so we have the orphanage.
All right, let's go. Wait, they have a paddy wagon out here. Damn.
Yeah, to bring all the orphans here.
Damn, this is what a racket they've got running here.
What's wrong with you? This is it. This is where all the kidnapped orphans end up. What do you mean?
What are you talking about? Who's kidnapping them?
The men in black.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bacon. Oh no, it's Kevin. But he's dead.
It's Kevin, but he's dead.
Okay.
Certainly seems that this is the mansion of Cardinal Simon.
Oh.
So you mean Cardinal Simon's mansion has became an orphanage? Typo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or fine, he already didn't take grammar classes or something. I don't know.
So let's just ask the people who live there directly. I don't want them to find me. I'll wait here. Good plan.
I was gonna say he's not in your. You said he's gonna become a party member. Like, yeah, not now. Let's they do something.
Who's there? Hello, I need to ask you something.
I love how kind of polite he's being. That doesn't seem in keeping, but I think he's also realizing, yeah, that's how we're gonna run. Oh.
Oh, look, another blonde guy.
Actually, is he?
Yeah, he's blonde.
Oh, he also has like the eye patch.
Which is so funny because in the portrait he looks like he has dark hair.
I was gonna say maybe a little.
So I always thought he had black hair, and then like when I look at his character model, I was like, no, he's blonde.
Or it's white hair, was like maybe because of the lighting here.
It's the lighting.
So yeah, what's going on here? This is mansion of Cardinal Simon, is that right? We're looking for him.
Cardinal Simon.
Oh yeah, he's low voice.
A man named Albert Simon. I believe he moved here from Italy. Oh yeah, I believe that was the name of the previous owner. He bought this mansion to start an orphanage, but I don't know anything about the previous owner.
Okay.
But is that right? I'm Malkovich.
Oh,
from the USA. I'm doing some research on the subject of war and orphans.
So she knows the right way to come out saying like, yeah, I'm with the press. Can I do an investigation on this and entrap you or something?
Excuse me, but may I have your name? My name is Jack, but...
Wait, I know exactly who you are, probably.
It's an orphanage, isn't it? Where are the children? They're asleep in their rooms. It is awfully late, you know. But I really would like to gather some data, so perhaps we could just talk to them. That won't do. I told you they were asleep. I don't like people from the papers anyhow.
So Marguerite knows exactly how to get underneath his skin, and I guess hopefully get him to tell us.
She wins.
Yeah, we're making our walkout.
So is this Cardinal Simon's mansion?
Not sure. I guess so. But,
Appears to be, but the guy we're after disappeared 2 years ago. Seems kind of suspicious.
yeah, I think we need to get in there and figure what's going on.
Well, for the time being, let's go back to the end.
Okay, so we'll do this later then. Is that the idea? Is we can't do it now?
Well, later is very, very quickly.
Okay, including the idea like he just comes out and looks at us. Like, yeah, that is sketchy. Oh, yeah, indeed now.
Did you call?
Man in Black.
Yeah, the Man in Black, I guess. Yeah, I guess it passed to the one that kept me grabbing that kid before. Okay, so they saw us. So in that case, we're gonna be, yeah, we're marked. Yeah, it also means it's gonna be good to come here and kick his ass feasibly. Stand in the tail and don't let it spot you, okay? Oh, okay, yeah, I get where they were going with this, potentially.
He's evil. Alright, Cardinal Simon's mansion has become an orphanage where a shady man is gathering up children.
Yeah, which, again, that sounds shady in and of itself.
Kind of wondering what happened to the Cardinal, but it's disturbing about the missing children, too. Let's take a look. We still don't understand the connection between Cardinal Simon and this Jack. It's true, but from what I've seen so far, there's something funny about that orphanage. There's no sign of children anywhere, and the whole place seems so gloomy. Alright, let's ask the townspeople about that orphanage.
I like the idea that Yuri's kind of just going with this. He's not necessarily trying to, I guess, be smartass, which is kind of a surprise, I guess.
He's maturing.
Yeah, you do see that, and that's something that is interesting.
I like his character arc. I think it's
Well, fine. I love
very
everybody's
cool.
character arc of what I'm seeing in this game. I'll tell you that right now.
The nice thing is everyone has a character arc.
Which you don't always get. I mean, there's something to be said about that when it comes to a game like this. Actually, I think
Some RPGs, they have just like flat party members who like never get any sort of development.
sure.
Or it's like locked strictly behind side quests. So if you don't do that side quest, then you're out of luck.
Right. No, I get that
So,
for sure.
you know, it's just nice that everyone just kind of gets fleshed out. And then if you want like more info, then do the side quests.
But then again, there's also a game that's good enough from what I'm gathering that you kind of wanted to do everything it's got. So, yeah, where do the other kids go? Oh, no, he came, didn't it? Or the Man in Black came and took him.
Yep.
Alright, we gotta go back there and start busting some heads. See, now I'm talking more like Yuri than Yuri is. He's gonna go rescue, or... Yeah, he's gonna go rescue him.
Yeah, he's a bit of a hothead.
Oh.
But he's got good reason to be.
Right, I mean, I guess he's sort of the new Yuri, I guess, as far as the idea of what this is.
Well, he's 16.
Yeah.
So...
Oh, I didn't know how old he was.
Yeah, he's 16.
Oh!
He's got some powers.
I was gonna say, the Yuri thing was not too far off, maybe.
He is psychic.
Okay. It takes a lot out of him at 16.
Exactly.
Oh. Yeah, okay, I was more right on that than I thought. Damn. Okay.
I'm trying to... No, it's not gonna happen yet.
What's up?
Next part, there's gonna be a voiced cutscene.
Okay.
So...
Actually, trying to think, this is the first part of the game. I think we haven't had one.
Fair.
I think, because we had,
Yeah.
We had the beginning of the game with the first part.
Part
on
2
the
was
train,
See Mama.
See Mother, and then
Part 3 was the intermission. Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. Hey, I mean, we can't get lucky all the time.
No, but that's that idea. I still like kind of that trajectory as, yeah, I guess we have to take Hallie with us.
We do have to take Hallie with us. And because Yugen and Keith are in the hotel, they're not choosable.
Can you go back there and pick them if you need them?
Nope.
Okay.
So it's Alice or Marguerite, and I'm running with Alice because she can heal. So. Also, he's about the same level that I need him to be at, so we're good.
So as you said, yeah, they'll get him set for this. I guess if you come in here at a lower level, he'll be at the matched level of where your other characters are, because looks he's at 29.
Oh, I lied. You can actually go and switch them out at the hotel.
Oh.
My bad. I lied.
But it's fine to that, like, either way. But this is who you want to run.
Yeah, no. So this... this is our final party for the game.
Hallie, Yuri, and Alice.
Hallie's real useful as a secondary healer.
Okay, that's kind of a surprise because, yeah, just going into this as far as the audio checks, so going as far as chat's concerned, now that we've gotten to this point, we're seeing Keith, Yuri, and Zhujian.
Well, Keith and Zhujian were in the party just so I can get their final moves.
Gotcha.
To show them off later.
Okay.
So Hallie, this is Hallie Branket.
Okay.
We'll talk about his last name later.
Okay.
Like, when we play Kudelka.
Okay.
But this is Hallie. He's wind-based. And he has a fuck ton of skills that span across all different elements.
Really?
So he's really useful when pointing out those elemental weaknesses.
I was going to say then, because since that's something that you've said with this game, you kind of want to do that. That's a success to your battles, along with the Judgment Ring timing and all that. You want him in your party for the fair reason. And he has the slingshot.
He comes with a red leather jacket. And then really it's just a matter of putting other stuff on him. So we'll do...
So is he more of a magic person because of his ESP, or is like he's balanced the way that Keith is?
He's balanced.
Okay.
He's balanced. He's probably less of a physical attacker than Keith, but he can hold his own. I mean, his physical attack is already a 107. So
sure, that's pretty good.
He's pretty okay. I am going to throw a pocket watch on him, and then... Yeah, let's do... Shit, Marguerite has my earrings. I have the trophy money. That's alright. Money is not an issue.
I was gonna say, yeah, even though we got stolen, you're fine as far as how it's operating. Because we got it back feasibly too.
Yeah, money's not an issue. Alright, so you know what? I'm just gonna throw the, warning device on him so we don't get back attacked.
Okay.
Because although it is rare, it does happen.
Yeah, I think we've only seen it a couple times. We saw it once. Actually, it's probably one of those. I think we might have seen it once every part at least. But,
I think there was a side attack that happened once, but I don't.
Maybe so I can go back also in the videos for that.
I feel like it happened in those temple ruins.
Honestly, we'll have time because to go into this a little bit before we get to schedule. It's going to be a case where it's going to be a tad over a month before we come back to this, but not massively. Yeah. But then we're also at that point we'll come back to it 2 weeks after the next part.
Sure.
So it's going to be accelerated that way.
Okay. So off to the orphanage.
All right, let's
try to get through the orphanage as quickly as possible.
Well, that being said,
I know you don't mind it.
Well, as you said, also it's the question like how much can you do to this, but then also that this seems like it's a good place to set to this because like, hey, you know this game, you know where you feel like setting this up is going to be. As far as how to position for each part. Yeah,
this was actually my goal. Because, like I said, when Chasm22 asked me how far he thought I was going to get, this is actually what I told him, that I would probably be able to complete this.
Gotcha.
And I was almost right.
Yeah, mostly. I mean, but then again, so you said this is not going to be that long as far as
it's not a terribly long area, I don't think.
Okay.
So pretty much what you want to do, you start off here.
I was gonna say first, like he's looking at the door,
I had to move the control stick just to make sure. So it's locked.
Oh, so Joshua is here, so like we hear him, so we gotta get going. You come to help us. You did. Just hold on a little longer, okay? Yeah, wait. With Yuri and Alice, we'll be fine. But wait a second, who are you? Yeah, we finally get our welcome.
And it's by a man in black.
And we're gonna probably punch him in the face, am I right?
We'll do a little bit more than that. I don't think so easy to leave. I knew it was you.
And Alice just doesn't have anything to say.
Surprise, he's a monster.
Okay, that I didn't. Fine. Oh! Okay.
Yeah, so he is what's called a Night Stalker. So I'm gonna fuse into Ifrit. He's also wind class.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna lie, he's actually a normal enemy.
Okay. Looks like it's a guy standing on nothing upside down. Oh, that's what he is. Okay.
He's meant to be a hangman, and he's got a gun.
Oh, okay.
He's just straight up got a gun. All right, so he is air class. So what we want to do is use earth moves, which, funny enough for us, Hallie has. And he's voiced, so go for it.
By, did I take... Oh, yes, I did take him down. Actually, he did somebody we've not talked about yet. Haley Brankett is voiced by Wayne Grayson, who is Kinoshita on the Ping Pong Club. I don't know if you're familiar with the anime.
Never heard of it.
Also, fine, he's Joey Wheeler on Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, shit!
Okay, it's like that in and of itself was like right there, that purpose of it. But on top of that also was Timmy on Wink's Club. Actually, let's go to something. Ed Wack, who is going to be on the show next week, he does a weekly movie thing. They're watching Weathering with You, which is the movie by the director that I like, because I think Your Name is horribly overrated. But that he was the voice of Kimura in Weathering with You, which was an American movie a couple years ago. Specifically, and also he was the voice of Michelangelo on the TMNT show for 4Kids.
Okay.
So yeah, Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh! Is this guy.
That's funny.
Well,
I never would have known that.
I don't know, it's because you're saying there's certain voice performances we haven't gone into yet, including for Roger Bacon. You're saying, like, wait, it's kind of a dead giveaway, but even watching that last cutscene, I couldn't pick up what it was. Just from listening.
Yeah, I mean, it's very... you can kind of hear it, but not really. There's another movie has Aquablade. He has different voice clips for different moves.
Okay.
So for this one, just do it for showing it off.
I hate you! I hate you!
Yeah, he said, I hate you, which shows like, yeah, he's only happy when it rains.
Well, there's a reason why he's saying it, and it's not extremely clear at this point in time why.
We'll find out, I guess, later, yes.
I'll talk about it when it's time.
Okay.
It's kind of obvious, just based on what he was saying back at the hideout.
Basically, he hates his mother for,
Ah, there we go, yes.
I was usually waiting for me to pick it up, which is also the thing we saw with Yuri, so talk about, coming full circle.
Yeah, no, he's mad at his mom.
Actually, I guess now that you know who voices him, are you hearing Joey Wheeler out of that?
Tiny little bit.
Because honestly, you're more familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! Than I am. I have not seen much of it. Like, specifically the 4Kids version. Actually, I haven't really seen much of it at all, any of them, so that's the idea.
Yeah, no, it was one of those shows that was just fun for me.
So I know you mentioned it a couple of times, and people say, like, hey, they like the idea of this, they like the card games based on all that, as we get the Kids Room key.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the Kids Room key allows us to go into here. And then we find Joshua and Sharon.
All right, there you go.
But where's Chris?
Uh-oh. Somebody took Chris away.
White clothes?
Uh-oh.
That sounds like Kevin.
Probably is. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, hey, the spirit of Kevin?
No, it's Jack.
Okay. No, Kevin changed his name. No, I'm kidding. That's not...
I mean, they are, like, really both slimy characters, so...
Yeah, but also I'm thinking the other thing, like, hey, if this is the idea of, like, monsters here, like, are they doing, like, eugenics stuff on the kids this way for turning them into monsters? You're giving me a look that's maybe indicating that, I don't know.
You'll see.
Alright, we'll find out. That was funny old man.
I don't know who he's talking about.
The guest room key?
Yeah, I don't know who the funny old man is. He's a child, so I'm just like, oh, okay, sure. Okay, so there is...
I think an item you walked over.
There's a couple items in here.
I think like on the crack in the ground.
No.
Child's dead, but...
The sheets are dusty and stained.
Actually, wait. I'm trying to remember. This is late to ask this. It doesn't flash items as far as it just says the question mark that comes up when there's something to pick up. Yes.
Yep.
That's what I thought. Because I did see something on the ground. Okay, there's a pure extract.
Yeah, it doesn't show. Like, if it has something of interest, it'll have the question mark. There's a drawing as if done by a child inside the fireplace. Toys that will never be played with again are scattered on the shelf.
Is that everything?
That's everything in here.
Okay.
Alright, so go upstairs at the end of the balcony to the left.
I like the way the music here is set. It has this kind of almost metallic sound to itself.
Yeah, it's kind of industrial.
Yeah, I think it fits to this, though. I guess the idea of, hey, you know, if you're going to be going to an orphanage, the thought would be is that it would not necessarily be an industrial case as far as, you know, taking care of children don't have parents.
Mm-hmm.
But, of course, you find not necessarily in this place.
So here we have some banshees and some larmgelgs.
Yeah, they look like zombies a little bit.
That's it. Yeah, it's a reskin.
Oh.
It's a reskin of the zombies.
Oh, okay, I didn't even know it was like reskin of anything, just like they look like zombies in general.
So we have water and fire elementals, respectively.
Okay, I have to go. I'll catch the rest of the show when it uploads in a few days. Thank you for fun show. Sure, Dolly Finn, of course. By the way, our next show is Friday next week. Ed Wack and Nick here will be involved for Guitaru Man on PlayStation 2, just to indicate that. But thank you for joining in, and thank you for adding so much to the show as you always do. I will see you then. Get another perfect. So yeah, a good way to go out with the perfect, that's for sure.
Right?
As far as it, yeah, get the fire going.
It might not kill the banshees, but it'll kill the larmgelgs.
I guess it would be fitting, I guess.
Oh, no, killed them all.
There you go.
Those are actually the only enemies besides the Night Stalker in this area, so.
Okay.
And they normally appear in groups like that, and it's nice because it'll get my water energy up. As well as my mouse. Alright, so it's an Ouroboros. It's just a regular item. And then enter the door on the left.
That one, okay.
This door. Alright. There's a couple things. Thick diary atop the large desk apparently belongs to the person who used this room. Read the diary.
I can't read that. Is that the idea, like, he needs to learn how to read? And, like, no.
No, he's just privacy. February 4th, 1913. Oh, sorry. It's been 2 weeks since I was moved into this room all by myself. Every night the doctor comes to talk about his dead mother. He sounds just like a little child. He always becomes so emotional. He starts to cry. He even gets up and screams all of a sudden. At first I was scared, but I got used to it. If I just listen, I get to have warm bread and soup.
Okay.
Anyway, every night I listen to the sobs of the new kids here, but then again, I'm usually crying too. I hope I can find new parents soon and get out of this place. Isn't God listening to my prayers? Yes, we're
Okay.
okay. February. Yeah,
Is that long?
The date's weird to me because
They were here for multiple years, I guess. Yes, because while when will I get somebody who's going to come and take
I'm
me?
not sure exactly. The dates were always weird to me. The doctor seemed so excited. He smiled and started talking as soon as he saw me. He was happy because his experiment went well and some book was going to make his dreams a reality.
Okay.
Sometimes I shiver when I hear about his research. It sounds like the story of Frankenstein to me. I can't hear the crying of the children tonight, even though it's definitely time for it.
Time for the crying of the children, huh?
Yes.
Okay, so, okay.
February 22nd, 1913.
Okay, I'll tell you what's weird about that before you go on, just the ordering of the numbers.
Yeah, so the other one must have been February 21st.
Yeah, although it's saying, like, February 21st, but instead of saying 22 February, which usually when it comes to, like, a European date layout, it tends to be that way, with, like, the day first.
It was very weird. I had a great dinner tonight. I've never eaten so much delicious food at once. The teacher was all smiles, too. It seems that it's going to be my turn to help his experiment tomorrow. This is the last entry in the diary.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Because it's not. Okay. So there is a lottery ticket in the fireplace. Full of picture books for children. A vulgar-looking man is reflected in the mirror. That's
Yuri?
me. That's me.
So wait, he's saying, like, hey, he's a vulgar-looking man?
Yeah. There's some dents in the old mattress. Alright, so there is another pile of books here.
Okay.
Will you take the book?
Probably should, yeah.
Whoops. Damn it!
Question, is this like the water wheel at the beginning of the game?
Nah. Nope, this is just a general.
It's fast too, shit.
Yeah. An old picture was in the book. It shows a woman holding a baby. The following is written on it. March 5th, 1875. With my dearest Jack, 1-year-old, Mary.
Okay.
What month is March?
The 3rd?
So 5/3/75.
Okay, so it's a code for the door.
Bingo.
I was say, yeah, the Resident Evil thing. Alright. So basically, by reading that book, that gives you the idea of how to go in here. Although, here's the question. If you know the code, is it going to be the same each time you play?
Yep.
Okay, so basically you can totally ignore that if you know the game, but usually, like, hey, you wouldn't be doing that.
I do it for story for this.
No, fair
That's
enough.
literally why I did it.
I was going to say also for the name, I was like, wait, is that also a precursor to Kodelka or something?
For what?
I don't know, that date, because it was so far earlier.
No, it's just when it was the year after Jack was born.
Okay.
So, like, if you're keeping track of, like, the timeline of things, then I guess it's important, but...
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, okay, so, again, there's stuff... Fireplace...
I got what you're saying, this does seem like it's kind of enclosed more, I guess, until you go through the main area at the bottom there.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not an extremely long area. So, this is a painting of Mary.
Okay.
3 July 54.
Mary from here is the Virgin Mary.
No, Mary, his mother, Mary.
Oh, okay.
July, when's that?
7th month.
Right, so 3754. Okay, before we go there, there is something over on the desk, and the door is locked. I'm gonna do another ring.
Tiny thing there I'm seeing, but
My timing is off. There. This is important in my mind, just for story.
okay, the Master's
Just
Diary.
extra shit. You found a heavy file inside the dresser drawer. It looks like the Master's Diary. Will you read the Master's Diary?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
I like you said, like it's too hard to read.
Right. April 18th, 1909. We finally finished the move. My mother seems to like the mansion too. I was worried when I first came, but I don't believe the ghost of the old owner will return here. Tomorrow is my first day as a doctor. It will be difficult, but my mother and I will make it. May 27th, 1909. It's been a month since I started working as a doctor. So far, so good. But the changing climates has given Mother a chill. She's always tired and I'm worried. October 11th, 1909. What is going on? I have no idea what is making my mother so ill. Each day her illness worsens. It's unbearable watching her appearance change so rapidly. She used to be so beautiful, but now her body is changing, drying out as if she were becoming a mummy.
Okay.
Please give me the power to help Mother. I would do anything to return the smile to her lips.
Somebody heard that, most likely.
November 2nd, 1909. It rained hard all night long. My mother passed away before dawn. The mummy in front of me will not move again. I tried to halt her illness, but in the end I failed. My mother screamed like a beast, went into convulsions, and died with an agonized look on her face. She never failed to grace me with her smile, and was rewarded for it by God with a torturous end. Tell me, God, why did my mother deserve this? We honored you, prayed to you as we were taught. Why have you forsaken us? It is something I simply cannot fathom. January 8th, 1910. As I suspected previously, my mother was killed by some kind of curse. The more I study the black arts, the more I am certain. If I can but unpuzzle their arcane logic, perhaps I can solve the enigma of my mother's death. But why am I doing this? Even if I uncover what caused the strange disease, I cannot bring the dead back to life.
Well.
February 13th, 1910. I ran into someone in town today. His name was Roger Bacon.
Yeah, he can help.
He told me my mother's disease lies in the secret arts practiced by the ancient Druid monks.
Oh, the Druids.
What an unsettling man. He told me that he knew everything about me, although we had never met before. He has given me an old book. The text is all in Greek, so it will take some time to decipher it. February 30th, 1910. Yes, that date doesn't exist.
Oh! Wow.
Actually, I can look. Because I know calendars at some point in time did change.
Like the Gregorian calendars or something
Yeah,
like that,
so I
perhaps?
can look. That actually may exist.
Yeah.
I'll look into that. I'll let you know.
Okay, that's cool.
What have I done? Have I come face to face with God? A week has passed since last I slept, yet my excitement and curiosity build all the more. Decoding the emigre document shouldn't take much longer. Then a whole new world will open to me. That is so important to keep in mind the name of that document. Emigre document.
Emigre, okay.
Yep. So, in other games, it's called the emigre manuscript.
Okay.
They call it the document in this one. Whatever.
Okay, this is more for the future games, and I guess...
Uh-huh.
Well, not Kodelko too?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
This fucking thing
Yeah.
is the tie that binds.
Okay. There you go.
And I've been waiting till we get to this part to tell you this.
Okay, of all the stuff we've had this game so far, this is the part that you were kind of wanting to lay out the most.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
This is that key document, item, whatever. That is the tie that binds all 4 games together.
Okay, I guess we're going to see more of it in this game, though, to start, or is this just a reference to it?
No, you're going to see more of it in this game.
Okay.
Okay. March 2nd, 1910. It was already dark outside when I finally awoke. My relief at finishing decoding the document must have lulled me into a deep sleep. But I shan't hesitate anymore. I have discovered the path that I must take. I can bring the dead to life with the emigre document. I can see my mother smile once again. I'm going to be quite a busy man. Bacon again.
Yeah.
Yeah, bacon again. So, what was that code? 3754. And then... Nope, that's not
What you're running off.
Zodiac bracelets, because this thing that we're gonna face can inflict petrification.
Actually, now I'm thinking about seeing the zombies in the hallway there. Actually, it kind of makes some sense why we're seeing it based on what you just showed there.
Raising the dead.
Yep. Well, I mean, I kind of got a sense of that maybe with what Roger Bacon's doing, but then again, a question of how it's operating. So yeah, that's a very vital thing to be going into.
Yeah.
So thanks for going into that.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's not just like flavor text.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it is, but at the same time, I feel like it's super important because it like really adds to the story itself.
Well, it contextualizes everything else. We had that with the stuff we showed with Majora's Mask, as far as some of the indications we had with that, or some other things as well. So it kind of paints more of a full picture.
Yeah.
So I think with this game, it's kind of the same thing of what we're seeing so far.
I mean, you get to see a little bit more into how Jack was when he started versus now.
And the idea of like how he could be seduced. Go into
A little bit of power goes a long way.
Sure. And it also contrasting that very well with the idea of like what the children are going through. Yeah, he's got a good shot on that slingshot.
He hits pretty hard. That's, like I said, he has a pretty good physical attack. That boosts up my water energy.
There you go, you're leveled up that water.
Good. Now I just need earth.
We get maybe more of that off of this battle.
I need to cleanse that shit. Okay, so first things first. Graveyard.
Your cleanse out, okay.
We're gonna cleanse out, we're gonna get water, we're gonna tent up, and then we're gonna finish off the orphanage.
Okay.
Told you it wasn't that long.
Yeah, not really. But either way, so whatever you're fine with for the purpose of the show, yeah, no issue there.
That's why I know you're chill with it, so.
And hey, if it makes sense as far as that element to it, I get it too.
Well, I'm glad, because now we're ending off on something that, like, oh shit, big events going on.
Set up for that, and then another one of those upside down dogs.
Yeah, this is,
You talk about bookending perfectly right there.
Zwei? Who's Zwei?
Yeah, we'll see the name again in just a
I
second.
don't remember.
Was the icy breath and yeah, the way that thing is angled.
It's a horse. It's fine.
Well, no, I wasn't even gonna say
Dry.
that.
Yeah, it's fine. Dry. So this is 3.
I was gonna say not even just that, just the idea like it looks potentially weird as far as where the ice is coming from.
Yeah.
But then again, you're right. It's demon case, so like it's either way, you know.
It's a fun thing with demons. You can design them however you want.
Pretty much. Yeah. So there you go. That's purified, but then we gotta go get our water.
Gotta stand around waiting for them to give me my item.
I guess that because I guess that's feasibly a load right there. But
I can only assume so. I never really understood why it takes so long.
But see, the other thing is like they're like, wait, we didn't expect to do that. What do we do?
Yeah, right. Alright, and then we have
Fusion monster for water. Let's do this. Wait, question now. If he's wait, is it water based when you're fighting him? Is that a good thing if you have fire out there?
I'm not worried.
Yeah, I guess if
I mean, to answer your question, no. But you know,
I was like, yeah, if you're
I'm
not worried.
worried.
If you're not worried, why should I be worried?
No, that's fine. This is annoying though. He can raise his evasion, right?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, it's double team for Pokemon.
Pretty much. So it is kind of annoying. It works.
On just one.
No, it actually like works a lot. Like he's. So it's just physical evasion. So I could do like a magic attack to him, but I don't feel like it.
Actually, I also saw there was a little bit of a like an artifact within the ice thing he just did. I mean, fine, it's not an artifact. It might be just the idea that I guess your model was kind of cooking out the way that the holes are.
It could be.
Potentially. The good news, you're hitting him every so often, so yeah, you evade the first, and then you can hit him with that. Oh.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, the next
Imagination.
I was gonna say, yeah, the thing with the rainbow. There's a question. Oh wait, you're blazing.
Yeah, I'll bite.
I was gonna say the evasion raise. If you hit the judgment ring more accurately, that doesn't make it more likely that you'll go through that.
I don't think so. Get the fuck out. Also, yes, they can dodge magic attacks. I don't know how, don't know why, whatever.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad I guess we showed it.
Ah.
Oh yeah, right there. I'll show it again.
No, there's clipping. I see it.
It wasn't clipping. It was like it's flashed out almost. As far as like there was like it kind of was a little warped. I'll get a picture of what that is, and it'll be here when I edit.
Yeah, I do need to build those just because I don't want risk.
I guess if you die here, is that?
Oh, good. Now it wore off, fucker.
Yeah, I guess if you do die here, what does that change as far as how things cover? Is it like considered your game over?
I think it just kicks you out of the graveyard, but I'm not totally sure because it's never happened.
Okay.
That's the thing. I don't have answers to a lot of, like, if you die here, what happens, because I don't know how many times I've ever, like, lost.
I was gonna say, it seems like it's a game that you kind of come to semi-easily. But there's also a question of, hey, you kind of maybe have to try to make some of these things happen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It kind of flickers out.
Yeah.
I see it. Yeah, like, honestly, it's just one of those things, like, if I die, I made a stupid mistake somewhere.
Sure, which is good when you get into a case like that. You can say, no, fine, it's not the game's fault. It's like it's badly designed.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's pretty easy to...
Alright, so you got a soul, and it probably is maybe the most satisfying soul to get of the ones you got only because of the fight you had to go through with it.
It's just annoying because of that fucking double team.
Okay.
Alright, so now we can leave here. Go back. Go back!
I guess we're going to be running, we're going to run this magic for this one?
No. I never equip water.
Okay.
I don't know why, it's just not my preferred.
Maybe they're not a whole lot of,
I don't find them useful.
There might not be a whole lot of enemies that are weak to it, is that the idea?
No, you get a fair amount, but it's, in this coming battle, there's really no need because it's, Jack is water elemental, and the boss after is earth.
Okay.
Which I think it was kind of obvious we were going to be fighting Jack, so that's why I was like...
No, fair enough,
okay.
yeah.
So,
Jack's going down.
Okay, so we have another dialogue. This was 3754.
I like that they're saying, like, hey, enter each of these digits, the thousands, hundreds, tens, and ones.
Makes it easy to break it up.
Alright, so in we go, and this is where Jack's gonna be. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, you. I guess it also goes to one thing, like, hey, how did Jack get, you know, set this way, but also the fact that I guess maybe that explains the eye patch, maybe something went wrong. Unless, yeah, I don't know, is there an explanation maybe for that?
I don't think there is, to be honest.
But I think it was a suggestion maybe as far as, like, he was trying stuff, and yeah, he had to lose his eye on top of his mother.
I can only assume it's an experiment gone wrong.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it adds to his whole mad doctor thing.
And yeah, the eugenics thing was actually, I guess, fitting as far as because he wants to do something to Chris. Was like, yeah, what the hell are you up to?
I'll elaborate on my evil plan.
Talking killer syndrome.
Should become a master of life and death, transplanting the soul of the dead into a living vessel.
Which makes more sense now because we read that book. So if you didn't, you'd say, like, okay, he's doing this, but the question, like, why is he doing this?
Yeah.
But now it makes a little more of a context.
Never again shall we feel the pain of losing those dear to us. They shall glow with everlasting life. Are you with me? Can you see the beauty of it? The brilliance?
Oh.
It's a cauldron. Let's proceed to the final adjustments. Chris, it's finally your turn.
Oh no, she's possessed. Can't wait to fight her.
She's in some weird trance. Look upon this great spiritual vessel, a holy womb for the soup of life.
Oh boy.
I like that line.
The soup of life.
Just, yeah, well, that whole line, a holy womb for the soup of life, just, I don't know. It just creeps me out. Even though she speak, a life has nearly blossomed within it. Chris, use your life to reawaken my dear mother.
Oh.
Yeah. It's all coming together now.
We gotta
see
save
Hallie's
her.
getting pissed.
Oh, we're not gonna be able to save her?
Just watch.
Well, is it? I was gonna say, with Hallie's powers, he might be able to do something in flashing light warning here.
She falls off the side. She's safe.
Destroy everything. He's like, no, we're gonna bust everything. He's not taking Chris away. Oh! He's even doing a knock on Yuri.
It's the clearest you've heard it, right?
Uh-huh. So wait, is that who we heard in Intermission?
No. What do you mean? She never spoke to her in that cutscene.
What was the speak? Though the speak? No, fine. Spoke to Yuri. It was like, well, that wouldn't make sense. Why would it speak to Yuri? The mysterious voice.
You'll find out.
Okay, so there
I'm
we
gonna
go.
leave that. I'm gonna leave that for the next part because you will find out then.
Okay, all right. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
But
then
that is Yuri's mother, or sorry, Hallie's mother.
Okay. Not for your own use.
Mm-hmm.
Mom, I was like, wait, it's... I haven't felt this pain in a long time, unless... Okay, I think I might have an idea.
Okay.
I don't know, do you want me to indicate it now?
I mean, I will neither confirm nor deny anything.
Then maybe I'll wait till the next part.
You can...
Yeah, besides, we're getting
any theories you want.
We're getting run at, but I mean, I was gonna say maybe fine. I'll indicate it this way: the idea of like whether Yuri and Hallie were separated at birth.
No.
Oh, it's not that.
Nope. Okay. That I will say definite no.
Okay.
Yep.
So how do we handle Jack?
Wail on him.
Okay.
That's pretty much my answer for most things. Yeah, he's like I said, he's water elemental, but he doesn't really have like water attacks.
Yeah, so yeah, turn the ignition on for Yuri. Fine, Yuri, and I guess also if he's with Hallie as well. So
well, ignition doesn't work for Hallie. It's...
Well, I was going to say the idea, fine, metaphorically speaking, as far as with Hallie.
Yeah.
Hallie's going to be destroying stuff now. But Yuri in particular. Alright. Oh, yeah, what's the thing with you? He doesn't have bones almost. You saw that, right? It's almost like he's like Elastic Man or something.
Yeah, so, like I said, Hallie is a good secondary healer if needed. He does have his healing attack ability, which is really great. But honestly, just...
Pull the slingshot.
I mean, like I said, he hits pretty hard.
I would say, yeah, that slingshot is pretty strong.
And then Alice is good for healing. I can also throw Gospel on somebody if I really want to, like her, so she doesn't get majorly hurt.
Which you feasibly get majorly hurt without this here?
It just depends on who Jack decides to target.
Oh, I see. It does say physical and special. I didn't see the physical part before. That was my fault.
Yep. So he can paralyze. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, he draws back. He does that.
As far as the animation, so yeah, that's why you put on the Zodiac bracelet.
Yeah, it prevents paralysis.
Okay.
Shape.
We've seen paralysis in this game so far, have we not, at one point?
Yeah.
I thought we did.
It's like a glowing zappy hand.
Right, okay, now I remember. I just want to make sure that we saw that. I'm trying to remember, are there any status effects we have not seen in this game yet? We saw sudden death, we saw poison, we saw the paralysis. I think we saw silence. We saw the ring abnormalities.
Maybe saw silence. Silence is just a little speech bubble like it normally is in most RPGs.
Okay.
It's nothing special. This one doesn't do something damage. Yeah, that hurt. So, I can show off healing at least.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea, Yuri was like leaning over and like seriously hurt. Hallie's healing move almost healed him fully.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's fucking strong.
Is it stronger than Alice's? I would think maybe not, but it's like, well...
They're on par.
Okay.
They're on par with one another.
This explains why you're going to have both of them in the party.
He's a good balanced fighter, man.
It sounds like that's
perfect.
I think that makes sense, you're right. I mean, he's already in a case where he's not feeling so hot, but he's recovering himself.
Yeah, I forgot he can heal himself, but it doesn't do it.
Yeah, he's still stumbling. Actually, I guess one other thing is if he heals himself, fine, I guess it works the same way if you heal yourself when you're stumbling, or they heal themselves when they're stumbling, and it gets high enough they won't be stumbling anymore.
Yeah, the animation changes.
Okay.
This will take time.
Alrighty. Boom, there you go. Strike him and hit him down. Nice way to finish him off.
Yeah, I missed what he said there. When he dies, he does go down and he says something. I think it's something about his mother.
Okay, actually, he has a voice. I didn't find it as far as anything.
I have no idea.
Maybe I'll have a name down here as far as who it
I'm
is.
so glad I got that before the next battle.
Air shot.
Air shot.
What's that do?
It's a fucking powerful wind attack, which is perfect because the next enemy is Earth-based.
Alrighty. Perfect.
So that's going to get a lot of use.
Yeah, talk about an Oedipus complex.
Very much so.
Yeah.
He's a creep.
Here's the question, are we too late to help Chris out?
No, Chris is fine.
I was saying, technically, you were talking about the Oedipus complex, it was a thing like Psycho. Was that... Although in this case,
except he summoned a demon.
Well, that and also, like, it's just him doing this stuff and not the mother. It's like, oh shit, this is the mother. It's like Parasite Eve almost, as far as, like, the design.
This is Memel.
Alright.
So, again.
Alright.
So, you don't heal or anything in between the battles, but your SP does regenerate, which is good.
Although, yeah, you're good as far as health.
That's it. I ended the last battle with good health and good MP, so I'm doing just fine.
Alright.
I'm unperturbed.
Okay.
Okay, so she can petrify you.
Okay.
Which is exactly why I put Zodiac bracelets in. Okay, try air shot.
Okay.
It's a pretty basic attack. It's just 2 hit areas.
I hate you.
That's all it is. But it hits major.
I was gonna say, yeah, that was a good hit on them. Oh, hit on her. Her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mammon?
I would think so.
Yeah, we'll go with female. I mean, it's a demon either way. So.
The chest thing, that's what I thought. I thought it was like Eve and Parasite Eve. You saw, I don't know if you saw near the end of that game how Eve was looking. It's kind of like that a little bit.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, we saw that. We technically already finished the game. It's just that we're doing the Crisis Building, which is the actual final boss.
So if I really want to go about fucking her up, I can go and do Air Edge.
Okay.
Put that on Yuri because she's Earth class.
And it just, oh, okay. Basically transfer his type that way and then just bash her.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever used this move, ever. So I've never seen that animation.
Okay.
I figure why not? Do it
Just
now.
for the purpose of showing for the game.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can be it. Sometimes you want to show stuff. Actually, I did that last week with the Ben K thing, just when they just started going on. I never failed that, so let me try failing that. I had just as much of an oh shit reaction as I did when, Alice got punched earlier. Alright, yeah, let's see Yuri destroy her. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's twisted. Yeah, she tries.
Probably just gonna petrify him.
No.
No?
I have the ability that she ain't doing shit.
I was gonna say, I didn't know if you had on Hallie or not.
Yeah, I had him on all.
Okay.
Nah, you know what? I'm not gonna heal using Hallie. I'll just heal Alice.
Okay.
Because he's now a strong fighter with me with that air shot. So.
Yes, just run that.
Yeah. She's already moving a little wonky.
Yes, you're doing really well in this.
That's it. I like to end these fights quick and dirty. Let's go.
Which usually with something like this, that's kind of probably what you want to do. You don't want to stay in here longer than you have to, because you think like, hey, if you leave him around longer, you're gonna be in trouble.
I mean, I just there's no reason to fight fair in these.
I don't know. Is it not fighting fair? You're basically just
I'm breaking the game. That's all.
Or you're using the system of the game to destroy her. And howling.
Healing.
Howling?
Yeah, no, it's howling, but it heals her.
Oh.
For quite a bit.
Damn, you're not lying.
It's alright.
Yeah, as long as you just air shot.
Air shot will take a good chunk of that.
Yeah. I hate you. I hate
It'll
you.
do at least like high 200.
There you go. Called it perfectly. Wait, did we not use? Oh no, we used the one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, where did another one come from? As I say, if he gets a strike, man, that is just ridiculous.
Yeah, at this point, may as well just wail on it. Especially with the
Perfect
on the
health.
air shot.
Perfect health. So about 320.
Alright. You like know the damage numbers just on the back of that.
Roughly.
Awesome.
320.
Perfect. Oh my god.
I just watch what they do normally, so I'm like, alright. Honestly, there's really no need to even fucking heal.
May as well, just to be safe.
Yeah, it can't hurt. I never knew who she's gonna go after, so.
There you go.
Within 5 fucking turns. That was turn 5.
Alright, that was right on the edge. So, alright, there you go. Beam's gone. Good job. There's the demon earrings on top of that, and everybody leveled up.
Alright. So we get... That's the earth energy I was looking for. Beautiful. So now I'll have level 2s for everyone. For every element, rather.
Yeah, where are you going? Why are you crawling away? You're not getting away.
He's got an Oedipus complex for sure.
Yeah, but that's that.
He did.
This is the new life. Give me a break. Yeah, what about Chris?
She'll be alright.
To begin with, it's great to see everybody got back alive.
But can it be true? Can the person behind that voice really be Hallie's mother?
Apparently.
Holy moly, when Hallie's anger got the best of him and he nearly lost it, that voice came and calmed you, keeping you from going berserk. I love how they capitalize berserk since it's a status ailment. So to speak. I just think it's funny. Hey, was that really your mother? Yeah, I'm positive. That voice has troubled me for years. I hear it in my head telling me to do this and that.
Alright.
But of course it saved me dozens of times as well.
Let's see how this is gonna operate.
Hallie, you said that your mother abandoned you, right? Perhaps your mother wants to tell us something. Maybe that's why she's sending her voice to us. Do you all think I'm a monster? Monster? Again, capitalized. It's very funny.
Yeah,
what you looking at me for? Nobody here thinks you're a monster. You just have different abilities for most people.
Yeah, which is fitting for our group.
Right? Mama used to say we were both human, but those guys didn't think so.
Okay.
Oh, cutscene.
Okay, we'll be right back.
My mother told me that too. That she and I are people like anyone else. It's just that when we were born, God gave us some powers that are a little different. But that's not the way those guys saw it. The Friar Knights of the Inquisition decided from the start that my mother was a witch. And they locked her up in a mental hospital. All my mother did was to use her special powers to help people who were possessed by ghosts. Or to cure people who were hurt. She didn't fight back at all. Because they threatened to kill me if she did. They weren't my mother's enemies at all. It was all because of me. All because of me.
And we're back, and yeah, as you were saying, yeah, that is Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh! Clearly.
Sorry for the short notice on that. I actually forgot that it happens here.
Well, in that case, hey, we said we weren't gonna get a spoken cutscene on this, but yeah, we did.
I lied.
Yeah, it was IDEO. No, it's Joey Wheeler.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's the same power your mother had. I'm sorry, I can't control my power very well. Clearly. So your mother was taken away by the Friar Knights of the Inquisition. Yes. The Inquisition? Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition!
Yeah, indeed. In this day and age, how could there still be such a thing?
So even in 1913, they were, like, appalled that it's still even in existence.
Sure, no, I get that.
I don't know too much about the history behind them. I guess because it's, like, more medieval practice.
Maybe, yeah, good point.
Yeah, it was a religious tribunal formed to stamp out heresy in 11th century. Oh, yeah.
So I was going way back.
We're well past that. What, 1913? 20th?
It is 20th
century? I can't.
20th century. I always used to make that mistake.
I get them mixed up. I can't remember if it's like 100 years before or 100 years after.
Basically, subtract a 1 from it, and then that's how you know. Fine. Oh, no. Add 1.
Add a 1.
So, there you go.
So, if we're in the 1900s, then it's the 20th century.
And the 1800s, the 19th century.
Got it.
Yeah, there you go.
I always screw it up.
Hey, I used to make that mistake when I was in grade school. I think it was the 19th century. I was like, yeah, nobody corrected me until years later.
They burned witches and warlocks in God's name, but many innocents were slaughtered as well. Many were killed for political purposes as well. They were beaten, tortured, and burned alive. It was terrible. Started by people who derived their authority from religion.
And it hits Alice probably very strongly because she's a follower that way. It's
Yeah.
like, wait a second, this is not the way to go. You take your mother away for that?
I promise you will save your mother. Yes, he fucking said it. Okay. This line of dialogue, thou hast not won even once.
Very Shakespearean.
It makes no fucking sense in any context of the game at all, because this is not the first time that it's said. It's not the first person to say it. And it doesn't make sense in any of the fucking contexts where it's said.
We heard this before?
No, but you're gonna hear it twice more.
Okay.
It makes no sense. It is the weirdest piece of mistranslated dialogue in this game. I have looked up what it means. I have looked up the context for it, and nobody on any of the forums that I found have been able to figure out what the fuck it's referring to.
It's weird coming out of Hallie of what we've heard so far.
Yes, and that's what it is. It's very unfitting for some of the people who say it.
Okay.
So, I don't know what it refers to. There is some speculation, but even then it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay.
It's weird. You'll see.
We can go into it later because we'll
Yeah.
see this for the other parts.
Yeah.
I can hear her voice though. She must be still alive and she must want you to talk in person.
Do you know where your mother is now? I know where the mental hospital is. The security is tight though. I've already tried breaking it. We don't know where Cardinal Simon is right now. It seems like we know where we have to go next.
Alright, so yeah, we're gonna have to put Simon on the back burner this way and keep going to the mental hospital.
Okay, so there are a couple more items to deal with.
Alright, and then at that point, I guess that's gonna be the end of the show for the night. Or do you want to clear out the, do you want to get the wind thing? For the thing you got in the battle to go to the graveyard to clear that out?
Oh, that'll take all of 2 seconds. I can do that right here.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what you want to do or where you want to end.
Earth. No, we'll do that. I have, and then there's like 2 items that I can get.
Okay.
So it's not like a big deal.
Yeah, it'll take us to like a little under 6, so that should be fine. Alright, so yeah, good case for that as we go along.
Yeah, so this is the last level 2 summon.
Yes, at least you'll have all of them.
And then we can work on level 3 as we go along. Like I said, it's not, the game is not terribly grindy.
No, it doesn't seem it.
Which is lovely. Okay, so we're fighting against Mad Bull.
Oops. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, what's yours method? Just punch him in the face.
Hey, it works. I ain't fixing what isn't broken.
No, I get that for sure.
He also has that healing attack that Mama had.
But he's pulling it out pretty quickly, I'm seeing.
Yeah, there's no need for that. He'll be dead in a minute.
Okay. It's interesting the way that they did the camera cut there, because usually for the attacks it kind of comes closer in like Yuri does, but like it's kind of pulled out. Is that intended?
I think it's just the dynamic camera, honestly. I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to it.
Okay. Or like it's based on enemy. Maybe certain enemies do it and others don't.
Could be.
Like an earth shield or whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
Earth Guard. So that's
okay.
physical defense power.
She is burned then.
Normally, I would have just kept it, but it's just...
Yeah, you adjust when you have to, I guess, you know. And it fitting, I guess, seeing like what happened as far as, you know, the Inquisition case, like people being burned. So it's like, yeah, that's fitting, I guess, to do that.
Let's go try it. This is a level 2 Earth spell.
Nathan's gonna be taking them out.
I'm doing 2
Yep. Alright, there you go. So, bye-bye, Bull. Bye-bye, Mad Bull.
So that is taken care of.
Alright.
And then we go through his little spiel. Feeling like spike grows over you. Soul of Mad Bull. Cool.
Alright.
They're all taken care of. Go back. Gotta talk to Joshua.
And then just get those 2 items. Just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Hello?
I was gonna say, yeah, I guess it's loading you coming out.
Kidnappers won't come anymore, right? Yes. Oh yeah, Hallie, if you're not using that slingshot, can we borrow it? So the slingshot that he came equipped with before I put the new one on him, give it to Joshua. It'll be a while, but you can get a really good weapon later.
Okay. At first I thought, wait, is that going to get rid of the weapon you're running?
No. Alright, so we're going to leave here.
And go back to the orphanage to get items.
We're going to go back to the orphanage, but we're also going to go one more place.
Okay.
And actually, the other place is just to see if it's available to us at this moment in time.
Okay.
There's no guarantee. But we get more Vitamin Metropolis on the way.
Okay. Yeah, it's better to kind of hear that nice music coming to the orphanage. It seems like orphanage music as far as this kind of thing. Alright, so looking in the pot or behind the current there, Draze.
That is a weapon for Marguerite, which we'll equip it on her when we get her in our party, but it's not, like, pressing.
Okay.
And then the other item... There's no guarantee we can do the other item, but... So, Kalios Mental Hospital unlocks. We have Ruin. And then we want to go back to the inn.
Okay. I guess fitting place as far as, I guess, the end of this, yes. I'll go in this room.
I have to remember which room. Ah! Ha, 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 ha. It did trigger.
So wait, it's like a,
You just don't get it to... It's a side quest.
Oh, okay. I was like, yeah, they're having sex. Is that the idea?
No. Nothing so...
It's a mature rated game, so I was like, I guess maybe a fair point to ask.
No, it's, I think it's the room that I actually was in. Up here. Yes.
Alright, hi, everybody.
So you have Indignant Mary.
Oh, okay.
Our honeymoon after all. I can't believe this is happening.
Actually, wait, no, it is then.
What?
Johnny's blue stone talking about here, gonna carve it into a ring. Okay.
You said you were going to give me a diamond ring. You have no consideration for my feelings. What a mess. I wonder if I should get some advice from the priest. Hint, hint.
Oh, we're going back to the confessional booth, yes. Okay.
Now, you can get this regardless of kind of what you do, but there is a way where you can get the thing for free.
Okay.
Otherwise, you have to pay money, and I believe it's like 10 grand, which obviously is not an issue for us, but...
If you can get it free, you may as well.
I would prefer not to have to pay 10 grand if I don't have to.
No, I get that.
So it's not this set of confessionals, it's the other one. Oh, shit, also.
You gotta talk to the altar?
Yeah.
Okay, the seal of the soul.
Forgot that was there.
Okay.
No.
It's the other one?
It's the other one.
Yeah, because you said, yeah, we're gonna come back to this, so yeah, you weren't lying.
There we go.
Oh.
Oh, Father, I am like a lamb that has gone astray. Show me the way. Very well. Tell me what's on your mind.
Oh, so he's giving confession. Okay, we're giving a confession.
I just got married, and I promised my wife that I'd give her a diamond ring. When I thought about the woman I loved, I also thought of something that would make her even happier. I have a stone, a family heirloom that embodies the power of water. I made it into a ring for her. She exploded in anger, telling me I had broken my promise. Now she won't even speak to me. Oh man, I just don't know what to do. Listen to me, stray lamb.
Also, consider the preview when we get to Catherine.
Okay.
So you have a choice. What do you pick? Is there a specific choice?
Yes.
Something?
And I cannot remember. I know that...
Do you want to check it out before you do it? What did you say? What did you last say?
No, it's about love, not the ring.
Okay, most likely problem is about the ring.
I believe this is the correct choice. You don't have self-confidence, so you always depend on someone or something other than yourself. When you fail, you make excuses, telling yourself and everyone else that it isn't your fault. This is really profound coming from Yuri, by the way.
It is, yeah, no question.
Like,
We've seen that growth now.
It seems to you as if people don't notice your weakness, but in fact they can see right through you. You yourself might be in love, but can anyone or anything other than you express that love? Don't be afraid of getting hurt. Just tell her you love her in your own words. Thank you, Father. I was wrong. New man, John.
Okay,
From now on, I'm going to live my life responsibly and express myself in my own words. Thank you. He's drunk, by the way. He was very drunk.
Okay, and I think Yuri does know that.
I mean, he knows now. Okay, so give me a sec. I think
He was leave something behind?
Nope. But I do have to go back to the inn.
And basically they'll give you what's going on with this.
And then that should be that.
Alright.
So. Yo, if I did this right in the first shot. Go me. Hey, I know that voice. The priest that time. That was you. You didn't look quite like a priest. Never mind about that. I appreciate what you did for me then. Thanks to you, my wife. I mean, honey. So they went from Mary and John to Honey and Darling.
Oh, from Majora's Mask.
I just think it's funny.
As if you like these people.
Yeah, they're fine. Has been in a better mood. I'm embarrassed to say this, but it feels like true love has blossomed. But this is the way we were meant to be. Oh, this and that. This is my family heirloom, the stone that embodies the power of water, but from now on, it will be just the two of us with no waters dividing us.
And this is what you're getting.
Oh, darling, that bit with the priest was just a gag, but I do love you. And I love you, sweetheart, baby. This is just a little something to show you how I feel.
The water gravestone.
Water gravestone.
That was it. That's what you wanted.
That's what I wanted. I hope you can make good use of it because we found something even better. Makes me wonder if I can do this soon, because normally this isn't available until later in the game.
Yeah.
Also, actually, shit, I'm like, let me check the steps just out of curiosity.
6830. Okay, still got a ways to go.
Well, to be fair, I didn't really like take that many steps in the orphanage.
Okay.
But there is, nope. Problem. Potentially another gravestone I can get in the bar.
Okay.
So, but if you want to go into schedule and stuff, this is
a good time to do it.
Yeah, this is the end. Okay.
So yeah, with that, yeah, this is part 4 of Shadow Hearts. Thank you so much for coming in on this, sharing support for the play, and SarandreaAntonio, so good to see you. If you figure stuff as far as schedule for some of the stuff we want to do, we'll figure out when we're going to do Super Mario Sunshine. Anything else you want to be involved in, just say the word and it'll happen. You know how it operates. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank
of course.
you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so I don't know, is there something you want to explain with what's going on with the man groaning?
So, I think I have to talk to the owner. Yeah, Darcy went to the toilet a little while, hasn't come out. She's being a wonder, can you go check? So we have another like Olga situation or Yuria situation kind of deal where she went to the bathroom and been there for a while.
Right.
So man's grown. Hey, you okay? No. What happened? He's getting ready to fight.
Yeah, the monster?
Yeah. There's an A paper.
Oh. Okay.
Here.
Oh, is that what that's what the tissue's for?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I was gonna say I knew you were waiting for the tissue. That's what you use it for.
So then you leave. And then you gotta leave the bar.
And then you come back in. Oh.
And Darcy comes out to meet you.
Alright. Hi, Darcy.
Thanks for the report. Maybe we'll take this as thanks.
Yellowstone.
The stone was found on a riverbank. When you hold it, you feel like you're in a mountain stream. Even if it wasn't a filthy toilet.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you wash your hands? Oh, what a relief.
That wasn't a yes or a no.
No, it's so... Oh, God. Ugh.
Yeah. Right,
so I got the air gravestone. So that's pretty good, though. Considering those only 6 elements, I was able to land us the water and the air gravestone this early.
Awesome.
So
have you ever gotten it this early?
I don't believe so. So next time, you know, next part, we're going to be heading to the Kalios Mental Hospital.
Alrighty.
So
that's our next case. And yeah, feel free to save where you want, and then also on the backup save on my card as well, so the purpose of how it operates. Okay. So yeah, thank you again to both of you for joining us. Part 5 of this game is going to be on February 18th. Yes, that's what we agreed on. I think that's what you said.
Yep, I will double check.
I just want to make sure of that, because that's going to be that idea. And then on March 4th is going to be part 6, and potentially its finale. We'll see where we get. But
yes.
That being said, yeah, we're getting pretty good and going well on this game. So yeah, having a great time with this one so far. Thank you both for joining in.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. It's okay. Anything else you want to be in, we'll figure schedule and all that. Okay, schedule is what's set in stone. Next week's show is not going to be on Saturday. So yeah, it is Super Old Game Saturday, but sometimes it's Super Old Game Almost Saturday because I couldn't come with a better name. Nikki might be able to, though, because her and Edwack are going to be on next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I guess, fine, this is coming Friday now. It's a new week. But anyway, we're going to be playing Guitar Man for the PlayStation 2. So actually my PlayStation 2 that we've been playing this game on is going to take a magical journey over to Edwack's abode. Where we actually, they were on the show for part 2 of Parasite Eve. But yeah, they're going to be playing that game. He loves that game in particular, so he's going to be the one controlling Guitar Man. Have either of you ever played that? I haven't either. It is a music rhythm game, so we did Space Channel 5, Shared 64, you and I.
Yep.
Played that back last June. That was sort of an early introduction to music rhythm games. I know SarandreaAntonio were talking about earlier about Prep the Rapper and that PS4 edition that you're going to be picking up. And I would be picking up if I had PS4, but either way I got on PS1. And we'll come back to that game, or we'll play that game, because I was going to play it a couple weeks ago. I said, no, we're changing the schedule, but come back to that. But yeah, he loves that game, he adores it, and he's going to show up. He's going to be very gracious to show that game for us as we go in. As far as that, I'm looking forward to playing that next Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be January 20th. January 28th, Edwack is next week. Emetics is coming back for part 4 of Parasite Eve. It's going to be the finale. I have to get Aya's levels up, Aya Brea specifically, because we're doing the Chrysler building. We have to draw our own maps, because it's randomly generated. We beat the first 10 floors, there's 77 floors, that just like the real Chrysler building in New York City. And at the top of that is going to be the final boss of the game, the true final boss. It's like, we gotta play that game to full completion. That game is amazing, and I don't know if either of you played that. I mean, it is, yeah, it's one of those cases we won't re-release bad. Like a lot of the games, pretty much the answer is re-release everything,
yeah.
And there you have people who are willing to spend good money for the purpose of that. Another one that costs a lot of money, and Guitar Man is another one. It costs more even than this does. This is like over $200.
Jeez.
Unless you get on the PSP where it's $80, and unfortunately its digital version did not come out in the US for Guitar Man, for the PSP anyway, I should say. But yeah, so other ones are expensive just like this, but from my understanding, fine. Guitar Man, I'm understanding, is really worth it, and I can say that for sure on Parasite Eve. Then we get to February, where the schedule's a little bit up in the air for certain things, aside from the next part of this game. Well, so actually, sort of as far as game. Actually, no, let me think about this. No, I think it's kind of set. Tentatively speaking, February 4th is going to be the finale of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, which we restarted last week. And then on, I believe it was February 11th, was what Nocturne said. I talked with her today as far as what that is. We're moving up for her involvement in the show for the next part. She's still trying to think of what she wants to play for this. She does want to start Mega Man Legends 2. She might be doing that in April specific, but I also said, hey, if you want to start it for February 11th, we can. She's not going to be around at all for March, so it's going to be a month in between if we do that, but she'll let me know what that's looking like. February 18th is this one. Okay, this is what it was, because actually I'm looking at the schedule that I have tentatively. I am keeping one slot open for if Nikki wants to do Freddy Fish specifically, or we'll figure that later. If we don't, the other empty slot will be, we're going to start Donkey Kong Country 3 Dixie Kong's Double Trouble. Are you familiar with that one? Or that Donkey Kong Country game in particular. It is Elect versus favorite entry in the franchise. We've done 1 and 2 already. We're going to play that one. That's going to be a multi-part case, because I'm going to play it to 105%. We have to put in the tough start code, which means that there are no continued barrels at all, so you have to beat every level without dying.
Oh, boy.
But also, the other thing is that I'm going to show off the Game Boy Advance version in another part, and the reason for that is because there's a unique world in it called Pacifica that's only in that version. And I have it on the Game Boy Advance completely in box, actually. Damn. And also because it has totally different music on the Game Boy Advance that was done by David Wise, who did the music for the other ones. It was Evelyn Novikov who did the music for the Super Nintendo game, but apparently the low pitch of that soundtrack is something that the Game Boy Advance's speaker can't handle it to the point where feasibly it could damage the speaker if they made the game that way, from what I've understood. I'll have to confirm that as far as like if that's actually right or not. But if that's how it's going to go, and Nikki's not going to be doing for the end of February, because I'm keeping that open, it's like she still wants to do that game, it's all hers that way, or we'll figure an open slot. We start that. And then for March, we will, I guess, continue Donkey Kong Country 3 if that happens, but I have 2 open slots. Also, in March, March 4th is Shadow Hearts for its feasible finale or its part 6, either way. And also sometime that month, Game Dev Tycoon for Switch. Proterova is going to be in. He loved that game on the PC. I said, we're going to be playing this game. At first, I don't know if he actually believed we're actually going to play this game. He's like, look, I'm a man of my word. We're going to be playing anything you want to see on this program. And we're looking forward to that. I've already been doing my practice as far as like getting the sense of doing well on that or trying to get a sense of how that game's operating. And we've already had a great time. In fact, Chasm22 is in the chat. He was coming up with these ideas as far as these games, as far as like Great Hospital, Greater Hospital, and Greatest Hospital. Or even the case where we made a game. I made a game called Persona 6, and it sold badly and was not reviewed, and Edwag said, what have I done? and then I made an update a couple years later of Persona 6 The Good Edition, which was better reviewed, specific. So that, if you ever played Game Dev Tycoon?
Just what I've seen you play.
It's, yeah, I'm glad Proterova gave me an indication that that's a game that is quite something, and we're going to have a great time playing that. And then we get to April, where I do have an open slot for Nocturne, I think. She said she wants to start Mega Man Legends 2 that month. There'll be an open slot that's dedicated to you for Shadow Hearts if we need it. If not, I'll figure something else out. As far as everything else is set in stone, which is the start of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete on April 22nd, the 25th anniversary show of Tekken 3 on April 29th, and April 1st, where we're doing our no-patch showcase of Pokemon Violet version for the purpose of the April Fool's Day show. I mean, I put off Superman 64 for this. That's how strongly I feel about this. But whether you like this game or not, whether you helped contribute to potentially a broken Generation 10 or not, I won't judge you too strongly, but we're going to show the perspective of the buggies in that game. You might not want to miss that just because of that element. Yeah, definitely an interesting way to play that, for sure. Because actually, Shadow 64, you said last time for this game, you said, it's interesting we live in an era where you can basically put a game in and then you'll have the most up-to-date patches. But imagine if, like, hey, you didn't have that. Imagine if you didn't have an online or an internet connection working with Pokemon.
You were stuck with a buggy game.
Stuck with a buggy game, feasibly so.
Which was Pokemon Red and Blue, essentially.
Yeah, this is worse than Pokemon Red and Blue, I would argue, to certain degrees, as far as
it's subjective.
I don't know. I mean, did Pokemon Red and Blue crash?
Yes.
When?
When you intentionally made it crash. When you were doing the exploits.
When you're doing the exploits, but this game crashes when you're doing fucking nothing.
I haven't experienced that, so.
Chasm22 experienced in front of me, and that's with the last patch. And there's the new patch they're bringing out next month. But yeah, like, we'll see that's not being applied when we do that showcase. But yeah, I'm still looking forward to that game, and then other stuff down the pipeline. Of which, as I said, it'll be up to elements of that. And I said, I know both of you said you want to be in on Super Mario Sunshine on the requested Bricks Debris. We'll make that happen. To say the word as far as when, I kind of want to see if we can get that going this summer at some point.
Yeah.
Just for the purpose of how that started. I'll have to figure out how to run that 100% as it is.
It's a good summer game.
Yeah. It's a great summer game, no question. Yeah, I've talked about great minds thinking alike that way. I know there's other stuff that we've been kind of indicating so far, because I know you, Shadow64, you called dibs on Kirby Superstar for Super Nintendo at some point.
Yeah.
I know Medics and you want to do Wikia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals, and Super Nintendo, and I guess for SarandreaAntonio, Halo 3, you called that, and Russian Attack, you called that. Maybe here's an idea, perhaps. We do Russian Attack and get the 360 version, but I get Russian Attack Expatriate, the remake.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be an idea. Like, that'll be all yours if you want to do that, or anything else you want to do. Let me know. That's how it operates. And
awesome.
I had such a great time tonight for this extended edition of Super Old Game Saturday for Part 4 of Shadow Hearts. Thank you so much to both my guests. Thank you so much to everybody in chat. Hope you have a great night, great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you on Friday, January 20th, for Guitar Man with Nikki and Edwag. Till then, have a great night, take care, keep being awesome, and we'll see you next week.
It's been fun, y'all. See y'all in February.
See you later. Thank you.